Is World War III on the horizon? The answer we might not want to hear is maybe or possibly. But if a global conflict were to start now, what would it be like? Which countries would join and who would be most affected? Let's hear from our military experts. The reason the United States and other NATO countries have been hesitant to send advanced, long-range weapons to the Ukrainian military is to prevent the escalation of the conflict. They do not want to see the war escape Ukraine's borders and become a wider, greater power struggle over a much broader area, or in other words, World War III. Ukraine is not the only hotspot in the world, however. Russia's aggression, China's continued attempts to expand its power beyond its borders, and the actions of other countries in their orbit like North Korea have significantly altered the international balance of power in the last 15 years. Great power competition has returned after the post-Cold War slumber, and with it, the flashpoints that stand at the cross-section of these competing great powers. If World War III were to break out in this decade, it would be between two sides. One would be a democratic alignment led by the United States. The other would be an authoritarian group of countries led by China, and centered mostly in the interior of the Eurasian landmass. If a general conflict were to break out between the two alliances, these are the countries likeliest to become the fronts in the war, and therefore likeliest to be wrecked in the process. To begin with, we are assuming that any new war between these two alliances will not, at least at first, escalate into a nuclear exchange. Presumably, the leaders of all the countries involved would have no wish to see themselves destroyed along with the rest of human civilization. World War III would probably remain conventional, at least in its initial stages, because the leaders of the countries involved in it would want to gain something out of the hostilities. Not all countries would be equally affected by World War III either. The conflict would mostly take place in hotspots in Europe and Asia where the two alliances intersect, very much like tectonic plates grating against one another. Ukraine was only one hotspot in the growing great power competition. All of Eastern Europe would be in danger in World War III. However, the perils of a Third World War would be particularly concentrated and devastating in the countries along the Baltic Sea. Russia has long resented the independence of the three Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which broke away from Moscow's control following the Soviet Union's collapse. These countries joined NATO in 2004. The Kremlin would like to bring them back into its orbit and project more power into the Baltic. You can therefore bet that Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania would be a major battleground in any war between Russia and NATO, and they would be wrecked in the process. Although the Baltic states benefit from Article 5 protection under the North Atlantic Treaty, they still border Russia and would be outnumbered and outgunned in the event of war. The initial phase of the conflict would prove devastating to their armed forces as Russian troops, tanks, and air power concentrates over a much narrower front than the initial invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, which saw Russian power divided along four very broad fronts, thanks to Ukraine's huge size. The Baltic countries, by contrast, are small, and the Russian invasion of them would not be divided along several fronts, but concentrated in a straight drive from Russian and Belarusian borders to the Baltic Sea. This would also relieve some of the pressure on Russian logistics, which proved so much of a problem in Ukraine. Lithuania may be the most vulnerable country of the three Baltic states, because it shares extensive borders with the heavily armed and fortified Russian outpost of Kaliningrad to its west, and Belarus, Russia's closest ally in Europe, to its east. In a World War III scenario, Russia would almost certainly attack in a pincer movement eastward from Kaliningrad and westward from Belarus through the Suwalki Gap, the 100-kilometer stretch of border between Poland and Lithuania that stretches between those 2 points. Doing so would cut the land route between the Baltic states and the rest of NATO's territory, depriving them of reinforcements and supplies over land. This move would leave Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia isolated and much more vulnerable to Russia's offensive westward to the Baltic. NATO forces might be able to eventually break through the blockade, but by the time they do, all of the Baltic states would be wrecked, with Russian troops occupying them and entrenching themselves there. The Baltic states would suffer even further damage in whatever takes place there between Russian forces and NATO reinforcements once they arrive. So even if NATO wins and manages to force all of the Russian troops in the Baltic states back to their pre-war boundaries, these countries will still turn to rubble in any World War III scenario. Another country that would certainly be wrecked in World War III is Taiwan, which is probably the world's most contentious hotspot. It sits at the center of the first island chain, the string of islands from Japan to Indonesia, which are the linchpin of the United States' strategy to contain China's military expansion. Taiwan is also home to the world's most advanced semiconductor industry. There are political reasons for Taiwan's importance too. Mainland China wants to bring Taiwan back into its orbit for historical reasons, as it considers the island a rogue province left over from the civil war between the communists and nationalists. Taiwan's reintegration with mainland China is one of Xi Jinping's ultimate aims, one he wishes for the Communist Party of China to achieve by 2049, the centennial of its victory over the nationalists and its rise to power. Much of the debate about Taiwan centers on whether the Chinese military could pull off an amphibious invasion of the island, something which would be very difficult for it to do. Amphibious operations are and always have been one of the most complicated and difficult military maneuvers to pull off. To make matters worse for the Chinese, surprise scenarios like the D-Day landings at Normandy in 1944 are all but impossible in the age of satellite surveillance. Its attempt to invade the island would be known for a long time. However, this is not a panacea. Even if China is unsuccessful in its invasion operation, Taiwan would still be wrecked in the process. China has thousands of ballistic missiles in its arsenal, and even if these are not armed with nuclear warheads, conventional explosives would still be far more than enough to devastate their target country. In a World War III scenario, many of these missiles would be launched at Taiwan to strike critical assets, military bases, government offices, civilian infrastructure like power plants, strategic industrial centers, and so on. China demonstrated its ability to do this in the summer of 2022, after a visit by then United States Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. The visit led to several days of military exercises that included missiles striking the seas north, south, and east of Taiwan, with some of the missiles landing near Japan. In a World War III scenario, a rain of Chinese missiles would devastate Taiwan even if a land invasion fails to occupy the island. Air defense systems would intercept some of these missiles, but not all of them. Taipei, the Taiwanese capital, would almost certainly be reduced to rubble from Chinese air and missile attacks, and other cities would feel the heat as well. Taiwan's major military bases would be destroyed or seriously damaged. Millions of civilians could potentially be impacted, and many billions of dollars in damage would accrue. Meanwhile, other countries would feel the knock-on effects. Since Taiwan is currently the world's most advanced manufacturer of the semiconductors at the heart of the digital economy, the impact to the economic and financial systems of other countries would be harrowing. If we think the global semiconductor shortage is bad now, one need only imagine the impact that the complete destruction of the supply chain coming from Taiwan would have on the global economy. Taiwan would almost certainly be wrecked if World War III were to ever break out, even if China cannot cross the strait. Taiwan is not the only country in the region that would suffer severe damage. Competition in the hotly contested South China Sea has intensified in the past decade, making it one of the world's most dangerous hotspots. Around the middle of the 2010s, China began occupying the South China Sea and building highly militarized artificial islands, with 20 outposts being in the Paracel Islands and 7 in the Spratly Islands. Some of these islands have airstrips and can carry Chinese missiles. These islands have proven dangerous obstacles to freedom of navigation in the South China Sea, but they have also brought China into dispute with its neighbors in the region, most often the Philippines and Vietnam. International courts have rejected China's claim that most of the South China Sea is its territorial waters based on the so-called Nine-Dash Line, a map which originated in 1947 that supposedly backed up China's historical claims on the Paracel and Spratly Islands. The controversy has even extended to Hollywood, as Vietnam has banned the popular Barbie movie from its cinemas over a scene supposedly depicting a map featuring China's territorial claims in the area, showing just how sensitive the controversy is in the region. The South China Sea has enormous strategic value, as 21% of global trade, a total of nearly $3.4 trillion, transited the trade routes in the area in 2016. Geopolitically, whichever country controls the shipping lanes there can potentially cut its rivals off from the supplies coming through these waters. In this light, China's expansionist actions in the area can be seen as an act of self-defense, since the country is very dependent on food and energy imports. Conversely, China's tightening grip on the trade routes threatens to cut vital supply chains to Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and other American allies. If World War III were to break out, the countries along the South China Sea may not suffer damage to the extent that the Baltic states, Taiwan, or others we will look at later would, but they would surely be caught in the crossfire. especially if they were to join the coalition led by the United States in an attempt to dislodge China from the waters of their respective exclusive economic zones. China's People's Liberation Army Navy (PLAN) would use the South China Sea bases to attack hostile forces in the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and other countries which would likely join the anti-China coalition. Air raids and missiles would take a heavy toll on these countries, especially their coastlines. Military bases in the interior of those countries would also become targets. They may not be central battlegrounds in the conflict, but all of these South China Sea countries would suffer. But World War III would also take place on a front far further to the north, and one country that would suffer almost complete destruction in a World War III scenario is South Korea. In a full-scale World War III scenario, it is certain that conflict would once again break out on the Korean Peninsula. Although the two countries have had disagreements and standoffs in the past, North Korea is still, at the end of the day, a vassal state of China. It is completely dependent on the Chinese economy for its continued existence. Without Chinese support, North Korea would not be able to produce the most basic of goods. Therefore, when push comes to shove, and it would in a prospective World War III, it must do what China says. In World War III, China would want to tie down as many American forces on the Korean Peninsula as possible and prevent them from reinforcing Taiwan and the South China Sea, or other fronts that are more important to its strategic goals. North Korea would therefore be used as a cat's paw to help make this happen, and South Korea will be caught in the crossfire as part of China's plans. Aside from its dependency on China, the North Korean regime has always maintained that it is the legitimate ruler over the entire Korean Peninsula. For historical reasons, North Korea would take advantage of the breakout of a global conflict to satisfy this claim. Although South Korea's land border with North Korea at the Demilitarized Zone (DMZ) is the most heavily fortified piece of land on Earth, this does not mean it will be able to escape the destruction of a renewed Korean conflict, even if North Korea is unsuccessful in its attempt to cross the DMZ. North Korea has thousands of conventional artillery pieces along the DMZ pointed straight at Seoul, the South Korean capital, which is only a few dozen miles away from the border. Some of these North Korean artillery assets would be destroyed in the opening hours of the conflict, but many of them are well hidden, and American and South Korean forces would be unable to destroy enough of them to save Seoul. In a full-on bombardment of Seoul, a RAND Corporation estimate from 2020 suggests that up to 200,000 people in the South Korean capital could die from the North Korean artillery attacks in the first hour alone. Millions more would probably die in the sustained bombardment, even if there are evacuations in place. Seoul's population is about 9.6 million as of 2022. Many of these people would become casualties from the barrage of nearby concentrated artillery. The humanitarian damage would also sap resources from the South Korean government and its allies, which could not be put into the war effort. The financial damage, too, would be catastrophic, not just to the South Korean economy, but to the global economy. South Korea is home to some of the world's most valuable companies like Samsung, LG, and Hyundai. The loss or disruption of these companies would do significant damage to global supply chains and devastate the South Korean economy. As the 20th century came to a close, South Korea was touted as one of the world's foremost economic miracles, emerging from poverty and dictatorship into a wealthy industrial democracy with stunning speed. If war were to ever break out again on the Korean Peninsula, though, which it almost certainly would in a general conflict between the United States, China, and their respective allies, South Korea would not survive in its present form. Even if the North does not use its nuclear weapons and if it's unable to get past the fortifications at the DMZ. Meanwhile, North Korea would be at least seriously damaged in a renewed Korean conflict as well. Its air force is hopelessly outdated, and the United States and its allies would quickly establish air superiority over the war zone, and help from China would not be as high as the North Koreans would desire. As North Korean troops get decimated by the air and firepower of their enemies, it's likely that the regime would resort to nuclear weapons, and if needed, the American, South American, and other allied forces may hold back from invading the North far past the DMZ for this reason. If any front in a World War III would be the likeliest to see the use of nuclear weapons, it would be the one on the Korean Peninsula. Elsewhere in Asia, Japan would also suffer major damage in a World War III scenario. The country hosts dozens of American military bases, especially on Okinawa, and these bases are easy targets for China's ballistic missile arsenal. In the event of World War III, it is certain that they will be attacked by these missiles. Furthermore, Japan has a territorial dispute with China over the Senkaku Islands in its southern reaches. It is possible that these islands will become battlegrounds in an attempt to tie down Japanese and American resources away from Taiwan and other important fronts. Japan also has a territorial dispute with Russia over the two southernmost Kuril Islands far to the north. Although a Russian invasion of Japan would probably be out of the question, Japan would need to keep a watch on Hokkaido, the northernmost of its main islands. North Korea too has a penchant for testing ballistic missiles over Japanese waters and airspace. North Korea's barrage against American and presumably Japanese bases would add to the damage and prevent supplies and reinforcements from crossing the Sea of Japan to the Korean front. Okinawa would be devastated by missile attacks. The main Japanese island of Honshu would also suffer damage, as there are several American bases there as well. To prevent buildup of troops and supplies in Japan, Chinese and North Korean missile attacks may strike over a much broader range. It's likely that in a full-scale World War III scenario, all of Japan would suffer from conventional missile strikes. It is certain that China and North Korea would care little for striking civilian areas in Japan, just as their ally Russia has shown how little it cares in attacking civilian areas in Syria and Ukraine. If a general war were to ever break out in the region, it is likely that catastrophic financial damage and civilian casualties in Japan would result. Tokyo is the world's largest metropolitan area and home to 37.2 million people as of 2022. An attack on Tokyo would make even an attack on Seoul look tame by comparison. Forgetting for a moment the purely military value, the damage to morale, supply chains, and the tie-down of resources in dealing with the carnage would create significant value for China and its allies. Although an actual ground invasion of the Japanese mainland is unlikely on any front, air and missile attacks would devastate the country in World War III. Thus far, we have spoken of countries in the democratic bloc led by the United States as being the ones most likely to suffer terrible damage, but the authoritarian bloc would also suffer. Belarus would likely come into the crossfire. In the initial phase of the conflict, Russia's numerical superiority in the Baltic theater would likely overwhelm Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, even if the initial assaults are costly for the Kremlin. But as NATO reinforcements arrive from the United States and Western Europe, they would try to retake the lost territory along the Baltic. Poland would certainly see some damage. Military bases there would prove easy targets for Russian missile attacks. Russian bases in Belarus, though, would be equally damaged in NATO missile attacks. Belarus would likely become a battleground, as NATO forces coming from Poland look to lance through the Russian lines at the Suwalki Gap. A flanking maneuver through Belarus would be one option to break through the Russian land blockade of the Baltic states. Although such an operation would see heavy fighting only in Belarus's western areas, it would still do devastating damage. Meanwhile, China itself would suffer severely too. Although an actual invasion of mainland China is highly unlikely, Chinese cities like Beijing would suffer badly from ballistic missile attacks. China is not the only country that has such missiles. As in other densely populated urban areas, hundreds of thousands or millions of civilians could lose their lives. The United States and its allies like Japan and Australia would be far more averse to attacking civilian population centers than China and its allies. But a Taiwan under Chinese bombardment would likely not view things the same way. As part of its porcupine strategy, Taiwan is amassing missiles that can penetrate deep into the interior of the Chinese mainland. These missiles would first be used to target military assets, but Taiwan would have little reason to hesitate to use them against areas in major cities as China targets sites in Taipei and elsewhere. China's enormous size and well-defended inland positions means it would not suffer the worst effects in World War III. But it would not be isolated from the conflict, especially since the areas around its territory would be some of the biggest hotspots. But what do you think? Which countries would see the heaviest damage in a conventional World War III? Don't forget to let us know in the comments, hit that like button and subscribe for more military analysis from military experts. If the nightmare scenario of World War III were to become reality, where would the hostilities break out? Could it come near the shores of the Baltic Sea, with Russia trying to regain some of its prestige in the region after an embarrassing performance in Ukraine? Could it be in the Middle East, with a renewed Iranian nuclear program? Or perhaps it could come from renewed hostilities on the Korean peninsula, which is still technically in a state of war. Or maybe China decides to risk everything on an invasion of Taiwan. These are all potential hotspots, but the likeliest one could be in the South China Sea, where China has expanded its military presence for a decade and alienated all of its neighbors in the region, who also claim these waters and their islands. Could World War III break out in the South China Sea? If so, why? Let's take a look at the importance of this region, the basis of China's territorial ambitions in it, and how likely a confrontation might actually be. The South China Sea, which stretches from the Strait of Malacca in the west to the Strait of Taiwan in the east, is a rich target for any would-be great power to exploit. It is abundant in resources. There are at least 11 billion barrels of oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas in these islands and waterways. The South China Sea is also home to some of the world's richest fisheries, providing about 15% of the world's total fishing potential. Rare earth metals such as yttrium, which are so vital to the modern digital economy, can also be found in the South China Sea. In addition to its natural resources, the area is one of the most vital crossroads of world trade. As of 2021, about $5.3 trillion, about 22% of annual global trade, passed through the South China Sea's shipping lanes, including 40% of the world's petroleum products, 60% of its maritime trade, and a third of the world's total shipping. Some of the world's biggest economies depend on this trade too. For example, 42% of Japan's total trade comes through this region. This is a rich prize for any aspiring superpower. When considering why China wants the South China Sea so badly, it is also important to note that it is a food-insecure nation. It depends heavily on foreign food imports. In 2017, China imported $104.5 billion worth of food and exported only about $60 billion. In terms of grain production, Chinese agriculture has achieved a 1-to-1 production to consumption ratio. However, it lags behind its rivals like the United States and Australia, which produce 1.4 times more grain than they consume. Additionally, China's economic growth has created a large middle class, with more sophisticated food demands, such as meat and dairy, which are more resource-intensive. It needs to import from foreign sources to fulfill the demands of its population. It does not help that China has a relatively low amount of arable land at 0.21 acres per capita. Environmental damage from decades of communist mismanagement makes matters worse. 15.5% of China's groundwater is so polluted that it cannot be used in any setting, and widespread soil contamination has destroyed millions of acres of otherwise arable land, especially in the country's southern provinces. Meanwhile, over 1 million Chinese hogs were slaughtered to contain the spread of African swine fever, and domestic pork production fell by 21.3% in 2019. Meanwhile, pork imports from the United States increased by 258%. To make matters worse for Beijing, even though China is the world's largest producer and exporter of fish, it is also still the world's third largest fish importer, and Chinese fisheries have been stressed by overfishing. In 2013, the Chinese leadership acknowledged that the country would require moderate imports of food to meet its consumption needs. In this light, it is not surprising that China would want to increase its food security. Seizing the fisheries in the South China Sea is only the most obvious method of expansion of its food production capacity. Controlling the shipping that is so vital to its food supply is a no-brainer for Beijing. China also became the world's biggest energy consumer in 2010. In 2013, China became the world's largest net importer of crude oil, and its energy demands have only grown in the decade since. It must remain able to access the South China Sea's shipping lanes to ensure this energy supply. Bottom line, whoever controls the South China Sea also controls its resources and the economies of the nations that rely on the shipping that goes through its waters. It is therefore not surprising that China made moves to expand its influence in the region when its military became more capable. How has China justified these moves? Beijing cites historical reasons. Its modern claims on 90% of the South China Sea's waterways are based on the so-called 9-dash line map. The map originated in 1947 when, in the aftermath of World War II, a Chinese cartographer named Yang Huairen drew a map of 11 dashes, which extended from the waters east of Taiwan through the South China Sea almost to Malaysia and up the Vietnamese coastline all the way to the Gulf of Tonkin. This map was drawn under the nationalist government which ruled the then Republic of China. 2 years later, the Communist Party of China, led by Mao Zedong, overthrew the nationalists and took control of the Chinese mainland. Mao subsequently redrew the map to 9 dashes and abandoned the claim on the Gulf of Tonkin, but the basic scheme remained intact. China tries to justify the 9-dash line's legitimacy on historical grounds. It claims that it was the great power in the area and had run the waters before it suffered from unjust imperialism at the hands of the Western powers and Japan in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Records of Chinese control and development of the Spratly Islands in particular supposedly stretch back to the 2nd century BC. More concrete Chinese claims come from the Cairo and Potsdam declarations during and after World War II. These supposedly had China reclaiming sovereignty in the South China Sea's islands. The formal peace treaty with Japan in 1951 and the San Francisco Conference Statement in 1958 also had China reiterating that the South China Sea territory was its own. However, these claims were and are regarded as unfounded by the international community. The dispute in the South China Sea therefore gives credence to the realist theory of international relations, where self-interested states compete with one another in an anarchical environment. China's claim on the area are unrecognized, so it is asserting itself by force and daring anyone to try and stop its ambitions. After all, there is no policeman to call on in an international setting and no court of law with any real power beyond what states themselves give it, as we will soon see. The 11 and 9- line maps were of little consequence in the first few decades after they were drawn. China had suffered from nearly 150 years of invasion, civil war, and the famines and purges Mao imposed with the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution. China was therefore in no position to enforce the claims of its 9- line. However, Beijing indicated early on that it was willing to use force to back up its otherwise spurious claims. In 1974, China seized control of the Paracel Islands from the then existing country of South Vietnam, killing more than 70 South Vietnamese troops in the process. The following year, the Vietnam War ended, and the country reunified under the North's rule, and the North inherited the claim to the Paracels, which it disputes with China to this day. The Paracels are relatively close to the Hainan Island, which is officially recognized Chinese territory. But as China got economically and militarily stronger after Mao's death in 1976, it got bolder in enforcing its claims further afield. In 1988, China and Vietnam fought in the Spratlys, and Vietnam again got the worst of the engagement, suffering the loss of 60 sailors and 3 ships. China also fought with the Philippines in the Mischief Reef incident of 1996, where 3 ships from the Chinese Navy fought a 90-minute battle with a Filipino gunboat in the Spratly Islands. However, China's modern posture in the South China Sea dates to 2012, when it unilaterally seized control of the Scarborough Shoal, a territory in the Philippines' recognized exclusive economic zone. Standoffs and warning shots between China and the Philippines had occurred in 2011, but the situation escalated dramatically in April 2012. On the 8th, a Filipino Navy surveillance plane spotted 8 Chinese fishing boats in the Scarborough Shoal. On the 11th, the Filipino Navy had a standoff with China's Navy. China eventually won this contest when, on July 18th, it blocked Filipino ships and fishing boats from entering the Scarborough Shoals lagoon. It has effectively administered the area ever since. The Philippines took China to the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague in 2013, and in 2016, the court ruled in the former's favor, dismissing any claim that China had over the territory in the South China Sea and invalidating the 9- line entirely. Did this stop China from advancing its claims in the area? You know the answer to that. Beijing's attitude was that the court made its ruling, good luck in enforcing it. China not only disregarded the international court's ruling, but it accelerated its plans to dominate the South China Sea. From 2013 to 15, it began building artificial islands in its positions in the Spratly Islands. It soon began militarizing these areas. In March 2022, US Indo-Pacific Commander Admiral John C. Aquilino announced that China had fully militarized at least 3 of the islands it had built several years earlier. These islands were Fiery Cross Reef, Mischief Reef, and Subi Reef. The new fortresses boasted airfields with fighter jets and which were even capable of hosting bombers. The islands also housed anti-ship and anti-aircraft missile systems. Laser and jamming equipment were also features in these islands. The military buildup came partially in response to the United States Freedom of Navigation Operations (FONOPs) in the area. These operations and China's response to them pose one of the biggest risks for war. In 2022, Aquilino was in the thick of the action. He spoke with the Associated Press reporters on a US Navy reconnaissance plane, a P-8A Poseidon. that flew close to the Chinese island fortresses. Chinese military personnel contacted the plane and warned it to leave. China has sovereignty over the Spratly Islands, as well as surrounding maritime areas. Stay away immediately to avoid misjudgment. The American pilot responded like so: I am a sovereign, immune United States naval aircraft conducting lawful military activities beyond the national airspace of any coastal state. Exercising these rights is guaranteed by international law, and I am operating with due regard to the rights and duties of all states. The implication was obvious. China claims that the islands it built are its territory and that it has the right to defend them. The United States says that they are not, and proceed under the assumption that they are not. Maintaining freedom of trade and navigation on the world's waterways has long been one of the United States military's primary missions. To maintain freedom of navigation in the South China Sea and deter China from growing even more aggressive there, the United States has conducted its FONOPs since 2015. These operations can take one of two forms. In the first form, they may simply be transit exercises. In the second, they may be explicit military exercises. The United States does not notify or seek China's approval when it conducts these operations within its supposed 9-line territory. In other words, the FONOPs are a direct challenge to China's claimed sovereignty in the South China Sea, showing that the United States regards these claims as nothing more than illegitimate bluster on the part of Beijing. This is a game of brinksmanship. Who will blink first? So far, it's been China, but there is no guarantee that that will continue forever. In its first FONOP on October 27, 2015, the destroyer USS Lassen came within 12 nautical miles of features in the Spratly Islands claimed by China, Vietnam, Taiwan, and the Philippines. Although the FONOP was technically designed to counter all of these expansive territorial claims, everybody understood who the real recipient of the message was supposed to be. Similar operations have taken place since then, and they have increased as the years have gone by. The Chinese Navy soon challenged America's FONOPs, and there have been numerous close calls. In 2018, there was a near collision between a US Navy destroyer and a Chinese warship when the latter tried to block the American vessel's path. This close call was avoided, but Chinese naval ships have become more aggressive in tailing and disputing the US Navy as it sails past what they claim are Chinese territorial waters and islands. The risk for escalation increases when one considers that ship captains have a relatively high degree of autonomy. For example, equipment failure might make a captain feel like his vessel is under threat. Faulty communications, equipment, or radars could present an incomplete picture of events, giving the ship's captain what he believes are limited options to protect the vessel and its crew. In such confusion, human nature tends to default to assuming the worst. There is precedent for a close call between the US and Chinese armed forces. In April 2001, an American reconnaissance plane collided with a Chinese fighter and was forced to make an emergency landing on Hainan Island. China detained the plane's crew for 11 days as Washington and Beijing blamed each other for the incident and disagreed over the terms of a resolution. Both sides tried to be accommodating, and the incident was resolved without too much controversy in the end, to the point that it's nearly forgotten today. If a similar incident occurred now, the story could be very different. Understandably, this prospect makes military and foreign policy experts nervous. Some have called for an end to the US military's FONOPs in the South China Sea, arguing that they have failed and that the risks exceed the benefits. They argue that the cost of upholding international norms through military means has increased to a level that is too high, and that the American public would not be willing to pay. Instead, these experts argue that the United States should use economic leverage to force China to change its behavior. There is recent precedent for this. In 2020, the United States Commerce Department sanctioned 24 Chinese companies for their behavior in the South China Sea, prohibiting the sale of certain exported goods. The State Department joined in the effort and announced that individuals in those companies would also be prohibited from obtaining visas to enter the United States. However, there are severe limits to this approach. Most of the companies in question did not source any of their materials from the United States, and the visa restrictions are altogether toothless. It's hard to conclude that completely ceding the military realm in the South China Sea to China's much less capable neighbors will encourage Beijing to alter its expansionist policy in the region. To add to these diplomatic and military tensions, there are also matters of national and cultural pride among the South China Sea's disputants. The 9-dash line has become a matter of national pride among the Chinese public over the last decade. To them, it is a sign that the period of humiliation, poverty, and revolution are over, and that China is at last retaking its rightful place at the hegemon of Asia. For China's neighbors, the issue is similarly sensitive. In the summer of 2023, Vietnam banned Barbie from its movie theaters over a scene with a map in the background that supposedly depicted China's 9-dash line. Vietnam and the Philippines banned the movie Uncharted in 2022 for the same reason. Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia banned the 2019 movie Abominable, again for the same reason. For these countries, which also claim the South China Sea but do not have the military means to back up their assertions, sensitivity about their disadvantage is naturally elevated. With national pride on the line, there are additional emotional stakes in the South China Sea conflict. The United States, which is approaching the dispute from strategic and economic perspectives, will need to take such cultural considerations into account as it makes its policy there to counter China's hegemonic ambitions. The United States is keen to make alliances with other countries in the area to prevent China from taking control of the South China Sea's shipping lanes. This strategy began with the reinvigoration of the quadrilateral security dialogue during the Trump years. The United States and its Quad partners, Australia, Japan, and India, committed to maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific. China has repeatedly protested the Quad and considers it a threat. Meanwhile, the United States has renewed its long-standing military ties with the Philippines and is building new army, air, and naval bases in that country. This is bad news for China, which was hoping to court the Philippines into its orbit. Despite the bitter South China Sea dispute, Rodrigo Duterte, who was president of the Philippines from 2016 to 22, maintained a friendlier policy toward China, in hopes of making his country less dependent on the United States. His successor, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., has reversed this policy and allowed the US military a greater presence in the Philippines. The United States has also been steadily improving its bilateral relations with Vietnam. Although there are no formal military ties between the two countries yet, that could change in the future as China continues to get more aggressive with its claims in the area. The United States has not taken the side of the Philippines, Taiwan, Malaysia, Vietnam, or any other power in the area with excessive maritime claims. Indeed, it does not support any of these and seeks to maintain freedom of navigation in the area. However, none of these countries have the ability to shut such navigation down. China does, and containing its ambitions in the South China Sea is the common interest that they all share. In possibly the most famous part of his History of the Peloponnesian War, the Melian Dialogue, the Athenians told the city of Melos that they had two choices: submit or suffer the consequences. In contrast to the Melians' talk about what would amount to international law today, the Athenians responded only that they had an interest in Melos and would be acting accordingly. The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must. We have seen this ancient dynamic in play in the South China Sea, with China acting in a similar manner. With China unlikely to change its behavior anytime soon, and with the economic, geostrategic, and cultural stakes involved, it's far from a stretch to think that war could break out in this region. Perhaps an American FONOP goes very wrong, or perhaps China uses its bases in the region to launch a much greater offensive in disputed territories. However it happens, the consequences would be catastrophic, and an accident here is much more likely than an accident over Taiwan. But what do you think about the South China Sea dispute? Is it the place where World War III is likeliest to break out? Is there a way to resolve the matter peacefully? Don't forget to let us know in the comments. Hit the like button and subscribe for more military analysis from military experts. If you go ahead and spin the proverbial wheel of global worry today, there's a good chance you'll land on the words China and World War III. Unfortunately, there are several reasons for that, and they all lead to the question no one wants to think about. Is China getting ready for World War III? It's true that nowadays you can't go far without someone talking about the perils of Taiwanese reunification, artificial Chinese islands, Cold War 2.0, or the specifications of the latest hypersonic missile. Add to that the increasing frequency of Chinese incursions into Taiwanese airspace, Japan's recent decision to purchase hundreds of new weapons for its own defense, like these American-made Tomahawk missiles, and closer military cooperation between the US and Australia, and we are starting to see the signs of another global conflict on the horizon, one that is likely to begin somewhere in the Indo-Pacific. It all adds up to another doomsday scenario waiting in the wings, and some believe it could take place as early as 2024. Does China have a World War III plan in place, and if so, what does it look like? China's rise over the past few decades seems to indicate that the worrisome and likely answer to the first question is yes, and here's why. Tensions between China and the West have not been this high in a long time. Rewind several decades, and many experts would have laughed at you if you claimed you were a time traveler from the future and China posed a serious geopolitical threat to the international order. That's because the 1990s were a strange time, and not just because of the oversized jeans and kids' obsession with green slime. It was a period of untempered Western optimism. Yep, you heard that right, optimism. From our pessimism-soaked vantage point today, the geopolitical arc of that decade was almost unicorn-like, a surreal period of national unity, hope, and security, with the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers. But for a while, things seemed, well, good. Emerging victorious from its 45-year ideological standoff with the Soviet Union, for a brief unipolar moment in time, the United States enjoyed unmatched power and prestige on the global stage. There were no more near-peer threats. While terrorists and revolutionaries conspired at the peripheries of power, America's military and its coalition partners, equipped to the eyeballs with the latest technology and fresh off their rollicking victory in the Persian Gulf, bought into the idea that democracy was spreading and would continue to do so with assistance and persistence around the globe. It was in this geopolitical climate that things really started to change for China, not that many Western observers really noticed. Between 1949 and 1971, it had existed behind the Bamboo Curtain, a totalitarian dictatorship under the authoritarian communist revolutionary Mao Zedong. Things changed when the United States sought rapprochement with China in the 1970s, thereafter reopening diplomatic relations and turning China into a willing Cold War partner through strengthening economic relationships and a degree of exposure to the West it had not enjoyed since World War II. China started modernizing. A lot. Americans profited, China grew. As China grew, Americans hoped the exposure to Western values and ideas would liberalize and democratize China. There were social and cultural reforms amid the modernization, yes, but not many. China's benign growth lulled the West into a false sense of security. Some pundits argue that it was in the 1990s, the heyday of American optimism, that China started really playing the long game, hatching a secret 50-year plan to achieve the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation after a century of downturns. Entangling its economy with the United States, it grew fast enough to convince the West it deserved a place in the World Trade Organization, the WTO, something it achieved by the early 2000s. Yes, we will play by the rules of international order, Chinese leaders proclaimed, with enough zeal to make their Western partners proud. It was around then its economy started booming, growing almost 10% every year for the next 2 decades. Between 1980 and 2000, its GDP quadrupled. Starting at under $90 billion in 1980, it now hovers around $13 trillion, the fastest growing increase in human history. Hundreds of millions of Chinese residents were lifted out of poverty as the country's economic potential skyrocketed. As globalization continued and China received hundreds of billions of dollars of global investment, it established a trade footprint to rival much of the rest of the world, providing cheap labor that built most of the products now adorning your home, while becoming competitive in cutting-edge cyber, space, and technology sectors. It has long since become East Asia's economic titan par excellence. It thrived under the auspices of global capitalism. It took on some of the trappings of the West, especially in its business and trade practices, but it never really democratized. To this day, it maintains its communist, centralized authoritarian regime under the singular vision of its latest ruler, Xi Jinping. And Xi has a vision, all right. Having covertly flourished under the umbrella of American power for several decades, China is now preparing the next phase of its grand strategy to catapult itself into the realm of peerless global hegemon, one that can impose itself in its Indo-Pacific neighborhood at will while projecting enough global influence to shape the rules-based international order in its own image. It's taken them 14 5-year plans to get to that point, but they've finally arrived. Now China wants to build a community of common destiny, essentially a nice way of saying it wants to coercively achieve what it views the US doing all over the world, leading international organizations, becoming a political and economic model for developing countries, being able to project world-class military power all across the globe, all while leveraging its trade relationships, allies, and partners to achieve its interests, aka replace the United States as the world's leading state. They chose 2049 for the date to achieve all of this, the centenary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, PRC, but each successive milestone for modernization has amped up the tension between China and the West. National security insiders have been sounding alarm bells for a decade now, but only recently have things started to get real. Over the past 3 decades, China has spent its way to military might. In 2019, it was spending more than South Korea, Japan, India, Russia, and Taiwan combined, accounting for over half of Asian GDP and half of all Asian military expenditures. China didn't have to just outspend their competition, however. Over the past decade, a growing number of Western defense officials have started kicking themselves for not realizing the pitfalls of economic interdependence with China. It's been no secret that for decades, Chinese spies have been stealing valuable intellectual property, including US military secrets. Just look at their latest stealth fighter, the J-20. It's a surreal mashup of the latest stealth technology, the type you might get if an American F-22, F-35, and a Russian MiG-144 walked into a bar, had one too many, and started spilling their secrets within earshot of a Chinese spy. China has stolen immense amounts of data too. Some we unwittingly give them by opting in to use Chinese-owned platforms like TikTok, data that US officials claim gives them enough personal information to identify potential targets for intelligence collection and other subterfuge. Just like the West can and probably does, China uses this data to geolocate top national security targets, recruit spies, conduct massive remote cyber attacks, and steal military and technology secrets. The issue isn't just that China has shiny new advanced submarines, missiles, aircrafts, drones, and other toys to play with. It is that it's now looking like it has the logistics, infrastructure, and know-how to use them effectively. And that's something we need to explore further. As we all know, nation-states can't just fling military power around the globe willy-nilly. You have to have the national industrial base to build up your power, the domestic support to use it, the transport infrastructure to move it, agreements in place to base it, and an effective doctrine and strategy to employ it. It took the United States 4 years of total war and victory in 2 theaters to emerge as a bona fide global superpower after World War II. Were it not for the destabilization in the aftermath of that war and the exigencies of the Cold War that followed it, it would not have many of the military basing agreements or the alliances and partnerships it now enjoys around the world today. Many of those relationships and the infrastructure sustaining them took decades, even generations, to build. And today, that is something we often take for granted. But not China. They know the price of obscurity and the difficulty of restoring national power and prestige back to superpower levels. Their long-term strategy, in part, is to achieve the same degree of global agency that the United States enjoys. It too wants bases for its military all over the world, flourishing economic relationships, and safe trade routes for its commercial fleet. Without a world war to create the conditions for its rise to power, China has had to engineer its rise artificially, partially through guile and subterfuge, partially using state-sponsored initiatives that scream, "We are trying to go global, and we will make it happen whether you like it or not." One of China's global projects that stands out from the rest in terms of ambition, scale, and significance, the One Belt Road Initiative, or Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. Much like the ancient Silk Road that connected Chinese traders and goods with rich foreign markets, the BRI strives to achieve the same degree of global influence for China in the modern era. To understand China, you have to grapple with the BRI. Many analysts view the project as China's answer to the Marshall Plan, a post-World War II economic assistance package that sought to revitalize war-torn Europe. Unlike the Marshall Plan, the BRI is extended to any willing economic partner. Formal agreements between China, the host nation, to build economic and political ties generally precede a litany of Chinese investment, funding, infrastructure projects, tech collaboration, and more. In the process, China gets access to ports and airfields, markets for state-owned companies, safeguards for international trade, and international influence. For years, the BRI has been the litmus test for global Chinese power projection. The Belt connects China with Europe and the other dozen nations on its borders via a series of overland trade routes, while the road refers to its maritime interests, fueling stations, ports, industry, infrastructure scattered throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. A great example of periphery diplomacy, BRI projects can now be found from the Himalayas to the Horn of Africa and Mediterranean basin. It has funded infrastructure deals in Malaysia, gas pipelines and railroads in Nigeria, Egypt, Ethiopia, and Kenya, maintains port operations in Greece, projects in Sri Lanka, and has other projects in the works. The West has viewed the BRI warily. Some criticize China's debt trap diplomacy, a tactic of luring economically vulnerable states into taking out Chinese loans and then jacking up the rates to unpayable levels as a form of coercion over the government in question. Others fear China's growing telecommunications and economic influence over Europe and the global South, but there still hasn't been a really unified response, and China continues to shovel money into its initiative, with another $124 billion pledged in 2016. 2017. One of the big warning signs came that same year, when China decided to establish a hub in Djibouti, a developing nation strategically located in the Gulf of Aden on the Horn of Africa. China had essentially said it would never open an official military base there, and then they did, calling it a logistics facility, even though PLA Navy Marines and other forces regularly mull about with armored vehicles and artillery. It is considering similar projects in Cambodia, Myanmar, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, United Arab Emirates, Kenya, Seychelles, Tanzania, Angola, and Tajikistan, evidence of China's expanding military footprint around the globe. These military bases hold great potential for regional destabilization. Such developments are a warning that countries can become unwitting partners to PRC military expansion by giving China access to airfields and ports it would otherwise lack. A global footprint, therefore, is a prerequisite for China's national rejuvenation and has certainly empowered its actions at home. Maritime disputes in the waters around China are so common they've almost become normalized. These waters in the South China Sea are heavily trafficked, including some of the richest shipping lanes in the world. Xi Jinping made a promise not to militarize certain islands China artificially built in the South China Sea. Now the Parcel and Spratly Islands are militarized and can be used to intimidate and coerce coastal states throughout the region. The bullying continues in the East China Sea as Chinese merchant vessels regularly dominate lucrative shipping lanes. Coast Guard, military, and commercial ships deprive foreign fishermen of access to resources, and policymakers make ambitious maritime claims that are frequently rejected as lacking basis in international law. For the record, territorial waters are considered up to 12 nautical miles off a country's coastline, a fact China ignores. China wants to monopolize the natural gas, oil, and hydrocarbon reserves it feels it has a claim to, even hundreds of miles away. A lot of the tension arises near the Senkaku Islands, a group of uninhabited islands that in 1971 reverted back to Japanese administrative control under the Okinawa Reversion Agreement. Over these seas, China has set out to create air defense identification zones, increasing its operational reach even further. Taken together, China's economic and cultural influence combined with its renewed military strength add up into a scary equation for Beijing's neighbors. There have also been regular border conflicts on the China-India frontier since a PRC instigated clash in 2020 left dozens dead. India claims China has the onus to withdraw. They haven't. South Korea is worried about North Korea, China's only major Asian ally, doing something stupid. Even Japan, those guys who were so committed to pacifism after World War II that they called their military a self-defense force, are now so alarmed they're arming themselves with hundreds of Tomahawk missiles, writing counter-strike capabilities into their fighting doctrine, and conducting joint military exercises with American and Australian forces, an image that surely would have made our grandparents both proud and perplexed. And nobody should be more scared than Taiwan. The small independent island nation will almost undoubtedly be ground zero in any World War III scenario with China. Here's why. China is bent on reuniting Taiwan with mainland China. The spat goes back to World War II, when nationalist rebels fled to the island and created a vibrant democratic society, one China refuses to acknowledge or respect. Ever since, China has wanted Taiwan back more than a prepubescent teen who accidentally traded their holographic first edition Charizard for a bag of potato chips. And this is a problem, since the United States has all but formally pledged to intervene and protect Taiwan in the event China decides to invade. And boy, has it probably thought about it. In August 2022, the China State Council produced a white paper whose table of contents made China's position on the issue explicitly clear. Chapter 1. Taiwan is part of China. This is an indisputable fact. Chapter 2. Resolute efforts of the CCP to realize China's complete reunification. Chapter 3. China's complete reunification is a process that cannot be halted. Chapter 4. National reunification in a new era. Chapter 5. Bright prospects for a peaceful reunification. It's okay, you can tell us how you really feel, Beijing. We are one China, the paper alleges, and Taiwan is part of China. This is an indisputable fact supported by history and the law. Taiwan has never been a state. Its status as part of China is unalterable. The CPC is committed to the historic mission of resolving the Taiwan question and realizing China's complete reunification. So China is overwhelmingly focused on reunifying Taiwan. They say they won't use force. Where have we heard that before? Authoritarian leader claims he won't use force to reunify territory he believes is rightfully his. But hey, this type of tension has been brewing since the 1996 Taiwan Strait crisis, when the PRC had a showdown with an American carrier group after conducting a bunch of missile tests in the Taiwan Strait. The outcome of the Taiwan issue has real global bearings. Taiwan is the epicenter of the global semiconductor industry. What's a semiconductor, you say? Anything that has an electronic chip. Your phone, your computer, your wireless modem, your electronic toys, your average ballistic missile, medical instruments, televisions, cutting-edge satellites, they all rely on semiconductors for computing. It is a $556 billion industry, one that for better or for worse hinges on the whims of a Taiwan-China-US love triangle. You see, the US sells 46% of global semiconductors, but only manufactures 12% of them. China consumes the most, importing $378 billion worth and putting what it buys into 35% of the world's devices. And Taiwan, as you might expect, has 53% of the global semiconductor market share and produces 90% of the world's most advanced ones you might see in cars, smartphones, and military tech. That's a serious share of the market. Interdependence is a problem. The US is now trying to decouple itself from the Taipei-Beijing chip drama and become self-sufficient. But Taiwan's predominance on the global chip market is one reason Beijing literally cannot afford to let Taiwan continue to independently exist. It needs to set the terms of trade in the region, not Taiwan and other Western-facing nations. Otherwise, it will always be seen as a second-rate power. What does this all amount to? Well, this situation has produced the worst security crisis in the Taiwan Strait in 20 years. China means business. As Taiwan becomes more eager to carve out its independence from the mainland, China views its very sovereign existence as an existential threat. China worries about being hamstrung behind the First Island chain, a series of nations that includes the Philippines, Borneo, Japan, and the Ryukyu Islands, that it fears can contain and limit its ability to project power beyond its shores. Taiwan is at the heart of this island chain, a cornerstone of Western power in the region, one that perpetually transmits dangerously subversive messages of Western-backed prosperity while it remains independent. With Taiwan under America's orbit, it is a thorn in Xi's side. With a reunified Taiwan, China gains the ability to break the First Island chain and wield influence deep into the Pacific. Predictably, China is throwing caution to the wind regarding Taiwan's territorial sovereignty, violating Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, ADIZ, and the median line dividing the Taiwan Strait, once considered as an invisible barrier between the two entities with frightful regularity. Between 1954 and 2020, there were only 4 Chinese violations of these internationally recognized demarcations. In 2020 alone, there were 380. There were more than double that number the following year with 969 incursions. The biggest came on October 4th, 2021, a day that saw 56 aircraft enter Taiwan's air defense zone, unironically coinciding with China's National Day of celebration. By May of this year, there had been a 50% increase in the number of incursions over the same span in 2021. Partially to send a supportive signal in response, the US conducted a series of high-profile political visits to the island. China didn't buy it. To them, the visits were needlessly escalatory. They responded with more overflights, setting a new record for monthly sorties. Since the summer, the PLA Air Force, PLAF, has flown over 1,000 sorties near Taiwan, 40% of them in the ADIZ or over the median line. Today, it is coming into Taiwanese airspace on a near-daily basis, ramping up its intimidation efforts around Taiwan in other ways too, from anti-submarine warfare, drone reconnaissance, and cyber attacks to the growth of its naval and missile presence in the region. China's end goal is clear. Taiwan has voiced alarm and concern over the near-constant encirclement drills, labeling them as escalatory, equivalent of a sea and air blockade of the island. If these are, in fact, dress rehearsals for a full-scale invasion, China will continue to ramp up the pressure as the time goes on. The on-ramp to war, then, is there, and it's volatile. Some pundits compare the existing slate of geopolitical relationships in the Indo-Pacific to the entangled alliance systems in Europe on the eve of World War I. This is, at least, a line of reasoning. Hal Brands, a prominent political scientist at Johns Hopkins University, has espoused comparing Japanese, Australian, and American collaboration as a latter-day triple entente, the pre-World War coalition that sought to contain Imperial Germany in the Western Pacific. It didn't take much for the World War I powder keg to erupt in the Balkans, fueling a chain reaction that resulted in the First World War. If history is any guide, it won't take much to escalate a regional clash in the Indo-Pacific into a global war either. It is here in Asia's maritime heartland where all the ingredients of a global cataclysm are conspiring against the post-Cold War period of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. One analyst observed, it's also here where the naked edge of China's hegemonic ambitions are on full display, with dire consequences for smaller neighbors and the broader liberal international order. Here lies the defining geopolitical dilemma of our times. Well put. So how are the major players gearing up to play their part? We've already talked about China, at least their geopolitical maneuvering. Militarily, they've been following the same path, modernizing at an impressive rate to add bite to their bark as they pursue their strategy of recasting the global governance system in its own image. Its to-do list has, so far, taken a page right out of America's playbook. China has adopted the model that made America powerful, first building a moderately prosperous society in all respects, then using that as a foundation to build a truly competitive, world-class military. The fusion of civil-military power is deliberate. Industrial developments in quantum computing, AI, robotics, and biotechnology not only help China become competitive in the civilian sphere, these technologies can be appropriated to help the Chinese network their military forces. And make no mistake, this is something it is eagerly doing. To create a state-of-the-art air force, it has set a goal to fully network its combined and joint chains of command by 2027. Advancing dual-use technologies, ones that can benefit civilian and military infrastructure alike, will enable rapid information exchange between its army, navy, air, rocket, and yes, even space forces. Easily setting the Chinese military apart from anything America's nearest peer, the Russians have been able to achieve in Ukraine if they succeed. For a while now, the CCP has portrayed a West in relative decline. This narrative fuels Beijing's hopes it can supplant the United States as the preeminent global superpower. And to be fair, things in the United States haven't been all that peachy over the past decade or so. Race riots, populism, rampant misinformation and fake news, capital uprisings, COVID, political polarization, mistrust, and fear have exposed internal fractures and brought American democracy to its weakest point in generations. But America has been gearing up for its marathon clash against China for years now, in the hopes that if things did spill over into a full-scale war, it would be ready. American leaders, regardless of political party, are now mostly unified on this. They know the coming struggle will be ideological and cultural as much as it will be an in-and-out technological, economic, and military competition. Still, it wasn't really until 2018 that the United States officially changed its strategic posture to address China's rise. At the tail end of 2 fruitless decades in the Middle East, its national strategy shifted to recognize China, not terrorists or Russia, as the main peer adversary. This year, the Biden administration updated its national security strategy but did not depart from the rhetoric or strategic competition that pervaded earlier iterations. American strategy emphasizes this as the decisive decade, to get ahead and win the competition for the 21st century. Some people criticize American strategy for reviving antiquated Cold War mentalities, painting over Soviet tropes with Chinese skins in another zero-sum adversarial competition that could needlessly escalate into war. Vastly different political systems aside, there are more similarities than differences between China and the United States than there were between the US and the Soviet Union, especially in the realm of economics. The two competing powers are not mutually exclusive, but disagreements and mistrust are common enough destabilizers that many fear the status quo can't be maintained for long. China is aware that it still cannot compete with the United States in many areas. The United States Navy, for instance, though technically smaller than the Chinese Navy, continues to patrol strategic waterways in the Indo-Pacific, ensuring vital sea lanes remain open for free and flourishing international trade. American carrier groups have bases throughout the first island chain. American submarines and aircraft tend to be more robust, possessing longer range and better stealth technology than their Chinese counterparts. Chinese jet engines are not as advanced as American ones. Its military suffers quality control issues with its imbalanced admixture of antiquated and modern military systems and vehicles. Its logistics and transport capabilities lag far behind their globe-trotting American adversary. And above all, the Chinese lack concrete fighting experience, having fought and lost their last major operation in Vietnam in 1979. Experience the United States coming off its own unfortunate Middle Eastern odyssey nevertheless has in spades. But the PLA's military strategy is catered to overcome these shortcomings. In a World War III scenario, especially one involving Taiwan, the United States, its allies and partners, namely Japan, South Korea, Singapore, the Philippines, and possibly India, would have to operate in China's neck of the woods at the tail end of an incredibly long logistics network. The United States' geographic location makes it reliant on small overseas bases, refueling tankers, transport vehicles, and carriers to convey and sustain its units abroad. While China continues modernizing its forces and develops its own expeditionary capabilities, it has developed an anti-access area denial (A2AD) strategy to keep America and its allies at bay in the Indo-Pacific. The strategy has seen China prioritize the construction of a bristling array of ground-based missiles, naval assets, and aircraft equipped with the latest air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles that can outrange their American counterparts, and thus discourage them from intervening in a regional conflict. This active defense strategy will make American intervention in Taiwan both risky and potentially deadly. Is all of this really leading to a future world war? Most security experts will be the first to tell you that the war against China is anything but inevitable. If both powers can learn to manage their competitive relationship, they can peacefully coexist despite their adversarial posture. But wars can ignite from inauspicious sources. As Peter Warren Singer, a strategist and senior fellow at a think tank called New America and award-winning author, has written, in the coming decades, a war might ignite accidentally, such as by 2 opposing warships trading paint near a reef not even marked on a nautical chart, or it could slow burn burn and erupt as a reordering of the global system in the late 2020s, a period at which China's military buildup is on pace to match the US. Singer has spent a lot of time thinking about the type of war we might expect in the Pacific. The war, he argues, will be a multi-domain conflict, meaning it will transpire in the traditional domains of air, sea, and land, as well as futuristic domains like space, the lifeblood of modern military communications, and cyber, where digital military systems and civilian infrastructure may be prone to attack. The United States has not waged a multi-domain war against a peer adversary since 1945, and so many of the lessons it learned in Iraq and Afghanistan may not be as relevant to a war with China. Likewise, America's traditional approach to wars has been to overmatch its enemies, relying on military technology at least one generation ahead to produce qualitative advantages on the battlefield. US forces can't count on overmatch in the future, Singer argues, since much of America's intellectual property has been stolen outright by Chinese spies, while its R&D has been accelerating its experimentation with space, drone, hypersonic, and cyber technologies. Still, experimentation is not the same as full-scale acquisition and implementation. China's two biggest vulnerabilities are historically significant, that it is reliant on imported semiconductors and microchips, things it cannot produce itself, and second, that it is heavily reliant on imported oil. The situation is not unlike Japan's in the early 20th century, a rapidly modernizing imperial power with a plucky navy totally reliant on oil imports to sustain itself. As it started to expand into China and the Pacific, seeking access to raw resources, the United States embarked the export of oil and other military goods. Pearl Harbor, the start of the last war for the United States fought in the Pacific, came in part because Japanese leaders viewed the war with the United States as inevitable. It needed an independent oil supply, something it would seek in the oil-rich Dutch East Indies, and it knew if it attacked, the US would come knocking, so it needed to prevent its own geopolitical encirclement by striking a knockout blow on the American fleet, then stationed at Pearl Harbor. It had a narrow window, given its limited oil reserves at home, and so they attacked. Some say another Pearl Harbor is brewing, this time with Taiwan at the epicenter. Reunifying the island by force will give China access to the semiconductors it needs, but it would have to ensure that the United States could not meaningfully intervene. Toshi Yoshihara, a China expert who works at the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessment, has warned that the PLA's views on a Pacific conflict are consistent with Pearl Harbor, and that they are predisposed to delivering a decisive first blow against US deployed forces in the Western Pacific, particularly those in Japan. Chinese doctrine indeed emphasizes surprise at the outset of war, all part of a counter-intervention strategy to keep the Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, Nanjing, Guangzhou, Shenzhen corridor open. Its precision strike arsenal, primarily made up of DF-21C missiles, are capable of hitting any target on the entire Japanese archipelago, while its DF-26 missiles can fire conventional and nuclear warheads almost 4,000 kilometers, far enough to strike the strategic US base at Guam. In all likelihood, if it were to spring an amphibious invasion of Taiwan, China's tactic would be to saturate America's roving carrier groups and their escorts with waves of ballistic anti-ship missiles, overcome their defenses, and send billions of dollars of valuable equipment to the bottom of the ocean before it can be brought to bear. This would help overcome the early gulf in military shipping, aircraft, and tonnage between the two sides. They would then target vulnerable American sensor aircraft, refueling tankers, and cargo ships to curtail America's ability to get close to Chinese territory. The United States has far more battle force missiles than the Chinese, meaning the total number of missiles capable of being fired in combat before resupply, but the Chinese do have enough to saturate and destroy 3 American carrier groups simultaneously, potentially turning the American naval forces in the Pacific into a moot point before a war begins. There is even evidence that they have been practicing such preemptive strikes in the Gobi Desert in western China. Such a move might be good in the short term, but short-term tactical victories do not win wars. China would then have to contend with the galvanization of American morale, the mobilization of its entire economy for war, and the possibility of intervention from many of its regional and global partners, one of whom is Japan, the world's 3rd largest economy with a powerful navy of its own. If China went to war, it would be anything but subtle. For an operation that big in the 21st century, it's almost impossible to achieve the element of surprise. Observers would see a flurry of activity in China's eastern and southern theater commands opposite Taiwan for weeks and even months prior to invasion. Ports of embarkation, airfields, field hospitals, and mobile command posts buzzing, units deploying with oil and gas pipelines, transport ships loading, commercial ships looking to provoke and escalate. The forces far from Taiwan would be placed on high alert. National mobilization efforts would increase, and the military would begin commandeering civilian vessels, ferries, aircrafts, trucks, and trains. China would have to surge its production of ballistic long-range missiles and cruise missiles for a massive anti-air, anti-ship, air-to-air, and beach bombardment. It would need to achieve a degree of economic self-sufficiency in anticipation for the sanctions that would undoubtedly be implemented. It would be a lot like what we saw in Ukraine with Russian forces massing on the border, not unlike a classic game of Risk. You mass on your enemy's border, you claim you come in peace, you are only there to defend yourself, you claim. Meanwhile, battle plans are circulating and you are one move away from starting World War III. What's next? Unlike the Japanese at Pearl Harbor, who failed to authorize a third strike to neutralize the American carrier and submarine fleet, the Chinese would have to find a way to continually pressure the Americans in the Pacific to deter further intervention, making it so prohibitively costly its morale and will to assist Taiwan would crumble. An invasion of Taiwan would be tantamount to Germany's invasion of the Rhineland in 1936. Unless the West is willing to stand up and deter Chinese aggression from the start, an invasion could spark emergency rearmament programs, mass mobilization, and quickly escalate into a global war. Xi and the CCP are no fools, however. They know it would be a Rubicon moment if they were to invade Taiwan, something they could never walk back from. They will have been watching Putin's adventure in Ukraine with great interest, observing firsthand how aggressive regional land grabs can spiral into an out-and-out, no-holds-barred contest against deceptively capable nations with Western backing. They know if they act, they will immediately forfeit their national image abroad and become international pariahs. In the end, China will have to figure out what ultimate victory would look like, and if it will be worth the price of an all-out war. The ball is already in their court. Reunifying Taiwan by force is a massive obstacle. Overturning an entire global order is even harder by an order of magnitude. Could China do it? Is war really inevitable? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more military analysis from military experts. In recent years, nuclear threats, cyber risks, psychological warfare, and a military buildup suggest a potential conflict between China and the US. A major attack could lead to a prolonged struggle, with China's military advancements complicating US operations near its mainland. What would happen if the United States was attacked by China? First, let's do a quick review of the relationship between the United States and China, in order to see what factors are at play here. Throughout this brief history, there will also be highlights of the type of warfare that China has conducted in the past, thus alluding to the weapons and power they currently have at their disposal. Although allies against Germany, Italy, and Japan in World War II, these superpowers clashed soon after over political ideologies, communism, and democracy. This escalation culminated in the Korean War. Korea now separated between North and South, though traditionally East and West. The communist-backed North Korea, backed by a Chinese-Soviet alliance, squaring off against the American-backed South. These alliances are similar to the geopolitical landscape we see today. A different war than the previous world wars, the Korean War had offshoots like the Taiwan Strait crisis, a civil battle between the Communist People's Republic of China and the more capitalist Republic of China. President Truman initially took a neutral stance. Commenting about the Taiwanese island of Formosa in January of 1950, the United States has no desire to obtain special rights or privileges, or to establish military bases on Formosa at this time, nor does it have any intention of utilizing its armed forces to interfere in the present situation. The United States government will not pursue a course which will lead to involvement in the civil conflict in China. However, he took a quick about-face that same June, sending the US Naval 7th Fleet in an act of prevention, stating, "Communism has now passed beyond the use of subversion to conquer independent nations and will now use armed invasion and war." This would be a continued trend by the Chinese government to stay out of the United Nations dictates and attempt to stronghold territories into their power. 20 years later, President Jimmy Carter sought to establish diplomatic relations with China, thus highlighting a continuous pendulum of peace and war between the two growing countries. From here on out, the US recognized the People's Republic of China and shifted their center of recognition from Taipei to Beijing, Carter saying, "The government of the United States of America acknowledges the Chinese position that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China." This comment would live on to today, bolstering the One China policy. Yet despite American support of the policy, Taiwan remains vocally separate, and certain American actions throughout can be seen in support of these claims also, thus subverting the policy. For instance, Carter's Taiwan Relations Act enabled the American people and the people on Taiwan to maintain commercial, cultural, and other relations without official government representation and without diplomatic relations, thus creating a somewhat sovereign nation economically even if not nationally. American attempts at diplomacy continued under President Ronald Reagan, who granted Taiwan the Six Assurances, which included commitments such as refraining from involvement in issues between the two Chinas. Yet Reagan also reaffirmed acknowledgement of the One China policy, an echo of Carter's statement and an internal effort for China to unify under one flag, particularly at a time when containment of the Soviet Union seemed necessary in order to curb its growth from getting out of control. Looking ahead to the late 2000s, we witnessed China's rise as an economic superpower, becoming the world's largest holder of US debt. Soon after, it claims the title of the world's second-largest economy, signaling a growing threat. Beginning in his election bid, the Trump administration took a confrontational stance, criticizing China's trade practices and accusing it of exploiting the US. In 2020, he said, "China's pattern of misconduct is well known. For decades, they have ripped off the United States like no one has ever done before. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year were lost dealing with China, especially over the years during the prior administration. China raided our factories, offshored our jobs, gutted our industries, stole our intellectual property, and violated their commitments under the World Trade Organization. To make matters worse, they are considered a developing nation getting all sorts of benefits that others, including the United States, are not entitled to." While commenting on his garnering of a trade war in 2018, a tense expression of economic warfare, which is typically played out between trade partners, utilizing targeted tariffs on each other's imports. The US-China trade war had far-reaching economic repercussions, causing trade disruptions and exacerbating tensions between the two nations, but this was just the beginning. In 2021, the Trump administration also accused China of genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, targeting Uyghur Muslims and other minority groups. This almost occurred simultaneously with widespread protests erupting in Hong Kong. But what further ignited the tinderbox was the COVID-19 pandemic, which seemed to overshadow these issues. The novel illness spread rapidly from the Wuhan province across the globe, leading to speculations of it being an act of warfare. However, since the laboratory is operated by both Chinese and Americans, the true cause remains disputed. Still, the pandemic era brought an end to the protests. Everyone called to retreat to their homes in an effort to contain the spread. The global focus shifted towards responding to the illness. Unrest and distrust amounted within the US, exacerbated by the response to the COVID-19 pandemic as well as the jungle of information for citizens to sort through. This contributed to the civil unrest and confusion surrounding the nature of the American relationship with China. The outbreak of hostilities between Russia and Ukraine further complicated the matter, with China's support for Russia and United States' overt support of Ukraine mirroring past conflicts. Concerns also arise regarding China's military activities in the South China Sea and its significant investments in cyber capabilities, methods of unconventional warfare which will be examined further in the video. These factors raise the possibility of a potential attack on the US, and war seemed, as it often does, on the brink. This historical overview has touched upon economic and potentially biological weapons, as well as land grabs from China, but there are other crucial aspects to consider. In recent years, nuclear threats, cybersecurity risks, psychological warfare, and a buildup of conventional warfare resources point to a pre-conflict posturing. A large-scale engagement spurred on by an attack could escalate into a protracted struggle, utilizing these different facets of warfare and sources of power. China has made significant advancements in military capabilities, particularly in areas that pose challenges to the US in conducting effective military operations near its mainland. The Chinese Communist Party has often been characterized as a bully, using various tactics to expand its influence. These tactics include acquiring significant portions of America's farmland, a country heavily dependent on China for its manufactured goods. Additionally, China has employed unconventional methods, such as constructing artificial islands in the South China Sea to disrupt shipping lanes and undermine regional stability for its own benefit. These predatory actions not only highlight China as a threat to the United States and global peace, but also demonstrate their determination and ingenuity in asserting themselves as the leading superpower. China's military modernization has increasingly challenged US defense capabilities in Asia. Although China still lags behind the United States in terms of overall military strength and operational skills, it has notably improved in the areas mentioned earlier. Furthermore, President Xi Jinping's commitment to making the People's Liberation Army a world-class military by 2035, combined with China's surpassing the United States as the world's largest navy in 2014, sends a clear signal that the competition is becoming more intense. US commanders expressed deep concerns about the relentless development of Chinese air defenses, which pose a significant threat to operational capabilities in or near Chinese airspace during a conflict. In 1996, a substantial number of China's 500-plus long-range surface-to-air missiles, SAM systems, were mere replicas of the outdated Russian SA-2 missile, limited to a range of approximately 35 kilometers. However, by 2010, China had boldly deployed around 200 launchers for their more advanced double-digit SAMs. These formidable missiles boast superior seekers and extended ranges of up to 200 kilometers. Coupled with highly capable fighter aircraft and the introduction of airborne warning and control system-equipped planes, the Chinese Integrated Air Defense System (IADS) has emerged as a formidable and unwavering obstacle. Nevertheless, US air forces have responded with unwavering determination, bolstering their penetration capabilities by incorporating cutting-edge stealth aircraft and new SEAD suppression of enemy air defenses aircraft. In recent years, both China and the United States have showcased hypersonic capabilities. Members of Congress have expressed their dissatisfaction with the perceived lack of progress by the Pentagon in developing and deploying new hypersonic weapons. In 2017, Russia became the first to deploy the Kinzhal, a hypersonic short-range ballistic missile, followed by the Avangard, a hypersonic boost glide vehicle, in 2019. China joined the race in 2020, with the deployment of the Dongfeng 17 DF-17 system, a road-mobile hypersonic boost glide system. What we are concerned about is falling behind in the development of new hypersonic weapon capabilities, said Senator Marsha Blackburn to Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall during a May 2022 hearing. Regarding their nuclear capabilities, the RAND Project Air Force Nuclear Scorecard assesses the stability of the bilateral nuclear relationship, focusing on crisis stability rather than one side's advantage. It evaluates both sides' ability to retaliate in the event of a first strike. When both sides possess a survivable second strike capability, the incentives for a first strike diminish, enhancing stability. Factors such as offensive weapons quantity, range, accuracy, and nuclear target details are considered. The threat of nuclear warfare is a significant concern in any conflict between two nuclear-armed powers like China and the United States. Both countries possess large arsenals of nuclear weapons, and the use of these weapons could lead to catastrophic consequences on a global scale. The potential for escalation to nuclear warfare adds a layer of complexity and danger to any conflict between these two nations. China has made significant advancements in both quantity and quality. Enhancements include road-mobile DF-31, CSS-9, and DF-31A ICBMs, as well as Type 094 Jin-class ballistic missile submarines, SSBNs, carrying JL-2 SLBMs. China is also developing next-generation road-mobile intercontinental ballistic missiles, ballistic submarines, and submarine-launched ballistic missiles. Furthermore, the potential for biochemical warfare cannot be ignored. A report with low confidence, published by the Energy Department in 2023, supports the speculation that the COVID-19 pandemic may have resulted from a lab leak in Wuhan. This facility openly engaged in various biological testing, involving both China and the United States. Given the extensive research programs in biology and chemistry of these two nations, the use of biological or chemical weapons could have devastating consequences for military and civilian populations alike. According to the World Health Organization, biological agents like anthrax, botulinum toxin, and plague pose a significant public health challenge, capable of causing widespread fatalities in a short period. These weapons consist of microorganisms, viruses, bacteria, or fungi, or toxic substances deliberately produced and released to induce disease and death in humans, animals, or plants. These unseen threats have the ability to spread rapidly and unknowingly, increasing their impact and reach. As witnessed during the response to COVID-19, travel and contact were severely restricted to prevent further spread and loss of life, thus revealing and stoking fear of contact which may pass on these biologics. The fact that these weapons can be transported through air, water, and various climates under the radar makes them an even more terrifying means of warfare. The consequences extend beyond immediate casualties, also creating opportunities for psychological operations to exploit the psyche of survivors in the aftermath. The complex nature of biochemical warfare and its potential impact on global security and stability underscores the need for heightened vigilance and cooperation between nations. International efforts to prevent the proliferation and use of biological and chemical weapons must be reinforced, accompanied by robust mechanisms for early detection, rapid response, and effective countermeasures. Psychological operations, commonly known as propaganda, encompass a wide range of tactics that can rapidly disseminate, much like biological warfare, but with the toxin being transported in thoughts and ideas. These operations aim to influence the perceptions, attitudes, and behaviors of both enemy decision-makers and the general population. In today's digital age, where information is consumed at an unprecedented rate and our lives are heavily intertwined with technology, we have become highly susceptible to these operations. The 2020 election and claims of fraud serve as prime examples of the challenges posed by an overwhelming amount of information and exacted interference, making it difficult to discern truth from opinion and fact from fiction. We can already observe unique applications of psychological operations, such as the contrasting treatment of the popular app TikTok in China and the United States. In China, TikTok is primarily presented as an educational platform with restricted access, particularly for children. On the other hand, in America, TikTok has been associated with the youth's struggle with depression and other mental illnesses, which have seen a significant rise during the COVID-19 pandemic. These operations encompass various tactics, including propaganda, disinformation campaigns, and strategies designed to undermine the morale and cohesion of adversaries. In recent years, there have been claims linking internet trolls to China, with the intention of exacerbating civil disputes within America, although concrete evidence is lacking. However, it is important to note that these threats are not the only ones that exist, particularly in this digital age. By understanding the complexity and potential impact of psychological operations, we can better navigate the challenges posed by misinformation and manipulation in our increasingly interconnected world. China has actively developed its cyber capabilities mirroring the United States' advancements. The country has invested billions of dollars in supporting these programs, underscoring its commitment to cyber warfare. In the event of an attack on the United States, cyber attacks would target critical infrastructure, military installations, and communication networks. Moreover, cyber warfare could disrupt not only essential services within the United States, but also vital systems like oil and gas pipelines, rail networks, and power grids. For instance, a cyber attack on the US power grid could result in widespread blackouts, affecting millions of homes and businesses. This would disrupt communications, potentially causing banks to go offline, hospitals to close, and air traffic to be grounded, leading to chaos and potential loss of life. Consider how much of American lives are digitized or on the grid. The fear of this potential has driven many to prepare with go bags and other end-of-the-world scenario preparations. Similarly, a cyber attack on water infrastructure could disrupt water supply and treatment systems, posing a risk to public health and safety. A recent survey conducted by Verizon revealed that only 15% of public safety organizations felt they were very prepared against cyber attacks. This highlights the urgent need for increased investment in cybersecurity measures to protect critical infrastructure and ensure the safety and well-being of the American population. To strengthen the call for readiness and emphasize the importance of recognizing potential threats, it is crucial to understand the significant risks posed by cyber attacks on critical infrastructure. As US Secretary of State Antony Blinken described in May 2022, China is the only country with both the intent to reshape the international order and, increasingly, the economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to do it. In the event of a Chinese attack, potential targets may include traditional targets such as US air bases in Asia, naval aircraft carriers, military installations in the Indo-Pacific, critical infrastructure spots, the US mainland, space assets, and US allies, but also could be direct to the people and akin to some of these unconventional methods. Sun Tzu, a renowned Chinese military strategist whose integral work, The Art of War, which almost all American military officials read at one point of their career, writes about a most beneficial type of war. In The Practical Art of War, the best thing of all is to take the enemy's country whole and intact. To shatter and destroy it is not so good. That means that the most beneficial means of war for an adversarial country is not for the cities and towns to be turned to ruins, but rather for a surrender to happen slowly, gradually. The mistrust that Americans have for their government and the civil fractions we have seen over the past several years reveal a different sort of susceptibility. Pair this with the strategically placed attacks both on cyber infrastructure and psychologically right to our pockets, and it's not difficult to imagine a swift takeover, one that may put us under siege without even noticing. This also begs the question, has the attack already begun? Over half of the young, up-and-coming Generation Z support the Marxist Communist Party, which earlier on in this video, we reviewed that the United States was and still is at the other end of an ideological battle, and which is at the center of the conflict between these two countries and their allies. Yet, in an effort of deterrence, leaders will take stock in the knowledge that there is mutual interest to both of these countries to maintain a civil relationship. Both China and the United States share a common interest in maintaining global stability and avoiding any military confrontation that may disrupt the delicate balance. As seen during the tariffs imposed by President Trump in 2018, an economic war, the US trade relationship is a serious lever to pull within a wartime or diplomatic situation, but one that demands either side to be respected by the other when considering the potential for attack. American companies exported $192 billion in goods and services to China in 2021, constituting 7.5% of US exports. While expanding foreign trade can disrupt US employment, trade with China also creates and supports a significant number of American jobs. Exports to China support over 1 million US jobs, and Chinese companies invested in the United States employ over 160,000 workers. While the tension may always seem to just be on the cusp of breaking into war, America can maintain positive diplomatic relations with China by setting clear objectives, which require cooperation, promote mutual benefit, and are considerate of national security. With actions like this, we can effectively deter any impending attack that may threaten our collective peace. However, if this threat is left unattended or ignored, or worse, underestimated, then we could very well experience a gross advancement of Chinese presence on American soil. Whether through an overt attack supported by boots on the ground, subtle means like psychological warfare, widespread biological weaponization, or a mixture of all, the threat does remain. So what do you think? Will China and the US eventually end up in some form of conflict? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more military analysis from military experts. China's navy is catching up to the US. But while China's naval capability has come a long way from the Third Taiwan crisis, its apparent strength is not all it seems. Here's why. Here are two of the most powerful countries in the world. Both China, the fourth largest country in terms of area, spanning approximately 3.7 million square miles, and the United States, which is the third largest country by land area, covering about 3.8 million square miles, are major economic powers with substantial global significance. China has the world's second largest economy with a GDP of approximately $18.1 trillion in 2022. The United States, however, has the largest economy globally with a GDP of about $25.46 trillion in 2022. Okay, so the US has got China whipped when it comes to land area size and economic success, but what about military power? Well, here's where it gets scary. China aims to position itself as a significant global military power and has set its sights on achieving global dominance by 2049. Right now, China's Air Force ranks second globally, just behind the United States, which possesses the most formidable Air Force strength. According to reports, the United States operates approximately 10,000 more air platforms compared to China. In terms of total aircraft strength, China is listed as having 3,260 aircraft in service, while the United States boasts an impressive fleet of 13,233 aircraft. This substantial difference emphasizes the United States' superior air power and its larger operational aircraft count. But what about sea power? One of the markers of a superpower is the ability to project maritime power over long distances. States which have been able to do so have enormous influence in regional or world affairs and can exert huge leverage over their less capable rivals. It is therefore not surprising that as China's wealth has grown, it has invested heavily in its ambitions to create a blue water navy that it hopes will one day challenge the US Navy for supremacy, at least within the waters of its immediate neighborhood. But how close is China to that goal? What is the state of US-China strategic competition at sea, and how is the United States planning to maintain its lead on the world's waterways? What technologies and weapons is the US Navy developing to adapt to the growing power of China's People's Liberation Army Navy, PLAN. You may have heard reports that China now has the world's largest navy. There are 355 ships in its fleet as of December 30th, 2021. The Chinese brass is keen to expand that number. It plans to increase its fleet size to 420 ships by 2025 and 460 ships by 2030. These figures do not cover the additional 85 patrol combatant ships and other small ships capable of bearing anti-ship cruise missiles. China's countless fishing boats have also acted as a de facto maritime militia, harassing vessels from other countries in international waters. China's navy has the numbers, but here's the bad news. It is increasing in the quality of its ships as well. China was seen putting its new naval muscle to use in the summer of 2022, following a visit by then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. For several days after Pelosi left, Chinese ships and aircraft demonstrated their military potential in the waters off Taiwan. This show of force would have been inconceivable 25 years earlier, in the Third Taiwan Strait crisis of 1995–96. At the time, when Taiwan was set to hold its first direct presidential election and became a fully fledged democracy, the mainland launched several missiles across the Taiwan Strait, prompting the United States to send 2 carrier battle groups to the area. China had no choice but to back down in the face of such pressure, but the Chinese leadership never forgot the incident. To them, it recalled the century of humiliation, a time in the 19th and early 20th centuries when China repeatedly found itself at the mercy of foreign powers. Since the Chinese leadership considers Taiwan a rogue province, continued American and Allied military support for the island reminds them of those times. After the crisis, China resolved to never let such a scenario happen again and took steps to increase its naval power. This was a deviation from the norm. With only a few brief exceptions, China has never historically been a sea power. It has traditionally focused its military resources on maintaining a large army capable of defending its vast land borders. Up until recently, this was the objective of the Chinese brass. However, with China's continued problems with Taiwan and its containment within the natural barrier of the First Island Chain, a string of islands off China's waters which stretch from Japan to Indonesia, the Chinese leadership decided that only by becoming a sea power would China take its rightful place as a true global superpower. With its growing economic might, especially since it joined the World Trade Organization in 2001, China finally had the chance to make a play for naval prominence. Included in China's new naval assets are 3 aircraft carriers. China's naval brass plans to increase that number and bring its carrier force up to 5 by 2030, with more to come after that. The PLAN also aims to increase its submarine force by building 10 ballistic missile submarines by the same year. While China's naval capability has come a long way from the Third Taiwan crisis, its apparent strength is not all it seems. China may have more vessels in its fleets than any other country, but that is because most of the ships are still small. Aside from the number of ships, one way to measure a state's naval power is through the combined tonnage of its fleets. Tonnage is the measurement of a ship's weight. The PLAN's total combined tonnage as of 2020 is between 1.8 and 2 million tons. The US Navy, though, stands at 4.6 million tons. The reason why tonnage matters is because small, low-quality vessels do comparatively little in actual naval confrontation. The United States could build many more smaller boats if it wanted to, but instead focuses on sturdier vessels with advanced offensive and defensive weaponry and robust transit options for Marines to stage amphibious assaults. While many American policymakers have called for the United States to build more ships and restore the Navy to Cold War-level fleet sizes, no one in Washington is calling for an imitation of China's fleet composition. Small patrol boats and other irregular craft do the US Navy no good in its global mission to maintain secure and free navigation on the world's oceans. China has closed the tonnage gap since the time of the Third Taiwan Strait crisis, when the United States had a total tonnage lead of over 4 million, but it still lags significantly behind. China's Navy has other problems. 2 of its much-publicized aircraft carriers are older models that use a STOBAR, short takeoff but arrested recovery system, to launch its planes. China's 3rd aircraft carrier, the Fujian, uses a more modern catapult system comparable to those used by the US Navy's carriers, which allows it to launch its onboard planes faster. The Fujian is therefore a significant step in China's technological capability. However, how would China be able to launch its planes without pilots to fly them? China has a serious shortage of trained naval aviators, and the Fujian and its successors will add to the stress, both in the number of pilots these new carriers will demand and in teaching them how to use the catapult system. Overall, the PLAN is many decades behind the US Navy's institutional knowledge and experience. Case in point, It lacks a fighter made specifically for training carrier pilots. The current aircraft of choice is the JL-9G, a single-engine, twin-seat plane that is incapable of simulating emergency landings on a carrier's flight deck because it is too light and slow. So far, the PLAN's attempts to create an adequate training aircraft have fallen short of satisfactory. Establishing programs for cadet naval aviators has also proven difficult for the PLAN. This lack of institutional knowledge and experience makes sense, given China's history and its only recent move towards sea power. Unfortunately for the Chinese leadership, institutional knowledge doesn't come as easily as new ships do. China might have made progress at a rapid pace, but in a confrontation between carrier groups as they currently stand, the United States would still have an overwhelming advantage, for a few reasons. First, the United States has many more advanced 4th-generation and 5th-generation fighters to call upon. America's arsenal includes not only carrier-based planes, but land-based F-22s that would fly from Japan to lend a hand in a real battle. China's most advanced fighter, on the other hand, the J-20, cannot be launched from a carrier, and it's unclear if it can rival America's F-22 and F-35 in air-to-air combat. Meanwhile, upgraded Tomahawk cruise missiles and submarines would also pose significant threats to the burgeoning Chinese carrier force. Although we do not have good knowledge of the extent of China's electronic warfare capabilities, which could potentially counter such ship and submarine-fired missiles if they are advanced enough. Another area that the PLAN significantly lags behind the US Navy in is submarines, which was one of the reasons why Beijing made such a big protest about the AUKUS submarine sharing agreement. China currently has a fleet of 56 submarines. 6 of them are ballistic missile submarines with payloads capable of reaching the United States homeland. Another 6 are nuclear-powered attack submarines. The bulk of the fleet, 44, are diesel-electric attack submarines. This is where China's Navy is at its most pronounced disadvantage and lags the furthest behind. Experts believe that China's current main submarine, the Shang class, is only on par with 1970s Soviet-era designs, and China has not invested as much in anti-submarine warfare as in other parts of its naval buildup. It has tried to close the gap recently, equipping its newer surface ships with more sophisticated sonars. China has also introduced its new U-8 missile launch torpedo and KQ-200 maritime patrol aircraft. Even so, these are comparative baby steps in actually defeating the formidable American submarine force. China may also be able to deploy more submarines in its immediate waters, but it is still at a severe disadvantage in submarine-to-submarine warfare. A comparison of the engineering of the two navies' underwater vessels will paint a clearer picture of why the US Navy still has a decisive advantage in undersea warfare. The United States uses nuclear-powered submarines, which are faster, capable of diving deeper, and have a longer range than the submarines China uses. China's diesel-electric-based submarines have one advantage. When running on electric power, they are quieter than nuclear submarines. However, these vessels cannot run on electric power for long. They have to either surface or pop up a snorkel to recharge their electric batteries and run on diesel power for the duration of that operation. At that point, they are significantly noisier than nuclear subs and far more vulnerable to attack. Meanwhile, nuclear submarines can stay quiet and deep for months on end. Although the range and duration of operations would not necessarily be as important for the Chinese in a confrontation with the US Navy because hostile encounters would take place near Chinese waters, the depth, stealth ability, and operating times of the American and Allied nuclear submarines would help to defeat China's strategy of overwhelming enemy naval forces with a rain of anti-access, area-denial ballistic missiles. These projectiles currently pose a severe threat to American carrier groups and surface ships operating too close to China's waters. Submarines, on the other hand, are much harder to detect, and the US Navy's advantage in underwater operations allows the United States to threaten the Chinese mainland. As with aircraft carriers, China intends to build new next-generation submarines. By 2030, it could have between 30 and 40 nuclear-powered submarines. Whether it will have the institutional know-how to recruit and train competent submariners may be a more difficult matter to determine. China's current underwater deficiencies notwithstanding, it is still eager to flex its submarine muscle, and has begun keeping at least one of its nuclear-armed ballistic missile submarines at sea at all times, with near-continuous patrols into the hotly contested waters of the South China Sea, making things more difficult for the United States and its allies, and the waters of the region more dangerous. It is a sign of what the PLAN seeks for the future. As things stand now, though, China tacitly acknowledges its disadvantages in maritime warfare and relies mostly on a defensive strategy to mitigate the threat that the US Navy poses. At the heart of its strategy are various classes of land-based short and medium-range ballistic missiles. These missiles, based in mainland China and on its illegally built artificial islands in the South China Sea, pose a serious threat to American surface ships operating in the waters of the first island chain. Most formidable is its vast stockpile of short-range missiles, effective at distances up to 1,000 kilometers. The US Department of Defense estimates that China has between 750 and 1,500 of these, and they pose a menacing threat to Taiwan and every American base in Japan and South Korea too. China also has between 150 and 450 medium-range and 80 to 160 intermediate-range ballistic missiles respectively. These missiles can reach American ships and assets much further away from China's mainland. Some of them are capable of hitting Guam, the largest base in the region. China is currently building more ballistic missiles in an attempt to exert leverage over progressively more distant areas of the Indo-Pacific region. Additionally, although the PLAN is not currently capable of defeating the US Navy in a head-to-head confrontation, China would have the advantage of operating near its territory in any real conflict. No one on either side expects a Midway-style battle on the high ocean. This reality means that the American supply lines would be much longer and more vulnerable to Chinese ballistic missile attacks, the tyranny of distance. China would also be able to concentrate all of its naval assets in a confrontation with the United States, where in contrast, the latter has global commitments. Policymakers and war planners in Washington have long sought to concentrate resources in the Indo-Pacific region to counter China's expansionism, but bureaucratic and international resistance have often thwarted those plans, with Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine putting even more pressure on the United States to maintain military forces in Europe at high levels. Between these commitments, China's sheer number of assets, the tricky supply situation, and China's continued build-up in quality and quantity, the US Navy cannot rely on maintaining its traditional superiority forever, and the stakes are getting higher. Many experts warn that slowly but surely the United States is losing its traditional military advantage in the Indo-Pacific region, and the cost of victory in any potential confrontation with China has become much higher than even a decade ago. So what is the United States doing to keep its edge at sea in a time of growing competition? No American naval strategy in the Indo-Pacific region would come independent of the consideration of its allies, especially Japan. So what would be their contributions to the naval balance of power in the Indo-Pacific? Japan recently announced that it would spend 2% of its GDP on defense by 2027, lifting traditional post-World War II restrictions to build a military capable of offensive operations. A new aircraft carrier, the country's first since World War II, is included in those plans. Even so, decades of minimal defense spending and the loss of institutional know-how will not be overcome so easily. Some American policymakers and national security experts fear that the benefit of Japan's renewed commitment to its military will only show up well after 2027, when China's capabilities will be even higher than they are today. Other American allies in the region like Taiwan and the Philippines are not nearly as capable. South Korea has a strong army, but is not in a position to play a robust role in a sea confrontation with the growing strength of the PLAN. This reality means that the increasingly precarious situation will remain intact for the time being, with the overwhelming share of the Indo-Pacific's defense burden falling on the United States. One of the items on the US Navy's intermediate horizon is to arm its Zumwalt-class destroyers with hypersonic missiles by 2025. Tests of some ship-fired devices are currently scheduled for later that year. This weapon, called the Intermediate Range Conventional Prompt Strike, is a non-nuclear missile with a glide vehicle exceeding Mach 5 and a range of over 1,700 kilometers. The US Navy is also experimenting with ship-fire laser weapons that could act as a much better line of defense against China's big arsenal of ballistic missiles. The Navy received its first Helios, high-energy laser with integrated optical dazzler and surveillance system in the third quarter of fiscal year 2022 and has requested $35 million worth of them in its 2023 budget. The Helios system is ideal for countering anti-ship missiles and can do so cheaply, because lasers do not require stockpiles of ammunition, which can be expensive to manufacture and transport. Helios instead uses power from the ship itself and does not require a separate energy magazine, making each shot extremely cheap. The US Navy hopes that such cheap laser shots will one day efficiently nullify the much more expensive missiles they will be targeting. Helios is currently designed for integration on Burke and Arleigh-class ships, but the Navy is planning to adapt it elsewhere. Unlike with hypersonic missiles, the United States currently leads China in laser technology, but China is proceeding apace with its own plans. As drones and missiles get more sophisticated, laser countermeasures will only be more important in the future. The Navy had been experimenting with railguns, electromagnetic projectile weapons, for more than a decade, but suspended the program in 2021 in favor of hypersonic missiles. Suspension does not mean permanent consignment, however, and the Navy might pick the program back up. Like lasers, railguns have the advantage of not needing to carry as big of an ammunition magazine, since their projectiles are not launched with gunpowder or fuel, but electromagnetic power that can be generated from the host ship. Drones are also set to play a big part in the future of naval operations, including drone ships and submarines, such as the experimental Orca, which will have a range of 6,500 nautical miles and be able to run alone for several months. The Navy plans for Orcas to be capable of anti-submarine warfare, with Mk-46 or Mk-48 heavy torpedoes. They are even being designed to carry anti-ship missiles. Unmanned ships and submarines would at the very least be expendable targets for China to send its heavy stockpile of ballistic missiles at, reducing the high American casualties that they would otherwise cause and permit the United States to grow bolder as the Chinese deplete their stockpiles. As we have seen in the war in Ukraine, ammunition gets depleted quickly in a modern conflict, ammunition which is often expensive to make with its precision instruments and advanced electronics. Any cheap drone which can exhaust China's advanced munitions would be worth its weight in gold for the American naval brass. China is also keen on developing unmanned submersibles, signaling that this will be a burgeoning area of competition between the two rivals in the Indo-Pacific region. Drone carriers, unmanned ships, and unmanned submersibles are not the only aspects of science fiction that are quickly becoming a reality, however. Jetpacks are one of the more unusual ways that the US Navy is planning to maintain its maritime edge. Since their inceptions, the Navy and Marine Corps have been designed to work together. Supporting amphibious operations is one of the Navy's most important missions. One of the ways the Navy is planning to continue with this tradition is by experimenting with jetpacks. The jet suits the US Navy and its ally the Royal Navy is experimenting with can reach speeds of 85 miles per hour and altitudes of 12,000 feet. The US Navy was evidently inspired by the Iron Man movies. The Iron Man suits are powered by 5 gas turbine jet engines and weigh about 75 pounds when they have full tanks. Jet fuel, diesel, or even kerosene are all acceptable fuels. A test of a similar jet suit by the Royal Marines showed that these devices can be operated with a high degree of precision, enabling a wearer to take off from a speedboat and land on the deck of a much larger vessel. Although these prototype Iron Man suits are noisy, there will be less of a need for stealth in any real-world situation that they'd be used in. If naval combat gets to the point where one side is trying to board the enemy's ships, stealth is long gone. The Iron Man suits could also support amphibious operations, with US naval vessels launching Marines at targeted areas. Imagine hundreds of them storming towards a shore. They would be much harder to target than helicopters or landing craft. Already, paramedics in Great Britain have used the jet suit to reach difficult places, and firefighters are also interested in the suit's ability to help them access hard areas rapidly. Though the world isn't quite ready for it yet, we probably aren't too far away from a world where swarms of Marines decked out in Iron Man suits will take to the skies at low altitude. Because a naval confrontation between the US Navy and the PLAN would occur in the comparatively confined waters of the First Island chain and not on the high seas, the Iron Man suit could prove an effective method of projecting force. The US Navy remains the world's premier maritime fighting force, but as China's wealth and power continues to grow, and as the PLAN continues to modernize, the United States must continue to look for ways to push the envelope, with innovations that we might find hard to believe now. China wants to break out of the First Island chain and have more of a voice in the waters of the world. The United States wants to contain China within the waters close to its territory. Whoever holds the edge in the technology race will come closest to achieving their respective goal. But what do you think? In a battle between the US and Chinese Navy, who would win? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more military analysis from military experts. A potential hostile encounter with China now dominates the United States military planning, and vice versa. What would a war look like? Who would win? Before we get to that, let's take a minute to explain why our military experts have decided to discuss this potentially very real and, quite frankly, terrifying scenario. After the end of World War II and especially the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, the United States emerged as the world's preeminent power, supreme in military, economic, technological, and even cultural influence. After 1991, the United States was so strong that some experts believed it had transcended superpower status. According to their theory, it had instead ascended into a hyperpower, a state that dominates all other states in every domain in the international system. The world had become a unipolar one, even leading some observers in the 1990s and part of the 2000s, most famously Francis Fukuyama, to declare an end of history and the final triumph of liberal democracy as the last form of human political organization. However, the 2000s and 2010s threw some cold water on this theory. Costly American military expeditions in the Middle East, the 2008 financial crisis, Russia's expansionist ambitions under Vladimir Putin, Iran and North Korea's nuclear programs, and above all, the economic and military rise of China, all undermine the notion of unipolarity. By the middle of the 2010s, the Pentagon proposed its third offset strategy, which tacitly acknowledged that the unipolar moment was, if not over, at least under threat by the emerging coalition of authoritarian powers, led by China, who were opposed to the international order led by the United States. The United States was therefore shifting its military posture away from the counterterrorism and counterinsurgency campaigns which dominated its strategy following 9/11, when the unipolar moment was near its height, and toward competition with and deterrence of other states, especially China. This is why the US is currently heavily oriented toward preparing for a potential adversarial encounter with China. Let's dive into what kind of conflict might unfold and which side could emerge victorious. We can begin with a comparison of the size of the two forces. With 1.4 billion people, China is the second most populous country in the world, having been surpassed by India in April 2023. It has the world's largest military with almost 2.2 million active personnel. The United States military ranks third in size with almost 1.4 million active duty personnel. When adding in reservists, the numbers increase to 3.35 million and 2.2 million respectively. China also has the world's largest navy, with 425 fleet units in its active naval inventory as of August 21, 2023. This number excludes smaller patrol ships and other auxiliaries, presumably its huge fishing fleet that has acted as a de facto maritime militia in disputed waters. Meanwhile, the United States has 243 units in its active naval inventory, excluding smaller patrol ships and other auxiliaries. The United States has the world's largest air force, with 5,217 active aircraft as of 2022. China ranks a distant third with 1,991. When counting the total number of military aircraft with all branches combined, China's numerical disadvantage in the skies becomes more pronounced, as the United States has 13,247 aircraft among all of its military branches, while China ranks a very distant third again at 3,285. When it comes to air power at sea, the United States has 2,464 aircraft, while China's People's Liberation Army Navy (PLAN) has only 437. This is an important distinction and reveals that many of China's advantages are only surface deep. The numerical difference in the makeup of the two forces is important. A war between the United States and China would take place in the area close to the Chinese mainland, in the territory around the First Island chain, a string of countries that stretch from Japan to Indonesia. China would be able to concentrate all of its resources there, and its supply lines will be much shorter. In contrast, the United States has global commitments, with Russia exerting pressure on Eastern Europe, Iran and its allies in the Middle East, and North Korea on the Korean Peninsula. All of these hotspots demand America's attention. The United States would also need to ship its supplies and replacements across the Pacific. These supply lines will be long and vulnerable to attack, the tyranny of distance. The United States has qualitative advantages, however. China's army has not seen major combat operations in almost half a century. The last time was the Sino-Vietnamese War of 1979, where the PLA had a poor showing indeed against the Vietnamese. In contrast, the United States military has had decades of combat experience and a buildup of institutional knowledge that the PLA simply does not have. It has more experienced soldiers, sailors, marines, and officers. The Chinese military has engaged in a large buildup and conducted extensive drills and war games with partners such as Russia, but there is no substitute for the real thing. Russia's poor performance in Ukraine shows that, and its armed forces had more experience than China's currently does. The United States Air Force not only has numerical superiority over the People's Liberation Army Air Force, but a qualitative advantage in those planes, although it may not seem this way at first. China has one fifth-generation fighter jet, the Chengdu J-20. China may have over 200 of these in service, a number which could hit as high as 1,000 by 2030 if current production rates continue. It may also have over 240 of the advanced fourth-generation plus J-16 fighters in service. This is a formidable force for the PLAAF. In contrast, the United States has only built 187 of its best fifth-generation fighter jets, the F-22 Raptor. The last one was delivered in 2012, and the Air Force has no plans to order any more. However, the United States can supplement the extremely high-quality Raptor with the fifth-generation F-35 Lightning II. Over 960 F-35s have been delivered as of August 2023. The United States also has thousands of advanced fourth-generation fighter jets like the F-15 Eagle, F-16 Fighting Falcon, and the F-18 Super Hornet available. And all of them come with better trained and more experienced pilots than their Chinese counterparts. Although China has closed the gap, the United States is still supreme in the world's skies, and in an all-out air battle, the Americans would eventually establish air superiority. The war at sea is also not favorable to China. The People's Liberation Army Navy may have a bigger fleet in terms of sheer numbers, but the United States Navy has purposely chosen to pursue a different strategy than its Chinese counterpart. Numbers aren't everything. Many of the Chinese vessels are small and would prove relatively poor in a military confrontation. In contrast, the USN operates sturdier, more powerful vessels. For example, the PLAN has 3 aircraft carriers, only one of which uses a modern catapult system. The USN has 11, all of which are more modern than the first 2 Chinese carriers. China has plans to make more aircraft carriers in the years to come, but as of now, the United States has a significant advantage. Additionally, China has a serious shortage of trained naval aviators. The PLAN is trying its best to catch up, but it's still far short. As a conflict between the United States and China would mainly be fought in the seas and skies around the First Island chain, with comparatively limited land operations, the traditional balance of power should favor the United States in a head-to-head confrontation. However, China has recognized this and has adapted with a strategy of anti-access area denial, A2AD. One of the things that marked the United States' emergence as a supposed hyperpower following the end of the Cold War was its ability to project power anywhere on the globe within hours. Perhaps one of the best examples was the Navy SEAL raid on Osama bin Laden's compound in 2011. This complicated military operation occurred without the Pakistani government's knowledge, and there was little that Pakistan could do about it except raise a protest afterward. After the end of the Cold War, the United States had no peer competitor in the international system, which could prevent it from using its military resources in the way it wanted. However, this began to change with China's military buildup. China's A2AD strategy sounds complicated, but it's relatively simple. First, it is to deny its adversaries freedom of movement in the disputed region, anti-access. To do this, it will utilize certain assets, especially cheap precision ballistic and cruise missiles, to destroy key targets in offensive strikes. The second leg of the strategy is to use defensive systems to deny the enemy the ability to operate in territory controlled by it or other friendly powers. For example, China would try to use its stockpile of thousands of cheap ballistic missiles to destroy expensive American ships, especially aircraft carriers, bases, and long supply lines to prevent the United States from moving into disputed regions like the South China Sea or the Taiwan Strait. Cheap ballistic missiles destroying expensive carrier groups would not only prove deadly and costly, it would prevent the United States from being able to project its power into the First Island chain and the Chinese interior. This is the opposite of what happened during the Third Taiwan Strait crisis in 1995-96, when the United States sent 2 carrier groups to the area. The Chinese did not have the resources to deal with this projection of American power and had to back down. The story would be very different today, and the move far more dangerous on the part of the United States. Chinese air and missile attacks on US naval assets, supply lines, and bases in Japan, South Korea, and even as far out as Guam would take advantage of the tyranny of distance to prevent the United States from being able to fight the war for the long haul. The United States might be able to establish air and naval superiority with its higher quality planes and ships in a confrontation, but it could have a hard time replacing losses and bringing more resources over. Meanwhile, China would be operating close to its own territory. The supply lines would be much shorter and easier to defend with its air and sea defense systems, and all of China's resources would be concentrated here. In addition to these kinetic assets, China has tried to develop its electronic and cybernetic warfare capabilities to further disrupt the US military capability. China's military buildup and its A2AD weapons has posed the most serious challenge to US military might since the Cold War. It is why many experts believe that the United States is slowly but steadily losing its traditional military superiority in the Indo-Pacific region. To defeat China's A2AD strategy, the Pentagon developed its third offset strategy. China hopes that the development of advanced A2AD capabilities will deter the United States from even disputing its expansionist moves. This is why for the Pentagon it is important to maintain forward presence capability. It must be able to defeat the attempts to impede the movement of American military forces and surge them forward in a combat-credible posture. According to the US Army's Center for Lessons Learned, the third offset strategy involves forces that are or can rapidly get forward, survive a withering Chinese or Russian assault, and blunt the adversary's aggression. It is almost reminiscent of a boxer trying to duck and slip past a barrage of long jabs to get inside his opponent's range and deliver power blows. The United States is currently developing technologies to better prepare it to pursue this strategy. For example, these new technologies would involve better artificial intelligence to enable human officers to make faster and more informed decisions. The integration of human and unmanned platforms, like the Sea Hunter autonomous drone ship, would also be part of the third offset strategy. Other technologies like ship-borne hypersonic missiles and the Helios laser system can also be considered part of the third offset strategy, as it is hoped that the laser will add a layer of protection to the US Navy's ships from the Chinese ballistic and cruise missile threat. The laser is also ideal for countering drones. The first Helios laser began seeing service in the third quarter of fiscal year 2022, and the Navy requested $35 million in its 2023 budget for Helios systems, when they will begin to become operational at sea. However, as dazzling as the third offset strategy technologies are, they are still works in progress. The United States neglected countermeasures against China's A2AD strategy as it pursued its counterinsurgency and counterterrorism efforts in the War on Terror. Under current conditions, the United States military still uses many technologies and systems that are not well designed to counter the strategy China is pursuing. China still cannot defeat the United States in a head-to-head military confrontation, but because of geography, it does not necessarily need to. All it needs to do is prevent the United States from projecting enough power past the First Island chain to defeat its expansionist ambitions. As part of its strategy, American military bases in Japan would be targeted in the opening shots of the war, to destroy troops and equipment, prevent the stockpiling of supplies, and disrupt the United States' strategy in the region. Air defense systems would take down some of the incoming missiles, but China has thousands in its arsenal, and its attacks would certainly do a great deal of damage. Wargames done at the Pentagon and defense think tanks have repeatedly confirmed these disadvantages. In a January 2023 scenario run by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the United States, with the help of Japan and Taiwan, defeated an amphibious invasion of Taiwan, but the casualties were enormous, with losses in dozens of ships, hundreds of aircraft, and tens of thousands of military personnel, with the US position on the international stage undermined for years afterward. China suffered heavily too. However, CSIS warned that deterrence needed to be strengthened immediately. Other wargames were even less kind. A 2020 wargame run by the Pentagon over Taiwan and other scenarios had the United States failing miserably because gathering ships, aircraft, and other forces in a way that would let them reinforce one another made them sitting ducks for Chinese missile attacks. To make matters worse, the United States lost access to its electronic networks from the get-go, upending the information dominance strategy it has used so successfully starting in the Gulf War. In response to the 2020 wargame, the Pentagon is looking to shore up its contested logistics, possibly through the use of rockets to fly above the war zone. It's also looking to find ways to aggregate power virtually rather than physically. Then Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General John Hyten said of it, "You have to aggregate the mass fires, but it doesn't have to be a physical aggregation. It could be a virtual aggregation for multiple domains. Acting at the same time under a single command structure allows the fire to come in on anybody. It allows you to disaggregate to survive." He admitted this was exceedingly difficult to do, however. Finally, the United States would need to improve the defense of its networks against hackers with a hacker-proof combat cloud. For now, though, these things are only speculation. What is not, however, is the United States' advantage in submarine warfare. China's missile capability has made it increasingly dangerous for the United States and its allies to project power behind the First Island chain with surface ships, but the submarine force is much better protected. That's why China raised such a big protest about the AUKUS deal that would give Australia nuclear-powered submarines. Submarines are ideal for the implementation of the United States' third offset strategy. American nuclear-powered submarines can operate for months. They are quiet and dive deep, making them difficult to detect. They can also launch conventional or nuclear-armed ballistic or cruise missiles to strike sensitive targets. The United States submarine fleet would make any invasion of Taiwan or other amphibious operations in the First Island chain a costly proposition for the Chinese military. The presence of these submarines also gives the United States significant conventional or nuclear first strike options to attack targets on land, such as Chinese military installations, which house the ballistic missiles that are such a threat to surface ships and land bases. China's PLAN is trying to close the submarine gap. At the moment, though, the bulk of its underwater fleet consists of diesel-electric submarines. They are quieter than nuclear submarines when running on electric power, but most surface to charge their batteries and are much louder when running on diesel power during this process. As of March 2023, China has a fleet of 56 submarines, but only 6 of them are nuclear-powered. The disparity means that the United States can carry out stealthier and longer operations under the water than China's Navy can. If a war did break out between the United States and China, the US submarine fleet would swing into action and attack Chinese naval assets, land bases, and shipping. The latter is especially important and reveals the United States' ace in the hole. China depends heavily on foreign food and energy imports. From its perspective, China's attempt to expand its influence in the South China Sea can be seen as an act of self-preservation. Critical shipping routes worth trillions of dollars go through these waters. Whoever controls them not only controls those dollars, but the ability for the countries in the area to access the resources. If China succeeds in closing the South China Sea shipping lanes, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and other American allies in the region would have a far harder time importing the resources they need. The same principle applies with China, however. A blockade of strategic shipping lanes such as the Strait of Malacca and the Strait of Luzon would cripple the commerce China depends on that comes through these straits, and much of its commerce is vital for its basic needs. While some of the Chinese missiles can reach that far, the assets being used to enforce the blockade would be better protected by distance and have more time to react to an attack. China is testing hypersonic missiles and is regarded as being ahead of the United States in the race for these weapons that would help its offensive reach. However, they are not ready for prime time and have not been widely deployed in the Chinese military yet. China would also greatly risk its naval and air assets in an attempt to disrupt the blockade. It would be the type of head-on confrontation with the United States Navy and Air Force that would put the Chinese military at a disadvantage. China may be the world's largest manufacturing nation, but it is still unable to feed or fuel itself, while the United States can. This would be the ultimate disadvantage in a wartime scenario, reminiscent of Germany's geographical disadvantages in World War I, when the Allied blockade deprived Germany of resources and slowly strangled it into starvation and submission. In a full-scale war, the United States would attempt a similar strategy. While China's missiles would ensure that the United States could not pull off a blockade in the same way the Royal Navy did in World War I, China would still be hard-pressed to break through it. So while the United States would be in danger in a confrontation in an area like the South China Sea or the Taiwan Strait, it would not necessarily need to go there until China is steadily worn down by the blockade and attrition. The United States still has a military advantage over China, but China is trying its best to close that gap. With its population starting to decline and economic growth slowing down, the dangers of a war breaking out in the Indo-Pacific may be increasing. since the Chinese Communist leadership may begin to feel like its window of opportunity to remake the order in the region is closing. Regardless of how it would be fought, a war between the United States and China, even if contained, would be bloody and come at a huge price tag. Deterrence and diplomacy are more vital than ever. But what do you think? Who would have the advantage? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more military analysis from military experts. A superpower can be defined as a state with the ability to project power or exert influence on a global scale, usually in more than one region at a time. The United States has been the world's sole superpower since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, holding an unrivaled degree of economic and military dominance around the globe. Even today, with the rise of China, the US still remains by far the most powerful country, still far outstripping competitors in national power. It still has 3 times China's wealth and 5 times its military capabilities. And that's not to mention its enormous advantages in geography, demographics, and more. All things considered, it doesn't seem likely that the US is losing its status as global hegemon anytime soon. But hypothetically, what would happen if America found itself in a conflict against the entire rest of the world? Would the country still have the power to achieve victory, or would it be worn down and defeated? Today, we'll take a closer look at these questions, with a USA versus the world wargame. First, it goes without saying that such a scenario is extremely unlikely, if not downright impossible, during our lifetimes. Because of its diplomatic and economic ties around the world, as well as its huge arsenal of nuclear weapons, the US has almost entirely removed the possibility of real war with Europe and many other countries. But playing out the remote possibility still shows us a lot about US power and how it might look in the coming years. For the purpose of this video, we'll exclude nuclear weapons and assume that such a conflict would break out after a period of heightened global tensions rather than as a surprise attack. So who would really matter? The biggest challenges to the US in terms of actual military capability would certainly be China. Western European nations would be a close second, as they are wealthy and have stockpiles of advanced weapons and technology. While Russia, once considered to be America's main military challenger, its invasion of Ukraine has made clear that the country is something of a paper tiger, especially if its nuclear stockpile is out of the equation. India is another potential player, with the world's largest population and substantial military hardware. Together, China, Russia, India, and Europe account for the majority of the world's military spending outside of the US. In our hypothetical, let's say these countries all align against the US, with the rest of the world primarily contributing materiel or financial support. While this is extremely simplified, the fact of the matter is that most countries do not have the resources to project power beyond their borders or immediate region, making an attack on the US impossible. So let's say war breaks out. The first major difficulty with a global offensive against the US would be geographic. Surrounded by water on 2 sides, and Mexico and Canada to the north and south, any physical attack against the US would face major challenges. First, it would mean mounting either an enormous amphibious assault from one of the coasts or attempting to invade via land. But the deserts in the southwest and the Great Lakes in the Midwest insulate the country's major population centers from a potential invasion staged from Canada and Mexico. An invasion from outside North America would require massive fronts and long supply chains across the Pacific or Atlantic Oceans, leading to a dramatic reduction of overall power projection. Military expert Dylan Lurk has noted that even the largest amphibious assault in history on either the west coast or the east coast would be too insignificant to acquire an effective beachhead. If every foreign power managed to coordinate such a massive operation, and do so while remaining undetected under the enormous reach and power of the American intelligence apparatus, it would still have issues building up a force of any significant size before being pushed back into the sea. In addition, the strategic Hawaiian island chain acts as a gateway to the US mainland for attacks from the Pacific, and is protected by a significant military presence. Similarly, military installations in Alaska provide protection against any invasion from along the Arctic or Northwest. An attack from Mexico would probably be more feasible due to the Great Lakes blocking much of the Canadian border. But California and Texas have the largest concentration of defense industries and military bases in the country, thus providing an effective deterrent from any attack, with the southwestern desert spanning the 2 regions. The Southwest is also home to multiple heavily armed military bases, such as the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico or NORAD headquarters in Colorado. An attack launched from Canada on the Midwest or the West would be limited to light infantry and would likely fail to take over population centers or other important strategic points, since there is mostly rural farmland and unpopulated national parks along the border, along with air bases located hundreds of miles south. Dr. Beckley makes this point as well, stating that the United States is a natural economic hub and military fortress. It's packed with resources and has more economic arteries like navigable waterways and ports than the rest of the world combined. And even if the US military was unable to stop an invasion, the huge diversity of terrain would also provide US military personnel or militias with the ability to conduct guerrilla warfare. The US is also by far the most heavily armed civilian population in the world, with a staggering 120 guns for every 100 people. This means that even if a coalition of other countries was able to actually get troops into the US, it would end up facing an incredibly well-armed and pissed-off insurgency. On the other hand, over the past 80 years, the US has developed a worldwide infrastructure of military bases, supply lines, and the world's largest air and naval transport fleets. This contains hundreds of ships and aircraft, more than the entire fleet of most countries. The lack of global mobility would be an enormous issue for any coalition facing the US. In the weeks before the sort of global conflict in our hypothetical, the US would most likely pull its forces out of the most vulnerable, non-American bases in Europe, Asia, and the Pacific, concentrating its resources in places where the US exercises greater territorial control to act as staging areas. Some areas would be considered too important to abandon, especially those supporting the military's supply chain, US oil assets, and key territorial choke points. One of the first battlefields in any conflict between the US and the rest of the world would be the Middle East. Here, one major aim of the DoD, as carried out by US Central Command, would be to secure critical US oil refineries and distribution centers, as well as gain control of the sea lanes used for transporting oil out of the region. As of 2022, 80.4% of the world's oil reserves are located in countries belonging to the international oil cartel OPEC, and 67.1% of OPEC reserves are in the Middle East. Similarly, over 60% of the world's oil passes through shipping lanes in the Arabian Sea alone. While the US has reduced its presence in the region in recent years, a global conflict would almost certainly cause a reorientation. Possessing the world's 12th largest oil reserves means that the US could theoretically go self-sufficient in wartime, but control of some Middle Eastern reserves would make guaranteeing its supply much easier. Similarly, it would allow the US to deny oil to much of the rest of the world and undermine the coalition's economies and military production. Europe, which would represent the US's most significant adversary, receives a significant amount of its crude oil and natural gas from the Middle East. This means that US military control of the region would harm Europe's ability to sustain a war effort for any extended period of time. China would face a similar issue, as over half of all its oil comes from the Middle East, making the region among one of the most likely fronts in a global war with the US. At the start of the conflict, the US would first strike at oil-related facilities across the Middle East, using carrier-based strike aircraft plus medium and long-range ballistic missiles. US power projection means that even without bases in Afghanistan, the military could easily hit targets anywhere from the Mediterranean to the Strait of Hormuz. While regional powers could offer some resistance, none of them have anywhere close to the manpower or firepower needed to stop the US in an all-out war. While Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and several others do have modern fighter jets and other weaponry, even they would not last very long up against the might of the DoD. And because each is an independent country, intelligence and resource sharing among them would also be limited, further reducing the region's ability to stand up to the US in a shooting war. Most of their assets' signals would also likely be jammed by America's powerful electronic warfare capabilities, which would disrupt enemy communications, targeting, and guidance systems across the region. The greatest threat to US control of the Middle East in our scenario comes from ground-based air defenses, as even older systems can shoot unsuspecting fighter jets from the sky. However, unlike Russia's recent experience in Ukraine, the US has actually proven that it can effectively destroy another nation's air defense network, as it did during Desert Storm in the 1990s. Today this might be even easier due to the enormous arsenal of drones the US has access to. Most US losses in the air would likely come from such drones, as well as fourth-generation jets like the F-15, while its more modern F-18s and F-22s could evade all but the best air defense systems. After establishing air superiority, the US would then work to control all choke points into and out of the region, especially the easily blocked Suez Canal, where over 12% of global trade passes through. If it was able to effectively keep regional control over the Middle East and its resources, the US would have a decent shot at winning against the rest of the world. A second major battlefield would be the Pacific, where the US would probably use its fleet to keep China and other East Asian nations contained and stop them from attacking the West Coast. This could mean either a blockade of major trade and supply routes, as well as using islands like Hawaii and Guam to stage its own offensives. It would also utilize its fleet of aircraft carriers heavily in the Asia-Pacific region. As of this video, there are 47 aircraft carriers around the world. The largest 11 of these are all nuclear-powered carriers belonging to the US, which have more than twice the combined total deck space of every other country combined. The Pacific Fleet fields 7 of these, and in a global war could use them to deny access to anything approaching the US mainland. Again, oil would be another top concern, and the US could use its massive navy to gain control of the Strait of Malacca, which carries up to 40% of the world's trade every year. While less easily choked off than the Suez Canal, a US blockade of this waterway would also devastate most economies in Asia, giving the US serious economic leverage over China, India, and others. The US would also likely exert its naval power in the South China Sea, which it could use to launch strikes against China, Japan, the Philippines, or any other regional power. Heavy fighting would ensue across the sea and air domains all around the South China Sea, and could account for the heaviest US casualties in any theater of this hypothetical war. Another potential target is Taiwan, where over 90% of the world's advanced microchips are currently fabricated. The US might even need to seize and try to occupy the island to stop the global coalition from dominating the production of modern electronics. To do so, the US would inevitably have to challenge China as well. Chinese air defenses and ballistic missile capabilities are already powerful alone, and if combined with the assets of every other country in the region, could potentially pose a problem for the US. The naval base on Guam would be especially vulnerable to strikes by ballistic missiles, which could overwhelm its limited air defenses. Even so, the US Navy is so powerful that every country in the East Pacific combined would be occupied with fending it off, and probably could not launch their own strikes on the US mainland. And because the US Navy is larger than those of the next 8 countries combined, it could easily fight in 2 or 3 theaters at once, making simultaneous blockades of Europe, the Middle East, and Asia Pacific a real possibility. Another aspect of a global war would involve submarines, which unsurprisingly the US has more of than almost anyone else. Its fleet contains 53 fast attack submarines, 14 nuclear-capable ballistic missile subs, and 4 guided missile subs. Even without using the world-ending nuclear capabilities of an Ohio-class submarine, this massive fleet would allow the US to launch stealth attacks on enemy naval vessels anywhere in the world, completely undetected. While America would be far more hard-pressed to fend off a global coalition on the ground, at sea, the US stands a much better chance of victory. A third global area of battle would be the Americas, where the US would have the greatest ability to marshal forces and project power. And because Mexico, Canada, and other countries in the region are far less powerful, there is a good chance the US could blockade, control, or destroy the majority of their military and economic resources. Canada and Venezuela are both obvious targets because of their status as oil producers, and in a global war the US would probably aim to shut down or take control of resources in both. Another obvious target is the Panama Canal, which serves as the gateway between the Atlantic and Pacific, and where 40% of all US container shipping flows through. The US controlled the canal from 1903 to 1979, and would try to seize it again during a global war. This would also provide a choke point against the militaries of Central and South America. Chile is another potential target as the country supplies 28% of the world's copper, critical for the production of modern electronics. Now, obviously, a hypothetical alliance of every other country in the world would have the numerical advantage in overall troops and economic resources, But keep in mind that as of 2022, US military spending was $877 billion, constituting 40% of the global total and more than the next 10 countries combined. Today, this enormous sum still only accounts for about 3% of the country's GDP. In a global war, this percentage would almost certainly increase and could rise to similar levels as World War II, when US military spending accounted for over 40% of national GDP. Today, that would mean somewhere close to $10 trillion a year in military spending from the US alone, nearly 5 times the global total from 2022. Astronomical numbers like these mean that a war of attrition against America would also be likely to fail, as the country could outspend the rest of the world several times over for many years. To gain a true strategic edge over the US, a global coalition would have to somehow outgun and outspend the Defense Department, while also maintaining their own smaller economies. Another crucial domain in a global conflict with the US would play out in cyberspace. This would probably be the first line of contact between the warring parties, as both sides would attempt to gain information superiority and take each other's systems offline. While US Cyber Command would almost certainly be overwhelmed with attacks by many actors at once, America could also use its own highly effective attacks to shut down enemy power grids, computer networks, weapons, electronics, and much more. And while it's not as dominant in cyberspace as in the real world, the US still has by far the most capable and best-funded capabilities in the world. In the 2024 fiscal year, US cyber spending will rise to more than $25 billion. And the country continues to top every ranking of national cyber power. However, this domain would also be one of the biggest dangers to the US in a global war, as cyber attacks are notoriously difficult to predict and defend against. A well-placed cyber attack by a less powerful nation could still be catastrophic, and would probably be a more serious immediate threat to US citizens than a kinetic strike on the country. However, again, we have no way of knowing how much American cyber spending would increase in a total war, or how quickly that would lead to new capabilities. All the elements point to a big conclusion. The US is so powerful that it could take on the rest of the world for weeks or months with no certain winner. Because of this, such a hypothetical conflict would likely become a war of attrition in both the physical and digital worlds. The US would work to starve the world's other major powers of oil, war supplies, and other vital resources, while attempting to preserve its own. A true assault on the US mainland would be extremely difficult because of the country's size, geographic positioning, and incredibly well-armed military and civilian population. Because of the US military's global presence, most of the fighting would likely happen elsewhere, opening theaters of war everywhere from the Middle East to South America and East Asia. In the end, the victor would almost certainly be whichever side could outlast the other, both in terms of military and economic resources. While the scenario of America versus the entire world is obviously an absurd one, it does give us a useful picture of just how powerful the US military really is. With resources greater than those of most individual countries and nearly limitless power projection, even a conventional conflict against the US would be very hard to achieve true victory. Add in the country's continued dominance in cyberspace, and it's not all clear whether the rest of the world would actually be able to win such a war. And all of the speculation above excludes the most powerful part of the equation: nuclear weapons. Because of the principle of mutually assured destruction, no country really wants to use them today. However, it's worth noting that the US has over 1,400 actively deployed nukes, and in any real global conflict, they could be used to give any non-nuclear country a very permanent end. And even in a very distant hypothetical like the one above, we should remember that the cost of human life in any worldwide conflict would be staggering, and that even winners in such a war would suffer. But what do you think? Would the US really be able to win a war against the rest of the world, or would the country eventually be overwhelmed? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more military content and analysis. Will Putin launch an attack on the USA? The possibility of a Russian attack on the US has been a top national security concern for decades. Since the earliest days of the Cold War, US policymakers have run war games and maintained preparations for a range of possible attacks. Now, with the war in Ukraine raging and US-Russia relations at their worst point in decades, it is a question which has returned to the minds of many. While such an event is still extremely unlikely to occur, it raises several hypothetical questions. What could a limited or not so limited Russian attack on US assets look like? What's our best guess at how things might play out? And what chance, if any, would Russia stand in a real war against the American military and NATO? One thing's for sure, Putin is not happy about the West repeatedly coming to Ukraine's aid in the Russo-Ukrainian war, and with Russia's army failing miserably on the battlefield, it may only be a matter of time before Putin's threats to either back off and stop helping Ukraine or face a showdown start coming in. Here's how it could go down. It's late 2023. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has been raging for over a year and a half, with both sides taking enormous amounts of casualties. But armed with more and more Western firepower and training, the Ukrainian military has pushed Russian troops out of most of eastern Ukraine. Russia's mass conscription and brutal human wave tactics have not been enough, and it has lost nearly all of its conquered territory outside of Crimea. Increasingly desperate and fearing that oligarchs or commanders will soon topple him from power, Vladimir Putin decides to pull out all the stops. He threatens to do anything necessary to stop the West from further arming Ukraine and to regain Russia's historical sphere of influence, but most assume he is still bluffing. However, indications from US intelligence hint that this time it might be something more serious. Putin puts out a televised statement claiming that the US and NATO have 72 hours to begin removing their on-the-ground trainers and Patriot missile systems to halt the flow of Western weapons into the country, and if they do not, Russia reserves the right to defend itself. President Joe Biden responds, saying that the West will not back down or be intimidated by Putin. For a brief moment, everyone falls silent, but the peace doesn't last long before the storm hits. Several days pass, with continued heavy fighting in Ukraine, but no more threats. Then, suddenly, an innocent software update from the week before crashes internal servers from the White House, Department of Defense, NATO High Command, and Ukrainian armed forces, as well as more than a dozen defense-associated companies using advanced malware. At the same time, a mass-distributed denial of service or DDoS attack overwhelms secondary computer systems, flooding them with traffic and crashing them. On the malware-infected computers, a message appears demanding that the US halt its support of Ukraine or face further consequences. What now? According to experts like retired General Herbert "Hawk" Carlisle, former head of the Air Combat Command, such escalation in cyberspace would likely follow a period of heightened tensions and warnings, and in an all-out conflict, the US and NATO would have to initially counter Russian cyber capabilities. Because of advance warning from intelligence agencies, the US would most likely have the time to prepare for a physical Russian attack by increasing its combat capacity in both Europe and Alaska. But it could get darker. A conflict opening with a hostile cyber attack could come with much less warning and provide Russia with a small early advantage against vastly superior US and NATO capabilities. Alright, so Putin is officially gearing up for a fight. What comes next? As US, NATO, and Ukrainian authorities scramble to bring their essential computer systems back online, intelligence agencies begin to pick up increased activity at Russian missile launch sites on both Ukrainian and Polish borders, as well as at major military installations around Vladivostok and Kaliningrad at two ends of the country. In response to the cyber attack and troop movement, the Department of Defense moves the US to DEFCON 2. In this posture, only ever used during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, the US would have the Army, Navy, and Air Force poised for combat and ready to deploy in hours. US and NATO Cyber Command then quickly mount a retaliatory cyber operation, which could involve substantial disruption of Russian communications and activation of malware attacks on critical computer systems, power grids, and military bases. But let's say Putin takes it a step further. As both Western and Russian computer systems are still recovering that same day, the Russian Air Force begins flying sorties into NATO airspace over Poland. Then, suddenly, Russian missiles fired from the border of Ukraine strike 3 air bases in Poland and Romania involved in supplying military assistance to Ukraine. Despite air defenses, there are roughly a dozen US and NATO casualties and significant damage to the base's infrastructure. Some of the missiles miss their target and hit nearby areas, killing another dozen civilians. Putin releases a statement promising further such attacks on other targets if NATO and US assistance to Ukraine does not end. Within minutes, news of the attack reaches the US president, transmitted via a network of 6 jamming-resistant satellites which provide real-time communications to the US, Canadian, Dutch, Australian, and British militaries. Let's pause for a moment to hear what military experts have to say about the likelihood of this type of event sequence. In a December 2022 paper, the RAND Corporation, the DoD's think tank, outlines 3 possible scenarios for a Russian first strike on a US or NATO target: demonstrative, focused, or less restrained. This hypothetical is their Scenario C, a focused attack, the third most severe of their 4 Russian strike possibilities. At this point, DoD and NATO leadership would have to decide whether to continue escalation and retaliate with kinetic strikes of their own, or to back down and try to defuse the situation. Because of the severity of such an attack with casualties from multiple NATO members, US and NATO leaders would almost certainly decide the attack requires retaliation in kind to satisfy NATO members' concerns about the credibility of Article 5. In short, it's time to fight back. Advised to take early action, the President calls an emergency session of Congress, which within hours passes a joint resolution authorizing the limited use of military force against Russia and its allies. The President gives a televised speech stating that the US has taken its own retaliatory actions for the unprovoked attack, but that the US response is purely defensive. US ground forces will not enter Russia, he declares, in hopes of stopping escalation to the level of full war. The US therefore decides to launch a proportional response on Russian targets in Ukraine. Even before the speech is finished, 2 US-controlled Reaper drones take off from air bases in Poland. Once over Ukrainian airspace, they strike Russian air bases and missile defenses in Crimea, killing several dozen soldiers and destroying a number of planes. At the same time, the US launches a number of modified SM-3 missiles from its ships around the world, knocking out a handful of Russian communication satellites. This strike leaves Russia with limited GPS targeting and communications capabilities. So far, so good. But while Biden and other Western leaders urge Putin to back down and not escalate things anymore, they receive no answer. Putin decides he cannot back down now. The next day, 2 MiG-31 fighter jets enter Polish airspace. Before they can be destroyed, they fire Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, managing to hit 2 NATO missile batteries and killing another half-dozen soldiers. At the same time, all gas from the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is shut off, leaving millions of homes in Europe with no gas supply. By this point, escalation in Europe is nearly inevitable. NATO calls an emergency summit, and after 2 days of initial resistance from Turkey and several other states, Article 5 is officially invoked. But top NATO officials stress that their operations against Russia will be limited and purely defensive. Defensive, but powerful. With Article 5 invoked, the first priority of NATO troops is to take out Russian air defenses near Europe, before striking air bases and missile launch sites to try and stop shelling of NATO assets. So after multiple missile salvos from US submarines and aircraft carriers in the Black Sea and Mediterranean wipe out most of Russia's western surface-to-air defenses, fighter jets and long-range bombers from NATO countries begin to engage in aerial dogfights with Russian planes across Eastern Europe. The older Russian jets are quickly outmatched and outnumbered, but combined with the remaining air defenses, they are still able to take out a handful of F-15s and other NATO assets. Fighting is especially concentrated around western Poland and Kaliningrad, which NATO strikes repeatedly and declares a no-fly zone over. The massive US fleet of 650 tanker jets also takes off from North America and begins to circle the Atlantic, providing in-air refueling for more F-15s and F-16s called in from air bases in the US. American cargo planes also embark across the ocean, carrying troops, heavy vehicles, and supplies, which will be used to resupply the growing front in Eastern Europe. And this is just the beginning. At the same time, all US troops in Europe are recalled from leave to be mobilized. The US Army's 173rd Airborne Brigade Combat Team in Italy and its 2nd Cavalry Regiment in Germany join NATO forces from across Europe and engage Russian troops on the borders of Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Poland. While Russia's failures in Ukraine make the prospect of them taking another national capital doubtful at best, Russian missiles and artillery begin striking towns near the border, causing immense damage to the area's infrastructure and killing dozens more civilians. More cyber attacks are also unleashed against the power grids in Estonia, Poland, and Lithuania, causing rolling blackouts. US air defenses in Poland are able to down some of the incoming missiles, but many which were fired indiscriminately still get through. Putin also orders a full-scale draft and mobilization of all young men in Russia, seeking to get cannon fodder to the front as quickly as possible. Great! More fresh-faced Russian conscripts heading to the front lines. Has Putin learned nothing from his past mistakes? Regardless, let's take a look at what's happening in Europe while all this is going on. As you can imagine, things get pretty bad. While many national leaders urge people to remain calm, commercial air and rail traffic in Eastern Europe grinds to a halt, and the stock market begins to crash, creating panic. Nord Stream gas remains cut off, and refugees fleeing the crisis also continue to move west, stoking fears of a mass humanitarian crisis across Europe. The UN continues to press for a ceasefire, but Putin says he will not back down until his demands are met, though he stops short of explicitly threatening nuclear action. Western leaders respond that he must immediately cease all military activity, withdraw, and stand down all Russian troops. They announce a range of crippling new sanctions against Russian businesses, individuals, and weapon suppliers. This alone may not stop Putin's aggression. Every bit of pressure that can be added to weaken Russia's strength and security could contribute to its eventual defeat. The following day, combined NATO and US forces, including armored brigades from Poland, head north to fully cut off Russia from Kaliningrad and encircle the exclave, with the US 6th and 7th fleets moving into striking positions in the Black Sea and Pacific. While Russia could likely muster some ground troops outside of Ukraine, they would be unlikely to launch a full invasion of any Baltic country in a conflict with the US or NATO, especially since the Baltic troops are far from Russia's best. As noted by Mike Kaufman, Russia analyst at the Center for Naval Analysis, Russia's military modernization and force structure expansion had been ignoring the Baltic region until only recently. Despite provocative air and naval activity concentrated in the area, Russian forces based there are principally defensive and aging to boot. While many analysts still argued prior to the invasion of Ukraine that Russia could surround Baltic capitals in as little as 36 hours, those estimates have since come under serious doubt. In a serious confrontation with multiple NATO member states, Russia would likely take significant early losses and be forced to rely mostly on irregular warfare, missile strikes, and artillery. So back-and-forth missile strikes and aerial dogfights rage, along with artillery barrages and ground combat on Russia's borders with the Baltic states, while the United Nations continues to call for a ceasefire. Things are about to escalate. At this point, nearly a week into the growing conflict, Russia's resources are already strained to the point of total depletion. But Putin desperately needs something to make a statement and try to force the West to give him concessions. What will he do? Assuming that he does not opt for the nuclear option, fingers crossed, right? One possibility is to use Russia's vast geography to its advantage. So in an attempt to stretch out US resources, Russian fighter jets attempt to launch preemptive strikes against several US military installations in Alaska. These attacks are primarily aimed at disrupting communications and destroying military assets before they can be mobilized to attack Russia from the Pacific. While US missile defenses stop nearly all the strikes, several damage US communications arrays. Russia also launches another round of DDoS cyber attacks against US computer networks in order to further disrupt communications and try to sow confusion among American forces. In addition to this, submarines from Russia's Pacific Fleet begin to move, putting more of their long-range missiles within striking range of US bases in the Pacific. The US Navy responds by moving the 3rd Fleet to strategic locations up and down the west coast, and the 7th Fleet into a blockade off Russia's eastern coast, as part of an effort to counter Russia's naval presence in the Pacific. The US Air Force launches bombers from bases in Japan, Guam, Hawaii, and Alaska towards key targets across eastern Russia, striking military facilities at Vladivostok, Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk, Kamchatsky, Magadan, and elsewhere, while engaging enemy fighters over Alaska and northern Russia as part of a defensive operation against further strikes into American airspace. Because Russia has diverted many of its Pacific air defenses to the border with Ukraine, many US missiles find their targets, destroying numerous Russian air bases and communication centers. US Cyber Command also launches another round of cyber attacks against both Russian computer systems and missile silos, disabling more of them before they can be launched. Meanwhile, allied US and NATO ground troops dig into defensive positions on their respective borders with Ukraine and Belarus, as tensions over nuclear weapons continues to mount. In response, Russian troops and allied militias gather in Belarus, preparing to try and retake the Kaliningrad corridor, but by this point, much of Russia's communication infrastructure and military hardware is damaged or gone, and its forces stretched thin, forcing Putin to rely more heavily on asymmetric warfare or shock value. Desperate times call for desperate measures, sure, but do they work? The following day, Russian allied militia groups begin to launch guerrilla-style raids across the borders from Belarus, Kaliningrad, and Transnistria, attacking both civilian and military targets. Running out of both ammunition and artillery, they use improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, and other makeshift weapons to terrorize villages and towns. NATO forces respond with more heavy artillery and shelling and precision missile strikes for the next 2 days, aiming to cut off the flow of insurgents across the borders. Since Russia's military assets are now significantly depleted, its proxy forces fail to retake either the Kaliningrad corridor or more territory in Ukraine. Despite the growing NATO casualties due to IEDs and other attacks, the insurgents are decimated by the relentless artillery strikes. In Ukraine, troops take advantage of Russia's depleted resources to launch a lightning offensive into Crimea, shelling Sevastopol and moving to cut off the peninsula from Russia. Meanwhile, in the east, Russia's Air Force and Pacific Fleet, as well as most of its communications arrays, have been crippled by the US, putting substantial pressure on Putin. In a last-ditch effort to overwhelm NATO and US resolve, Putin orders a third, massive barrage of cyber attacks. The attacks target the wider power grid and are able to cause mass blackouts in cities across Europe and America, leaving millions without power, even as refugees continue to flood into Western Europe. EU and US officials declare a state of emergency and ask for humanitarian assistance from the other UN member states. Rolling blackouts last 2 days, during which time heavy fighting continues near Russia and Belarus's borders, both against regular troops and militia groups targeting civilians. Despite the cyber attacks, Russian allied troops continue to take far heavier losses than those of NATO and the US, and are pushed back from the edge of the Baltic states deeper into Russian territory. Holding to their word, NATO troops do not pursue them, but set up a heavily fortified buffer zone on the border. Then, after weeks of heavy shelling and being blockaded from air, land, and sea, the remaining Russian troops at Kaliningrad surrender, and the exclave is taken by NATO ground troops. In the east, the US blockade continues, as do retaliatory strikes on Russian communications and missile areas. But the surrender at Kaliningrad and mass attack on the European power grid continue to spread fears that the war will become a nuclear conflict between NATO allies and Russia. National leaders from around the world urge an end to the fighting. Despite this, Putin gives a speech raging against NATO's imperialism and says Russia will not back down if Kaliningrad is not returned to Russian control and Western support for Ukraine does not cease. With a global recession and refugee crisis deepening, the situation looks grim. Are all roads leading towards a full-blown nuclear war? After nearly 2 weeks of intense fighting between NATO allies and Russian allied forces, NATO leaders announce plans for a full-scale invasion into Belarus if Moscow does not withdraw its support for separatists operating within Ukraine and NATO territory immediately. This announcement comes on top of growing speculation about whether or not nuclear war might erupt between Moscow and Washington after days of escalating combat between both sides, and the mass Russian disruption to European power grids. But despite his cyber attack, at this point Putin is out of options. Most of Russia's military capabilities have been destroyed, and there are critical shortages of ammunition, equipment, food, medicine, and other essentials. In under 2 weeks, Russia has lost tens of thousands more troops compared to the relatively light losses by NATO and the US. Its Pacific Fleet and Eastern military installations have been wiped out by the US, and in the West, it has lost control of both Kaliningrad and much of Crimea, putting the critical naval base of Sevastopol under Ukrainian control. The only major city in Ukraine still held by Russia is Mariupol, where its remaining occupation troops are dug in trying to avoid artillery and drone strikes. Most Russian forces have been forced to pull back miles from the border, where they continue to face shelling, and hospitals are completely overwhelmed. Supply lines are so destroyed that many unlucky soldiers have even begun to starve. As conditions worsen in the next few days, Putin's war effort begins its inevitable collapse. Substantial numbers of Russian troops begin to surrender or mutiny, refusing to follow orders and turning themselves over as prisoners. Finally, buckling under pressure and trying to save face, Putin announces that Russia has taught the West a lesson and is open to negotiations. An emergency session of the UN Security Council is convened several days later, where plans begin to be drawn up for a ceasefire, the return of Kaliningrad to Russian control, autonomy for areas of eastern Ukraine, and the creation of a demilitarized zone along the Russian border. Although this is just one hypothetical scenario for a US-NATO-Russia conflict, which is still very unlikely, it demonstrates some of the options available to both sides in open conventional warfare. An extremely outmatched Russia would likely have to rely on asymmetric strategies, but even that would likely do little to halt the combined efforts of the US military and NATO. With their combined firepower, logistical strength, and technology, there is almost no non-nuclear scenario where Russia could hold its own militarily. Even so, this example illustrates the devastating toll on human life that could result from even a short conventional war. But what do you think? What would happen if Russia attacked the US? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more military content. Going into war isn't always a choice. More often than not, it's a necessity. And even with NATO's support of Ukrainian independence, it seems like Putin is leaving the US less and less choice in the decision of whether or not to get more actively involved in the war in Ukraine. But if the US had to suddenly engage in a full-scale war against Russia, how would it fare? What plans is it making for such an eventuality? One thing is for sure, Putin had better buckle up. The US military keeps its M1 Abrams oiled up, its Tomahawks loaded, and its star-spangled heroes capes nearby all year round. It is always prepared and has kept a particularly close watch on the former Soviet Union ever since the 1940s. During the Cold War, the West had it easy. Despite communist coups and the proxy wars, the Americans and their NATO allies always knew exactly who the real threat was, the foe pulling the strings behind the scenes, if you will. It was, of course, the Soviet Union. For 45 years, the West had prepared, strategized, and planned for the ultimate eventuality, an all-out military confrontation with the Soviet superpower. Whether the Cold War conflict went hot by spiraling into the nuclear realm, or if kinetic operations remained firmly moored in the familiar bounds of conventional warfare, made little difference. What mattered most was that the enemy and its intentions were clear. Knowing that is half the battle. But what happened next changed everything. The Soviet collapse in the early 1990s kick-started 3 decades of self-discovery as the US spread its wings as the world's sole superpower. Combating terrorists, genocidal dictators, and non-state tyrants became the order of the day. NATO members drifted apart, the alliance's mission and purpose suddenly cast into doubt. Then came a 2-decade forever war in the Middle East. We all know how that turned out. After a decade of strategic revision, the US finally embarked on a wholesale pivot to Asia, now hoping to contain a Chinese threat which had for decades grown stronger almost in plain sight. And then February 2022 happened. Russia invaded Ukraine. Geopolitical clarity, it seemed, was restored. The aggressive Russian bear, whose foreign policy since the Soviet collapse had vacillated somewhere between bitter Western resentment and surprising Western rapprochement, showed its true colors. America, firmly committed to bolstering its presence in the Indo-Pacific, nevertheless seized the opportunity in Europe. For years it had been nursing its wounds, trying to restore European partnerships and alliances which had slowly atrophied under the pressure of populist politics. The invasion recast these relationships in stone. Everyone in the Western world suddenly saw the reflection of their own histories in Ukraine's existential fight for its independence. The US and its Western allies pledged collective action. Sanctions, hybrid warfare, material donations, refugee support, and military training. Everything short of entering the fight themselves. This Western support coalition has shown no signs of weakening now more than a year into the war. If Finland's recent accession to NATO says anything, it has only grown stronger. What is this all leading to? For the Americans, who for a decade could not drum up the political unity required to deal with Russian revisionism, the Russian threat is credible once more. The pivot to Asia will continue apace. But now, with Eastern European sovereignty under threat once more, America must continue to do everything in its power to prepare it and its European allies for the ultimate eventuality, a full-scale war with Russia. We know you're probably laughing right about now. War with Russia, you're saying. The same Russia that can barely make inroads against a country 28 times smaller and with 100 million fewer people than itself. The same Russia that has allegedly already suffered 250,000 casualties in a single year of fighting, more than the entire number of Russian soldiers killed in every war the Soviet Union and Russia fought since World War II combined. Well, yeah, that Russia. As counterintuitive as it now seems, Russia still poses a grave threat to Eurasian security and Western values the world over. Western analysts are contemplating a number of contingencies that could result from the war in Ukraine, which fortunately for us all has thus far remained contained to a single country. The major one is the potentiality that Russia and its fuming dictator Vladimir Putin, finally recognizing the futility of winning a long-term victory in Ukraine, go absolutely rogue. Russia has all but burned its remaining capital with the West. Politically, Putin is a global pariah. Economically, Russia has been cut off from Western markets. Its once profitable natural gas left with virtually nowhere to go. Sanctions continue to cut into its ability to supply its military and civilian population with the specialized industrial and technological parts it needs to function effectively. Militarily, there's little evidence the latest round of mobilization will provide the tactical momentum Russia needs to win over the long term. Rather, it's more likely that untrained Russian conscripts or mobiks will continue to be fed into the meat grinder to little effect. Will Putin back down? You can almost guarantee he won't. He's already raised the stakes too high. His people, his propagandists at least, expect too much of him. He's paranoid. He must deliver on his promises. The Ukrainians, as long as they live and breathe, will never accept the Russian occupation on any scale. As a final recourse, Putin still has his nuclear umbrella, something he knows the West won't gamble on. From our vantage point today, it seems as though Putin's Russia, if it continues its present course, will almost have to go rogue. It won't end the war with a negotiated settlement unless something drastic changes, but as attrition whittles down its once vaunted military power, it will be forced to engage in its antebellum tactics, only far more aggressively. It will rely on asymmetric warfare and hybrid operations to destabilize the West. It will increasingly act like a global version of its now closest remaining ally of consequence, Iran, completely decoupled from the international community, pursuing a revanchist foreign policy using drones, proxy wars, missile strikes, espionage, and more, all while using its nuclear umbrella to deter Western retaliation. Nuclear threats will continue to grow in intensity. Cyber operations will increase in kind. Putin will target vulnerable pipelines and transoceanic fiber optic cables. Russia will continue to fund and sponsor disinformation and misinformation campaigns. Russian bots named Peter and Frank will enter your feeds at election times in the hopes of trolling you into voting for their candidate of choice. The bloodletting in Ukraine will continue. The threat of escalation will remain omnipresent. And that isn't good, because as one think tank put it, a rogue Russia still represents a geopolitical crisis of the highest order. It's a threat to global security, Western political systems, the cybersphere, space, and food security, not to mention every Ukrainian civilian. Let's be clear, Ukraine has blunted, if not outright neutered, Russia's conventional military power over the past year. That feat alone is remarkable. But this war won't end anytime soon. Russia remains a dangerous foe, and elsewhere, especially outside Ukraine, the bear can still bite. Make no mistake. So where, outside Ukraine, could the US see itself fighting Russia, and how would it do so? One of the geopolitical hotspots for a possible confrontation between Russia and the US is in a random chunk of territory wedged between Lithuania and Poland, known as the Kaliningrad exclave. This sparsely populated patch of land is Russia's gateway to the Baltic, a heavily defended former German port city ceded to the Soviets in the aftermath of World War II. Kaliningrad's geography is tricky. The port is literally surrounded by NATO countries. Strategically, it's an A2AD, or anti-access area denial nightmare for NATO, home to thousands of Russian forces, advanced fighter jets, and nuclear-capable Iskander-M missiles. The exclave is connected to Belarus by a narrow 40-mile land bridge known as the Suwalki Gap, which itself cuts into the only two highways and lone railroad connecting Poland to NATO's exposed Baltic states. Since NATO assets cannot traverse the Suwalki Gap, Without coming under the guns of Russia's military in Kaliningrad, the wide-open rural region is a crucial choke point that Russia would almost certainly exploit if it ever sought to cut off the Baltics from NATO. Finland's accession to NATO has caused tensions in this region to flare once more. In a matter of 1 year, NATO's border with Russia has doubled, adding over 800 miles of densely wooded, difficult-to-patrol tundra. The Baltic Sea has come firmly under NATO's protection, with Kaliningrad the only Russian outpost in an otherwise Western-friendly sea of states. Putin has had grievances against the West for years, and nobody, certainly not now, should bother trying to predict his next move. But prediction and preparation is the express job of America's military strategists. Were Putin to try to secure the Suwalki Gap to Kaliningrad or gain a foothold in Finland, Lithuania, Estonia, or any of its past satellites, the US and its allies must try to discern his regional capabilities and prepare for an open conflict. But what would this look like? How does the Russian way of war differentiate from the American approach? America is fortunate, at least far more fortunate than Russia in this hypothetical. Its robust network of military alliances and partnerships throughout Europe mean it will be far from alone in a war against Russia. Before the war in Ukraine, both Russia and NATO had respected the terms of the 1997 NATO-Russia Founding Act, committing both sides to avoid reinforcing or permanently stationing forces on the territories of the former Warsaw Pact states or their neighboring Russian borders. Russia abrogated itself from these terms when it invaded Ukraine. Now, NATO has a clear pathway to bolster its presence in these critical areas using measured multinational deployments and the increased rotation of permanently based American troops. The fact America's force posture would be complemented by the presence of British, Polish, Italian, Spanish, French, Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Finnish, and many other allied partners speaks to the logic of the American way of war, which in the modern era has become multinational and collaborative to the core. There is strength in numbers and resolve in collective resilience. These force multipliers are not something Russia could count on in a direct confrontation with NATO. In fact, it can only really count on direct, cooperative assistance from Belarus, and amid its attempts to keep out of the Ukraine war, Belarusian loyalty to Russia is an especially unproven commodity. While Russia has struggled to coax Belarus to fight alongside it, NATO's military personnel now exceeds 5.4 million, 4 times that of Russia. According to Statista, NATO also has about 5 times as many aircraft, 4 times as many armored vehicles, and 3 times as many military ships. Not to mention the backing of the world's biggest defense spender, the US itself, with 1.39 million troops alone, and a defense budget of $801 billion in 2021, dwarfing second-place China with a net spend of $293 billion, and Russia, who spent a paltry $65.9 billion that same year. Before Russia invaded Ukraine, each year it conducted massive, multi-day military exercises demonstrating its military power. NATO has done the same, ramping up its collective exercises over the past year in response to Russian aggression. While these exercises show little more than NATO's theoretical military effectiveness, the war in Ukraine has brought Russia into stark relief, and it has certainly been found wanting. Russia is in the midst of a new military reform, something its Ministry of Defense announced at the end of 2022. Most see this as little more than a haphazard attempt to patch a sinking ship. They're trying to grow their modern military to the size it was over 2 decades ago. But today there remains a lack of specialists in charge of maintaining military equipment and vehicles, as well as military infrastructure inherited from the USSR, which no longer exists today. Additionally, there were tens of thousands of auxiliary positions like military financial officers and army construction workers, which have also ceased to exist. In other words, noted Russian military journalist and military analyst Pavel Felgenauer, the nominal size of the armed forces cannot be increased in a realistic and meaningful way. Russia lacks qualified junior officers. There's nobody to command the conscripts they're throwing into battle. The army of 1.5 million soldiers Russia dreams of is little more than a bureaucratic fantasy. Still, Russia is frantically trying to restore its depleted forces to the numbers it boasted prior to the invasion of Ukraine. It isn't working. Its armed forces today are lacking in some areas of modern military technology, including drone capability, electronic components, and radar and satellite reconnaissance, Felgenauer told the media. Yes, we have weapons, but our reconnaissance capabilities are weaker than our attack capabilities. So we have a long-range, sometimes precision-guided weapon, but we don't always know where the target is. But what if Russia went into a full-scale war with the West despite these obvious weaknesses? Let's say for the sake of argument that Putin goes rogue. He sees Finland's NATO membership as the final straw. He still doubts the West will risk starting World War III, and he is desperate for a quick victory in Europe. He throws everything into the Ukrainian cauldron, and it all goes wrong. Armed with Western tanks and eventually aircraft, Ukraine mounts a series of counteroffensives that all but push back Russia to its own borders. Decisively defeated on the battlefield, the enemies of Lukashenko's pro-Russian faction in Belarus stage a coup and oust the leader from power. In the cascading crisis, weathered Belarusian volunteers, which for years had fought in Ukraine, return home and help throw the Russians out of their homeland. Belarus thus switched sides, leaving the Russian garrison at Kaliningrad entirely surrounded by enemy forces. The Suwalki Gap is no longer a concern for the West, but it is for Russia. Over time, Poland, Lithuania, and other NATO countries pressure the Russian garrison to demilitarize. Morale sinks. They are at the whims of NATO naval forces in the Baltic, Swedish missiles on the neighboring island of Gotland, and all but blocked from their homeland. Putin decides the time is ripe to present NATO with a sort of final act. He invades Belarus and, hoping to regain a foothold in Eastern Europe, Putin decides to test NATO's resolve, launching an attack on the Suwalki Gap and small villages along the Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian borders. He uses Kaliningrad's Iskander missiles and naval missile corvettes to cover his advance. With the bulk of its reserve forces in Poland and Finland, Putin's forces overwhelm the unprepared NATO multinational garrison in Estonia, which is briefly forced into retreat. Russia immediately begins reinforcing its positions, bracing for the inevitable counterattack as NATO triggers Article 5. NATO's tripwire strategy to place small forward presence battalion-sized deployments in the Baltic to absorb a Russian invasion while it rushed its reserves to the front could not prevent Estonia from coming under Russian control. Latvia looks like it will hold, but only just. But once Estonia fell, all of NATO's Baltic states, supported by its European, American, and Canadian allies, converged. The West has wargamed this scenario over and over again, and Russian units immediately feel pressure from NATO's Response Force and Very High Readiness Joint Task Force, a multinational brigade on a constant state of alert. The initial surge into the Baltics is complicated by Russian missile attacks on roads, bridges, and railways. The US and NATO respond by establishing air superiority over Estonia at high risk to itself, beginning with a massive cyber attack and cruise missile strikes launched by a fleet of B-52s on Russian SAM sites that overwhelm their air defenses. Learning the lessons of the Ukraine war, NATO targets Russia's vulnerable logistics infrastructure, supplying its forward Estonian presence. Superior commercial satellites, drone technology, UAVs, electromagnetic capabilities, and next-generation precision-guided munitions fired by interoperable F-35 fighters enable NATO forces to target railway hubs supplying Putin's war in a way the Ukrainians never could. Once Russia gave up their air to NATO and the US, it was essentially game over. Kaliningrad, isolated and completely surrounded, capitulates in a matter of days. NATO continues to pour manpower and material into Estonia at a rate unmatched by Russia. Its theater assets are better maintained. It has higher morale, reinforced by a clear sense of mission. It suffers fewer casualties, a result of superior airlift capabilities and hospital facilities. It engages in full-spectrum multi-domain operations, or the simultaneous attack from sea, air, land, and cyberspace, unleashing a single symphony of violence to break down advanced defenses. It has been trained for years. Through it all, NATO member countries shoulder a fair share of the burden, thus proving the NATO concept. Russian morale breaks under a withering, round-the-clock assault. The war is over in a matter of weeks. Russian forces beat a hasty retreat to Moscow, and Putin's world comes crashing down as his people, fired up after years of disappointment, global isolation, bloodshed, and military setbacks, finally turn on him. Sure, it's all hypothetical, and yes, it's fair to claim that the West has struggled against forces far weaker than the conventional peers they would face in the Baltics over the past few decades. A fair criticism, but one equally applicable to nearly every country immersed in counterinsurgencies and irregular warfare. It's hard to believe that Russia could ever succeed in an out-and-out military confrontation against the West all on its own. If the West applies the full weight of its collective military capabilities on a clearly defined enemy, the outcome for Putin would be very, very bad indeed. His only recourse, again, would be to threaten the world with nuclear destruction. Would he really go that far? What do you think? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more military analysis from military experts. With the amount of lethal aid that the US is delivering to Ukraine to help defend themselves against the ongoing Russian invasion, it's logical to ask, could the US conquer Russia on its own? To answer that, we need to take a closer look at both countries' militaries, compare their strengths and weaknesses, and get clear on who is the bravest and the baddest armed force out there. Starting off with a deep dive, let's talk about nuclear power. Here's the thing. We need to accept that comparing US and Russian military power will have to exclude the use of nuclear weapons by either side. Why? Well, the US and Russia have roughly equal parity in nuclear warheads, with reportedly 5,900 total operational nuclear warheads for Russia and 5,400 for the US. Included in these stockpiles, yep, it's a tie. Russia and the US each have about 1,600 active, deployed strategic nuclear warheads. However, these numbers are just best guesses, since neither country will confirm nor deny their active nuclear forces, and only rarely will they confirm where such weapons are being kept. It's scary to be kept in the dark on this topic, right? Well, it gets scarier. Apparently, Russia claims to have a working dead hand system in place, also known as the perimeter system, that will automatically launch Russia's nuclear forces if an attempted first strike is launched to decapitate Russian leadership. While this system is supposed to be offline under normal circumstances, it's not clear when Russia has this system set to on. It's quite likely that since 2014, during Russia's earlier invasion of eastern Ukraine and the Crimean Peninsula, this system may have been continually online, in order to prevent a decapitating first strike by US forces. It gets worse. Putin apparently placed Russia's entire nuclear forces on high alert in February of 2022, following the invasion of Ukraine and NATO and the West's response to support the defenders. There is no indication that the high alert status has been revoked. In fact, as of March 29, 2023, President Putin has announced that Russia will no longer give advanced warning of their nuclear weapons tests, following their February announcement that they would no longer allow the US to inspect their nuclear weapons sites as part of the decades-old START weapons treaty. With all these unsettling red flags in place, let's shift gears and take a look at other aspects of the US and Russian militaries. Who do you think has the best army, budget, and weaponry? The short answer is, there really is no comparison. The US military is currently vastly superior to anything Russia can muster. Everything we've seen from the invasion of Ukraine so far shows that the Russian Army, Navy, and Air Force have been completely overrated by Western analysts and have been manhandled expertly by Ukraine's outnumbered but valiant defenders. What's left of Russia's once vaunted military is being chewed up faster than they can replace them. But it wasn't always this way. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union and the US had roughly equal conventional forces, at least in numbers. The USSR had an advantage in raw numbers of tanks and artillery, especially in the areas bordering Western Europe and its NATO member countries, while the US had a larger and more advanced Air Force, Navy, and Special Forces. But since the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991, the two sides have grown steadily and dramatically apart in terms of the sophistication of their tanks and aircraft, the reliability of their state-of-the-art weapon systems, and their respective capability to project power into other regions and spheres of influence. For example, Russia currently has only one working aircraft carrier, an older, fuel oil-burning ship launched in 1985 named the Admiral Kuznetsov, which, oddly enough, was built in Ukraine. This ship has suffered a string of serious accidents, from shipboard fires to repair cranes falling on its flight deck during repairs. When it does travel, it never sails far from its home port without a seagoing tug to tow it back home. It isn't even in current deployment, having been in different dry docks undergoing continual repairs since 2018, and it's known to leave an incredibly dark trail of dense smoke due to an inability for its boilers to fully burn its low-grade fuel. The whole ship is an embarrassment to the world's navies, yet it's the largest capital ship Russia still has afloat, so they'll do anything to try and keep it going. You might see it back on the high seas in 2024, maybe. In comparison, the United States is completing its second carrier in the Ford class, the most advanced and largest aircraft carrier class in the world. The US Navy currently operates 11 carrier strike groups, each of which is built around a nuclear-powered carrier. Each of these strike groups incorporates multiple ships that includes Aegis-class carriers, nuclear-powered attack submarines, destroyers, minesweepers, and additional support and resupply ships. Each Ford-class carrier will be able to support more than 75 aircraft, including the latest fifth-generation aircraft, the F-35C, along with state-of-the-art drones, airborne warning and surveillance aircraft. These carrier strike groups allow the US to patrol the world's oceans and project air power far from the US mainland. Russia has no equivalent capability and likely never will. The same inequality exists in their respective air forces, and it's only widening. While the US has both the F-35 and F-22 fifth-generation stealth fighters, Russia's only close to but not quite fifth-gen fighter, the Su-57, can't deploy over Ukraine for fear of being shot down. Meanwhile, the US is already making progress on the NGAD, the next-generation air dominance system, which includes new weapons, advanced sensors, networking and battle management suites, redesigned jet engines, and innovative combat drones that will be designed around a truly groundbreaking 6th-gen fighter to replace the F-22, which, even though it's being replaced, still remains the best dogfighting combat aircraft in operation. The US Navy is also working on a 6th-gen carrier-based stealth fighter under the current program name F/A-XX. Prototypes may already be flying, and the current Navy budget has already earmarked over $9 billion in funding for further development. On the other side of the equation, Russia claims to be working on a 5th-gen plus fighter, the Mikoyan PAK-DP, also known as the MiG-41. But so far it barely exists in reduced-sized wind tunnel mock-ups and may not be seen as a flying prototype until sometime in the mid-2030s. Then there are the respective tank forces. The US Abrams tank may not be the world's best. Some argue that spot is taken up by the Israeli Merkava, the German Leopard 2, or the British Challenger 2. But the Abrams has been battle-tested since the First Gulf War in 1990 and has been continually upgraded and improved. Currently, the Abrams M1A2 System Enhancement Package version 4, SEP version 4, will employ 3rd-generation 3-gen FLIR, forward-looking infrared advanced optics that allow tank commanders to identify and attack targets farther away than ever before. Of course, Russian fanboys will point to the much-vaunted T-14 Armata as the best tank in the world. Except, well, where to begin? The tank was designed around the A85-3 engine, a copy of an X-shaped German engine which was never designed for tank propulsion. The tank's electronics and computer controls suffer from a lack of advanced computer chips, which under Western sanctions has been a real Achilles heel for the Russian economy. Captured Russian drones show they are so desperate for computer chips that they've resorted to using stolen Swedish traffic cameras for their guts. Without a consistent supply of computer chips, there's no way Russia can mass-produce the Armata. That wasn't bad enough. The production company for the Armata, UVZ, is busy upgrading previously mothballed T-62s and supporting the overworked T-72B3 and T-90M assembly lines. Currently, any Armatas being assembled are being done by hand. That may work for limited production Rolls-Royces and Lamborghinis, but it doesn't bode well for the implementation of a mass-produced battlefield weapons platform. Without any Armatas in Ukraine, and with a greater reliance on more outdated and poorly retrofitted Soviet-era models, the Abrams is far and away better than the vast majority of the surviving Russian tank forces. I say surviving because as of March 2023, the Russians have lost, at a bare minimum, an astounding 1,900 main battle tanks. Everything from the upgraded but still outdated T-72s to around 58 of their more modern T-90s. This means that more than half of their country's entire pre-invasion active tank force has been destroyed or captured. And this number is only what's been positively verified by Western observers like the Oryx team of open-source analysts. According to the London-based International Institute for Strategic Studies, the total could be anywhere from 20% to 40% higher. Russia is so desperate for replacement tanks that they're even bringing in not just the T-62s from their mothballed tank graveyards, but as of March 23, 2023, even some 75-year-old T-54s and 55s. That would be like the US bringing back its Korean War-era M47 and M48 patterns. The bad news doesn't stop there. Russia has also lost around 800 infantry fighting vehicles, lightly armored trucks and transports, 2,200 armored fighting vehicles like the various MBT, MBD, and BTR models, 230 mobile command posts and communication units, 300 engineering vehicles, 190 towed artillery pieces, 370 self-propelled artillery, 190 multiple rocket launchers (MLRS), 100 surface-to-air systems, 2,300 unarmored transports, jeeps, and other vehicles. Honestly, at this point, it's almost easier to count which tanks and vehicles Russia has left, rather than try to keep up with the ones they've lost. And again, all of this has happened not against NATO or the US directly, but against much smaller Ukraine, and in just over a year. The Russian Air Force, when it's deigned to make an appearance over the battlefield, has also suffered unusually high casualties. It's estimated that 6 to 8% of its active tactical combat aircraft have been destroyed, including around 15% of its pre-invasion multi-role and ground attack aircraft, including the more advanced Su-30SM and Su-34. Douglas Barry, a military aviation analyst at the IISS, believes at least 20 Su-34 strike aircraft have been lost, along with one or two of their top-of-the-line Su-35s. And if you're still counting, you can tack on a minimum of 80 combat helicopters. Russia's Navy isn't doing any better. In April of 2022, the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, the cruiser Moskva, was sunk by Ukrainian drone attacks, though Russia at first claimed it was due to a fire started by careless smokers. Following that meme show, the frigate Admiral Makarov assumed the role of flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, but it was attacked less than a month later in May of 2022. It's not confirmed, but the Makarov might now be inoperable. All told, the Russian Navy has lost 18 ships of various sizes and has had to pull all of its ships of any value back from the western Black Sea due to fears of more air and sea drone attacks. Not a very good showing against a country that officially has no navy. Then there's the overall troop losses. According to several estimates, Russia has lost as many as 200,000 to 270,000 troops, either killed, wounded, or missing, or captured in the invasion of Ukraine. And with close to 2 million men of draftable age having left the country to avoid Putin's first conscription in 2022, those troops won't be easily replaced. Neither will the hundreds of trained pilots, nor the hundreds of highly trained elite paratroopers and special forces killed in the first days of the war in the failed attack on the Hostomel airport, and in the equally disastrous attempt to assassinate President Zelensky. And because the Russian army has never created an independent, think-for-yourself NCO cadre, and must be led by higher leaders who do all the thinking for the frontline troops, an astounding 14 generals have been confirmed to have died in the fighting. As of just May of 2022, Moscow had admitted that they had lost more than 300 high-ranking officers, a third of them members of the senior staff, namely colonels, lieutenant colonels, and majors. And this is only from a single year of combat against what is arguably a second-tier military, though Ukraine is punching way above its weight class. There are several reasons why Russia's military is doing so poorly. Institutional kleptocracy. Somewhere between 30% and 40% of Russia's annual military budget is siphoned off by oligarchs, commanders, and even Putin himself, who has an estimated fortune of over $200 billion. You can't expect your tank's reactive armor to operate when someone claimed to buy the explosives but instead put egg carton cardboard into the pouches where the explosives are supposed to go. Outdated tactics. With the serious degradation of its military, both in numbers and quality, Russia has come to rely more and more on World War I tactics, namely massed artillery barrages and human wave attacks. The Russian commanders issue top-down commands that often bear little to no awareness of the current battlefield's logistics. This stems in part from Russia's incapability of creating an educated and well-trained NCO corps, which all other Western nations rely on. The inability to adjust. Russia seems incapable of learning from its mistakes. It's fought battles where its tanks bunched up and became easy targets for Ukrainian artillery, aided by spotter drones, or simply rolled through minefields without any concern for the consequences. We'll discuss one such example later on, in the Battle of the Seversky Donets. This rigidity is another result of a lack of a properly trained NCO corps, who might be able to adjust avenues of attack and better coordinate tactics at the point of opposition. The only element of the Russian armed forces that Putin seems able to rely on is his nuclear arm. And as we've already agreed, we're not including these in our discussions, for now at least. But Putin continues to rattle his nuclear sabers every chance he gets, as if that's the only way he can keep NATO and the US from placing boots on the ground in Ukraine. But it's clear from the battlefield that Ukraine needs no additional troops, just the advanced weaponry and ammunition that is already flowing into the country as we speak. There are 3 recent battles that showcase Russia's surprising ineptitude in modern warfare. The Battle for Antonov Airport, February 24, 2022. Within hours of President Putin's announcement of his invasion of Ukraine, his special military operation, a coordinated effort was made to land paratroopers, known as the VDV, and other special forces at Kyiv's Antonov Airport, otherwise known as the Hostomel Airport, named for the city in which it's located. An estimated 30 to 40 Russian helicopters led the airborne invasion, supported by a handful of fighter aircraft. If it had been successful, this operation would have paved the way for dozens of large Il-76 troop transports to land. Those planes would have carried thousands of reinforcements and would have then occupied a vital region within 10 kilometers of Ukraine's capital. Instead, Ukrainian resistance met the first attackers, and after the initial surprise wore off and Ukrainian mechanized reinforcements arrived, they managed to encircle the airport and eliminate at least 200 of the VDV in just a few days. Meanwhile, Ukrainian artillery cratered the runway, rendering it useless for the planned follow-on landing of the Il-76 transports. The VDV troops held on for weeks, supported by a few tanks and other vehicles that had broken through Ukrainian resistance northwest of Kyiv and had managed to link up with the Russian forces around the airfield, some of which had scattered into the nearby towns of Irpin and Bucha. However, the main column of Russian tanks and reinforcements heading south from Belarus, numbering up to 15,000 troops, never made it to the airport and was stuck in a traffic jam more than 40 kilometers long. In this ill-conceived, poorly supported and mismanaged attack, Putin wasted the best of his elite paratroops, as well as his chance for a quick, decapitating strike on the Ukrainian capital. His miscalculations of the strength and coordination of Ukrainian resistance, combined with his overconfidence about his own military's performance, were merely previews of the disasters that would unfold during the rest of his invasion of Ukraine. The Battle of the Sovietsky Donets. The first year of the invasion of Ukraine has displayed time and again the lack of military coordination on the part of the Russian forces, as well as their inability to adapt to the changing military environment during the heat of battle. Time and again, Russian forces will encounter an ambush, a minefield, or simply a well-prepared defense, and rather than regroup and try a different avenue of attack, will simply plow mindlessly ahead, regardless of the losses. One such event that perfectly encapsulates all the problems Russia is having with modern warfare is the well-documented disaster known as the Battle of the Sovietsky Donets, which occurred the 5th through the 13th of May 2022. In an effort to force a crossing of the Donets River in northeastern Ukraine, a Russian battalion tactical group (BTG), numbering between 1,000 and 1,500 troops, supported by tanks, armored personnel carriers (APCs), and artillery, placed a group of pontoons across the river near the small city of Siversky. They began to send tanks and APCs to the western side, while calling up additional vehicles on the eastern side to prepare to have them cross as well. But Ukraine had advanced warning of this attack, possibly due to satellite surveillance supplied by the US. In preparation, the Ukrainian armed forces brought up both tanks and artillery, with spotter drones overhead. When around half of the vehicles had crossed, Ukrainian artillery began pounding the 2 pontoon bridges already in place, isolating the forces that had already crossed. They also pounded the now massed vehicle pileup on the far side of the river, destroying a vast number of frontline combat vehicles. Rather than give up against a prepared and alert defensive formation, Russian commanders just continued to feed more forces into the cauldron. Some Russian military bloggers went beyond calling these decisions inept and suicidal and deemed them instead to be sabotage. When the surviving units finally pulled back the following week, Russia had lost over 70 tanks and other vehicles, and by some accounts more than 1,000 troops killed, wounded and missing. Retired British Major General Mick Ryan estimated that the defeat likely resulted in not just a BTG, but probably an entire brigade losing a large part of its combat power. While most Western militaries would see such a calamity as a reason to learn from such mistakes, the Russian command structure doesn't seem to know how to make adjustments. Additional major defeats where Russia seemed heedless of massive casualties occurred at regular intervals across the Ukrainian battlefield, including Kherson, Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, and Vuhledar. Not to mention the estimated 30,000 to 50,000 casualties Russia may have suffered in their months-long struggle to capture the fortified region around Bakhmut. Many observers will say that the Russian-Ukrainian war might not be a fair comparison to a possible Russian-US military encounter. Isn't there some event that would provide a better metric to compare the opposing militaries? As a matter of fact, there is. The so-called Battle for the Konoko Fields, also known as the Battle of Kashan, which occurred in Syria in 2018. This was the first hot encounter between US and Russian forces since the Cold War. The US had stationed a handful of US Marines and Army Special Forces about 5 miles east of the Euphrates River, close to a vital oil drilling and pumping station in eastern Syria to help support a small group of Syrian Democratic Forces (SDF) fighters, also defending the site primarily against ISIS threats in the region. Russian and US forces had previously agreed that a nominal dividing line between the two forces would be the Euphrates River. They had even set up a special hotline between the two areas' command units to make sure there wouldn't be any confusion on the ground, as the Russian troops were also ostensibly opposed to ISIS at the time. At around 5 a.m. on February 7, 2018, a force of some 250 mixed Russian Wagner mercenaries and Syrian pro-government militia attempted to cross the Euphrates southwest of Kashan. US forces fired a few artillery rounds to warn them off, and they did pull back. But later in the evening around 10 p.m., the US troops were surprised to detect a column of Russian T-72 tanks and support vehicles, along with as many as 500 soldiers, heading towards their position from the east side of the Euphrates. Sporadic artillery fire and mortar fire began to hit their positions as well. The US troops followed procedure and contacted their opposite numbers using the predetermined hotline, but the Russian commanders assured them that there were no Russian troops in the area. With that reassurance, the US troops called in massive air and artillery support involving F-15E and F-22 fighter jets, B-52 bombers, AC-130 gunships, AH-64 Apache attack helicopters, MQ-9 Reaper and RQ-7B Shadow drones, in addition to M777 howitzer artillery and M142 HIMARS rockets. The Russian and Syrian forces never got to within rifle range of their US targets. 4 hours later, when the fighting was over, more than 100 of the attacking forces had been killed, though some estimates put that loss at closer to 330. The only casualties on the US SDF side was a single wounded SDF soldier. The lopsided nature of the encounter, due to primarily the overwhelming and accurately directed air and artillery strikes supplied by the US, underscored the uneven nature of the current US and Russian military forces, as well as their relative abilities to use combined arms in a coordinated fashion. The massive response was also seen as a deliberate warning to Russia not to take the US or their allies lightly. That leads us inescapably to another interesting question. Could the US on its own invade and conquer the country of Russia? Alternatively, could the US, with NATO's help, conquer Russia? Bluntly, right now there's no way the US, even with NATO's help, could physically invade and conquer Russia. Even if Russia failed to use their nukes, and you can be certain they would, there's simply no way the vast country of Russia, stretching through 11 time zones, could ever be fully occupied and pacified. Hold on though, let's break this answer down and then we can talk about some other ways the US could possibly, actually, very probably destroy Russia. It's becoming clear in the modern age that no moderately well-supplied country would be able to be occupied and defeated as long as their people maintained the will to fight. A perfect example is the relatively tiny country of Vietnam. They were one of the first countries to soundly defeat the Mongol Empire in the 13th century and resisted French occupation right up until the Japanese invaded them in 1940. After the fall of Japan in 1945, they went on the offensive to drive the French out of their country. And when they were successful and the US tried to defend the area of South Vietnam, they fought for more than a decade before driving the US out as well, despite suffering as many as 1 million casualties. Cambodia next thought they could occupy Vietnam's Mekong Delta, but in a mere 2 weeks, the Vietnamese routed the attackers and occupied the capital, Phnom Penh, which they held until 1988. China then invaded, thinking that they could impose their will on the ruling Vietnamese government. But the Vietnamese went toe-to-toe with the mighty Chinese army and after some brief but intense fighting, managed to force them to withdraw. though China considered the event merely a short, punitive expedition. Such determination to defend one's homeland would undoubtedly be faced in Russia as well, but of an order of magnitude far greater. Many segments of Russia see the current invasion of Ukraine and the implied aim of NATO to hang a strategic defeat around Putin's neck as one of an existential crisis for their country. Since Russian media is nothing more than an echo chamber for their dictator-in-chief, most commentators mirror Putin's own comments when he says that in light of such a defeat, "I do not even know if such an ethnic group as the Russian people will be able to survive in the form in which it exists today." You can expect that, just as they did with their Herculean efforts to defend their country against the onslaught of Nazi Germany in World War II, Russia will fight on against any invasion, no matter the costs, the consequences, or the forces arrayed against them. They might even find a willing ally in China, who has been eyeing sections of Russia's Far East territories around Vladivostok that as recently as the 1850s were part of Greater China. It's entirely possible that China would be willing to help support the defense of Russia in exchange for what they currently consider historical Chinese territory. There is evidence that China has decided it's in their best interest to keep Russia as an intact nation in order to divide Western opposition. Both countries share an intense dislike of what they perceived as US hegemony throughout the world. And now that Russia has seen its oil and natural gas outlets in the West curtailed by sanctions, by necessity, they've had to turn to China and India as their two primary sources for exploiting petrochemicals. Even closer cooperation in the future is only inevitable. But wait, there's one more option. What if the US managed to topple the Russian government? This may be the trickiest of the three topics to answer. In short, yes, the US could probably topple the Putin government at any time if they wanted to. There was a recent event that showcased just how precise US strikes have become, an event that may have led Putin to decide to travel in a special armored train, and to spend much of his time in isolated bunkers in Siberia, far from the active front lines. On August 2, 2022, the US sent a pair of specially modified Hellfire missiles to take out Ayman al-Zawahiri, one of the al-Qaeda leaders responsible for planning various attacks on US and Western targets, including the 9/11 attacks, the bombing of the USS Cole, multiple bombings of US embassies in Africa, and others. He was tracked to a residence in Kabul, in the middle of a densely populated area. But the two drones were so precise that the US claimed Zawahiri was the only casualty of the operation. According to published reports, he was taken out while he stood on the second-floor balcony of the residence with the missiles equipped with Ginsu knife-like projections. The strike was publicized in a series of press conferences, with additional US government officials warning that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out. No doubt Putin took that threat seriously. But US military and diplomatic policy has matured since the 1950s and 60s, when the CIA routinely toppled governments, many of them democratically elected, in countries like Iran, South Vietnam, Chile, Guatemala, the Congo, and others. Nowadays, the US prefers to let its military-industrial complex do the talking, such as when they toppled Saddam's regime in Iraq. In retrospect, despite the overwhelming military victory the US achieved, the end result was ultimately seen by many as seriously flawed, as the US had no plan to replace the removed Iraqi government with any kind of stable and reliable replacement. And that may be the one main reason why the US doesn't want to topple the Putin dictatorship. There are fears that whoever might replace him could be far worse. The one element of his arsenal that Putin has dared not yet use is his nuclear arsenal. He probably knows that as long as he doesn't employ nukes, then the West will worry he's the only thing holding back a massive nuclear war. He's betting that the US and the West will worry that whoever comes next might not hold back. And so, we've come full circle. It's clear that the one ace in the hole that Russia still holds onto is its nuclear deterrent. Putin dare not use them, for fear that doing so will unleash a horrific response from the West. But Putin has to threaten to use them in fear that their possible use is the only thing keeping NATO from sending actual troops to drive the Russian invaders out of Ukraine. And the West dare not take Putin out directly, for fear that his replacement might be willing to use nukes in an act of suicidal revenge. And so the world balances on a precarious knife's edge, closer to a nuclear holocaust than we've been since the Cuban Missile Crisis of the early 1960s. It would be best if all sides could take one giant step back from the precipice, but Putin seems incapable of backing down, and the brave Ukrainians are determined to take their country back, as well they should. The most likely outcome is that some oligarch will find a willing accomplice in Putin's cook staff, and the Russian president will succumb to a bout of severe intestinal distress, following which some level-headed replacement will endeavor to repair the massive damage Putin's done both to Ukraine and to his own country. At least, that's what many sane people hope. Don't forget, before he was the leader of the Wagner Group, the oligarch Yevgeny Prigozhin had a very special nickname, Putin's chef. But what do you think? Could the US military conquer Russia all on its own? How would they do it? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more military analysis from military experts. The war in Ukraine is still raging, and despite Putin's repeated failure to secure enough military manpower with actual training and experience to make any lasting headway on the battlefields, or simply stop embarrassing himself by losing dozens of tanks every week, Russia doesn't seem to be backing off anytime soon. How will the Russo-Ukraine conflict progress? Will it involve Russia's inevitable attack on members of NATO? And if the bear ever decides to strike again, is NATO ready to respond? Let's find out. This is Belgium, famous for its fluffy waffles, artisanal chocolate, and for being home to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, aka NATO. While NATO's headquarters are based in Brussels, the capital of Belgium, its powerful member countries span over continents and include some of the world's most powerful militaries, including the UK, France, Spain, Germany, Turkey, and of course, the US. Impressive, right? But while NATO is composed of as many as 31 member countries with access to combined military forces of approximately 3.6 million active duty personnel, the US military is still one of the largest in the world, with over 1.3 million active duty personnel and more than 800,000 reserve personnel. Let's just say it's a good thing that NATO and the US are in the frat house. Since its very inception in 1949, NATO has reckoned with the possibility of having to fend off a Russian attack. The hows and the whys of that particular scenario were always in flux, but the threat remained the same. Thanks in part to its Ukrainian miscalculation, today Russia, on paper at least, no longer presents the same threat as it once did. According to a very recent report from the Institute for the Study of War, Russian forces in Ukraine are operating in decentralized and largely degraded formations throughout the theater, and the current pattern of deployment suggests that most available units are already online and engaged in either offensive or defensive operations. That leaves virtually no troops left over to attack elsewhere, and that's good news for NATO. But because of its undeniable history of aggressive behavior under the leadership of Vladimir Putin, states underestimate Russia at their own peril. Well, NATO certainly isn't making that mistake. Russia remains its primary geopolitical adversary, and you can be sure it is poised and ready for whatever Russia can throw at it. What exactly does NATO deploy to defend its borders? NATO has had a credible military presence on Europe's eastern flank for nearly a decade now, and since 2022, it has only grown stronger. In the aftermath of the Cold War, the Baltic states eagerly submitted their application for NATO membership, having agreed to undertake the required political and military reforms. On March 29, 2004, the trio of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia successfully joined the world's most powerful military bloc. Since then, these small states, along with Finland, who just this year became the alliance's newest member, have become arguably the most important actors in a hypothetical war against Russia. It is them, after all, who share long, difficult-to-patrol borders with their eastern neighbor, and it is them who will be NATO's first line of defense in a hypothetical war scenario with Russia. Unlike Finland, who immediately brought a robust reserve of 280,000 soldiers, 650 tanks, including 200 German-manufactured Leopards, and what many consider Western Europe's strongest artillery to NATO upon joining, the Baltics had to fight an uphill battle to bring their relatively humble forces up to snuff. When we say humble, here's what we mean. Estonia possesses 1,976 armored fighting vehicles, Latvia has 2,930, and Lithuania has 5,456 armored fighting vehicles, and none of these countries have any tanks. Finland also has a larger active military personnel count compared to Lithuania's 17,000, Latvia's 6,000, and Estonia's 5,000. In short, Finland is pretty hardcore when it comes to military power in Europe, and we're guessing everybody was really glad it decided to join NATO, especially the Baltic countries. As one retired US military officer noted, upon joining the alliance, the Baltic states were at 1 on a 1 to 10 scale of military capabilities. They needed arms, they needed ammunition, they needed vehicles, and they needed training, and they needed it all fast. This their Western allies agreed to provide them with the aim of making them interoperable with Western-style thinking and doctrine. The Baltic states reciprocated, having proved their loyalty by deploying forces on UN missions and making a not insignificant contribution to NATO operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. You may not realize, for instance, that it was Estonia that agreed to fight alongside Western allies in the Middle East without any national caveats, and for its efforts suffered one of the highest ratios of deaths per capita of any of the Allied countries. Having transformed their political and military systems in a remarkably short period of time, the Baltics emerged as NATO's most critical region. Since the early 2000s, Moscow has repeatedly claimed it was NATO's eastward enlargement that threatened its territorial security and drove it to invade its neighbors. This rhetoric has only intensified as Putin sought justification for his unwarranted invasion of Ukraine, and Finland's accession to NATO succeeded in 2023. Today, NATO's eastern flank is at the center of its strategy to deter and defend itself from a potential Russian attack. This was not always the case. Similar to the way Putin cites NATO's otherwise peaceful enlargement as his rationale for fighting in Ukraine, NATO cited Putin's aggression as its rationale for reinforcing its eastern border. Back in 2014, Russia violated Ukrainian sovereignty by invading and annexing the Crimean Peninsula. This was when the Russo-Ukrainian War truly began. Russia's advance alarmed NATO members, who vowed to strengthen their defenses in response. 2 years later, at the 2016 NATO summit in Warsaw, Poland, the alliance announced its Enhanced Forward Presence, or EFP, operational plan, a tailored forward presence to better deter a Russian attack. Starting in 2017, NATO deployed 4 multinational battle groups to the region, one in Estonia, one in Latvia, one in Lithuania, and one in Poland. Each contains about a battalion's worth of forces, just over 1,000 soldiers, together with their equipment, tanks, tactical armored vehicles, a headquarters company, logistics infrastructure, and everything else they would need to fight. NATO cycles new forces through each battle group on a rotational basis. Collectively, the establishment of these 4 units constituted NATO's biggest regional reinforcement in over a generation. NATO's multinational battle groups are combined arms formations, meaning they employ infantry, armor, artillery, and air power in tandem to achieve their objectives. These unique units are extremely mobile, adaptable, and flexible, trained for an array of threats and combat scenarios. The headquarters for each battle group is integrated, meaning each nation is represented at the command post. Together, they bring unique capabilities to the table in order to bolster collective defense. Each is led by a single lead nation who coordinates the battle group's actions with the host nation, who supplies the majority of their territorial defense forces. The Estonian battle group, for example, is led by the United Kingdom, who furnishes about 800 soldiers, joined by a smaller contingent of Danish, Icelandic, and French soldiers. With its capital of Tallinn just opposite Helsinki, the Estonian battle group oversees the defense of the Gulf of Finland, an incredibly important area that acts as a maritime highway to the city of Putin's birth, St. Petersburg. Further south, the Latvian battle group led by Canada, which provides about 450 soldiers, is also bolstered by forces from Albania, Czech Republic, Iceland, Italy, Montenegro, Poland, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Spain. As of 2022, Latvia hosts about 1,700 NATO soldiers as part of its enhanced forward presence. In Lithuania, a critical Baltic state that borders the Russian exclave of Kaliningrad, Germany leads the multinational battle group, providing about 450 soldiers, complemented by contingents from Belgium, Norway, Luxembourg, Czech Republic, and the Netherlands. Poland possesses the largest multinational battle group, a rapid response force that would be scrambled forward if any others came under threat. It is led by the United States, who provides 1,000 soldiers on a rotational basis. They are joined by forces from the United Kingdom, Romania, and Croatia. NATO continued developing its enhanced forward presence in the Baltics until 2022, when Russia again forced it to reassess its security commitments in the east. Recognizing the changing security landscape, Ukraine's plight brought additional focus to NATO, who became more unified than ever. After the invasion, NATO members agreed to deploy 4 additional battle groups to the states adjoining Ukraine, a safeguard in case the conflict spilled over into NATO territory. Fortunately, it has not yet, but as of today, NATO has deployed multinational battle groups to Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, extending its defensive front with Russia from the Black Sea to the Baltic. According to one NATO official, these flexible units are mutually supportive and, most importantly, send a message that we're here, we're ready, and we can respond to any aggression. Colonel Di Bevan, the British commander of NATO Battle Group Estonia, commented that the beauty of NATO's forward presence comes in its unity of effort with many allies and partners, something Russia cannot boast. The fact that we are able to work so effortlessly and seamlessly together and able to integrate, he said, is a clear demonstration of the cohesive nature of the alliance and the unity that we have, and that underscores our collective defense. As part of NATO's forward presence, it is worth mentioning NATO's Baltic Air Policing Mission, a multinational air protection mission that extends over the Baltics in support of NATO's ground efforts. Operating in 4-month rotational cycles, aerial police and interdiction missions are overseen by NATO's Combined Air Operations Center UDEM in Germany, who controls multinational fighter patrols scrambled out of Germany, Lithuania's Šiauliai Air Base, and Estonia's Ämari Air Base on Quick Reaction Alerts, or QRAs. Each mission tends to consist of a squad of 4 fighter aircraft supported by between 50 and 100 support personnel. Traditionally, NATO air patrols spend most of their time identifying and shadowing Russian Federal Air Force flight activity, especially around Kaliningrad where it's most dense. According to NATO's website, Russian flights routinely approach or fly near NATO airspace without using transponders, communicating with air traffic control, or having filed a flight plan. Using systems refined since the 1970s, NATO and its subordinate radar sites, control and reporting centers, and combined air operation centers can effectively ensure constant surveillance and control of its airspace 24 hours a day and 365 days a year. Rounding out its joint capabilities in the Baltic, NATO maintains multinational naval task forces in the regions composed of ships from various allied nations outfitted for an array of tasks. But the battle groups are not without their issues. Given the number of casualties sustained by both sides in Ukraine thus far, everyone, including NATO, understands that a single battalion's worth of forces would be far too anemic to actually repel a complex and concerted Russian attack. Multiple Western wargames simulating a Russian assault on the Baltics have reinforced this belief. It was widely believed, dating back to 2017 when the battle groups were first installed, that they would be insufficient to prevent Russia from seizing each Baltic capital within 60 hours or less. A RAND wargame in 2021 revealed how NATO's forward-deployed forces would be rapidly overwhelmed by Russian forces, conducting a well-dispersed, fast-moving advance. That was, however, before they actually tried this in Ukraine, where Russia's true capabilities were laid bare. There are other problems, these more common to coalition and alliance warfare historically. NATO formations speak different languages, eat different rations, operate under different cultural constraints, and employ an assortment of different vehicles and weapons, all of which begs the question, how does NATO maintain its force readiness? Consistent training is key to NATO's military readiness. Regular exercises enable NATO's forward-deployed units to identify and sort out practical problems and barriers to collaboration on the ground. They help each partner understand the techniques and tactics of their allies. In addition, they provide an opportunity to work closely with NATO's air and maritime assets in simulated wargames and scenarios designed to be as realistic as possible. These exercises essentially mimic war with Russia. Each one has 2 teams, a blue team representing the good guys and a red team who represents OPFOR, or the opposing force. It's the OPFOR's job to put the blue team through the ringer and make sure NATO allies get a bracingly realistic training experience. Far more than walking targets, OPFOR units simulate everything from conventional warfare to hybrid tactics, working day and night to keep the training audience on their toes. This means spending long nights behind enemy lines, gathering intelligence, wreaking havoc, doing everything they can to instill the hard lessons better learned in practice than in the real thing. In air simulations, Allied pilots play the role of Russian aircraft on the attack, testing and probing air defenses on NATO's eastern front and training NATO air crews for any eventuality. Back when NATO was testing its enhanced forward presence concept, wargames predicted NATO's defeat in a Russian invasion over and over again. It was startling for those paying attention. These wargames opened the alliance's eyes to gaps in its own capabilities and weaknesses it would have to contend with in a war with Russia. In these scenarios, NATO struggled to respond to an invasion of which it only had little to no notice. Likewise, it openly struggled to rapidly surge and transfer troops to the Baltics. While Russian forces only had to traverse some 200 kilometers from their border to get to the Baltic capitals, NATO forces had to travel anywhere between 300 and 600 kilometers, across far more congested territory between the enclave of Kaliningrad and Belarus. The gaps between these regions, known as the Suwalki Gap, was optimal for ambushes with long-range artillery and flank attacks from both sides. The Latvian and Estonian battalions NATO relied on to blunt the initial shock of the simulated invasions were too lightweight, too underpowered to fight off Russia's armored columns. The only armor NATO could scramble in time was light armor in a single Stryker battalion. Scrambled from Germany, it simply could not deploy or sustain heavy battle tanks in the field. Published as part of its 2016 report on the war game, the RAND Corporation labeled its outcome bluntly a disaster for NATO. These fictitious scenarios may have been a blessing in disguise. Fortunately, NATO took note, deciding to build and establish a Very High Readiness Joint Task Force, essentially a do-it-all international reserve force of air, ground, and maritime assets on constant alert to deploy wherever they are needed in a combat situation. NATO also began rotationally deploying US Armored Brigade combat teams in Central and Eastern Europe. On top of this, NATO has a broader response force with heavier follow-on forces it will mobilize in an emergency. At its 2022 summit in Madrid, NATO concentrated on facilitating a rapid Eastern deployment by developing more pre-positioned equipment and weapon stockpiles, more forward-deployed capabilities, including air and defense missile systems, strengthened command and control, and upgraded defense plans. To make this all work, since 2014, the pace of NATO's large-scale military exercises has accelerated. In 2018, NATO held Exercise Trident Juncture to train up its response force, its largest multinational exercise since the Cold War, with 50,000 participating troops. In 2019, 28 different tank crews from 8 different countries descended on Latvia to practice maneuvering, targeting, and shooting exercises on the terrain they would likely have to defend from Russia. In 2020, NATO amplified these exercises further, conducting 88 exercises that ranged in scope from anti-submarine, minesweeping, and anti-surface warfare training to extreme cold weather Arctic training and strategic bombing missions. In 2021 and 2022, NATO conducted one of the world's largest and most complex live cyber defense exercises, along with logistics training deployments, electronic warfare and integrated air defense missions, and nuclear deterrence exercises. To cultivate a sense of urgency, NATO crews must train to switch missions in a flash. For example, naval crews will suddenly go from an anti-submarine mission to passenger transport to the deployment of special forces in the span of a few days. NATO sees the Euro-Atlantic security environment as one in a constant state of flux. These changes show the alliance is adapting to new challenges posed by Russian aggression. If war were to somehow break out between these two sides, NATO would be well equipped to succeed. Its combined military force now exceeds 6 million personnel, well over 4 times that of Russia. The tip of NATO's spear is much sharper, not to mention its vastly more refined support structure, categorically superior in almost every way. According to Statista, NATO also has about 5 times as many aircraft, 4 times as many armored vehicles, and 3 times as many military ships, not to mention the backing of the world's biggest defense spender, the US. Its defense budget alone is well over 10 times that of Russia, who spent a paltry $80 billion on defense last year. The reality, if we're being honest, is that NATO no longer has to worry about such a conventional Russian attack in the same way that it used to, when Russia still possessed its untarnished reputation as the world's second most powerful military. Thanks to Ukraine, that reputation is now in tatters, and NATO's allies and partners have the indomitable courage and fighting zeal of their Ukrainian brethren to thank for that. Today, arguably the best way for NATO to prepare and respond to a Russian hypothetical attack on its own members is, ironically, to keep supporting Ukraine. It not only gains valuable intelligence on their peer adversary, but bolsters its own security in the process. Every Russian tank destroyed in Ukraine, after all, is one less tank that can be used to invade Estonia or Latvia, or any of NATO's eastern members. It is therefore in NATO's interest to continue underwriting Ukraine's war effort. NATO has been clear since the start of Russia's invasion that the alliance would continue to support the Ukrainian military in its fight to restore its sovereign territory as long as Putin's unprovoked invasion continued. This decision, of course, has led it to offer almost everything short of a direct military intervention. Its members have now trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian military personnel, dating back to 2014. It has committed to train tens of thousands more over the coming years as it invites Ukrainians to participate in large-scale exercises using equipment they are in the process of donating to Ukraine. Ukraine benefits by gaining first-hand insight into how these systems are used in concert, something they will undoubtedly aim to capitalize on as they plan and execute their own counteroffensives in the months to come. People who witness these exercises say they feel different since 2022. The training feels more real. Countries who have not traditionally lived up to their defense commitments are now sending more troops to participate than in the past. Now, challenges synchronizing communications between British Challenger and German Leopard tank crews on the battlefield are taken more seriously, as resolving them may ultimately save many Ukrainian lives. Mechanized tactics take time to master. For Western countries, it can take up to 2 years to blend new units into cohesive fighting forces that have gained proficiency in the tactics, theory, and practice of armored warfare. Ultimately, the provision of Western weapons is only as good as the operators who use them. The Ukrainians are up for the task, but they also have an entire Western brain trust in the NATO alliance to help them get up into higher gear. On paper, in a hypothetical war between NATO and Russia, NATO has the edge in the number of tanks, the edge in infantry fighting and armored vehicles, the edge in MRAPs, the edge in self-propelled and field artillery platforms, the edge in fighter, bomber, support and trainer aircraft, the edge in helicopters, the edge in force reserves, the edge in air-to-air refuelers, the edge in UAVs, the edge in airports, bases, naval fleet strength, and submarines. In just about every conceivable domain, NATO has more. Just about the only area of parity is nuclear capacity. Collectively, NATO possesses just over 6,000 nuclear weapons, virtually the same as Russia. Of these, it has deployed somewhere in the region of 2,400, compared to Russia, which has only deployed 1,500 of its own. Russia does have the edge in tactical nuclear weapons, almost 2,000 of them, to NATO's 500. But if you are going to use a tactical nuke on the battlefield, you might as well scale up to the real thing. And nobody, seemingly not even Putin, wants that. Western analysts were once confident Russian ground forces could rapidly seize Baltic territory, overwhelm NATO's frontier defenses, and seize the capitals of Estonia and Latvia in something like 60 hours. Today, estimates for this type of worst-case scenario have come under serious scrutiny, thanks in part to the measures it has taken to build its collective response capabilities, from integrating new members like Finland, to bolstering its enhanced forward presence and rapid response forces, to conducting extensive annual exercises simulating every avenue of conflict. If somehow war were ever to break out between Russia and the West, the result would almost certainly go exactly as you might expect. But what do you think? If Putin does launch an attack on NATO, will he regret it? Is NATO ready to send Russia's conscripts and clanky tanks running for the hills, or could the bear still cause some serious damage to NATO's member countries? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more military analysis from military experts. Let's say things with Russia turn into the worst-case scenario. A deranged, desperate Vladimir Putin sees his regime about to collapse. In a last-ditch effort to take as many enemies with him as possible, he orders a massive launch of Russia's nuclear arsenal, targeting the West. As the silos open, hundreds or thousands of intercontinental ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads streak away at speeds of 15,000 miles per hour. But where are they headed? Thankfully, this hypothetical remains very, very unlikely. Unfortunately, it's also not entirely impossible. Russia has the world's largest nuclear stockpile, with nearly 6,000 weapons and roughly 1,600 actively deployed warheads. The question of where these might strike if fired is one that experts and policymakers have worried about since the days of the Cold War. Now, with nuclear threats once rising again, it's worth looking at how such a doomsday scenario might play out. In this video, we'll take a look at the places Russia might target with a nuclear barrage, starting in the United States. Some of the first US targets for a Russian nuclear strike are the major centers of power you would expect. The Pentagon is among the most important of these, as it acts as the headquarters for the US Department of Defense. If Russia were able to damage or destroy the Pentagon, it would be an enormous blow to the command structure of the US military. It would likely not cripple the US armed forces, but would cause a major disruption and make it far more difficult for the US to organize a response. Because of the size of the nuclear blast and its fallout, A strike on the Pentagon would also likely destroy much of Washington, D.C. Some 713,000 people live in D.C., while more than 6.3 million live in the greater D.C. area. Estimates for a nuclear strike on the Pentagon indicate that close to 500,000 people could be killed instantly, with many more falling sick from radioactive fallout afterwards. The initial blast would vaporize the Pentagon itself and anything else within a half-mile radius. Damage from the strike would radiate outwards some 4 miles from the epicenter, including the area containing the US Capitol building, White House, and Supreme Court. While the nuclear fireball and the enormous shockwave following it would be deadly on their own, it is the potential for widespread radiation which would create the biggest hazard. Radiation anywhere near the blast would be intense enough to cause third-degree burns, while also causing many harmful mutations in victims' DNA, leading to cellular degeneration and cancer. Even if people in the larger blast radius managed to survive the explosion, there's a good chance they would die from the huge amount of radiation exposure. The White House is roughly 2.17 miles from the Pentagon, putting it well within the damage zone of a nuclear blast. If the president were there, they would likely be killed by the force of the shockwave, even if the White House and Capitol were not targeted independently. Thousands of US officials and workers would certainly be killed, sending the government into crisis mode. The president would declare a state of emergency and likely invoke martial law. If the president were killed, the next in the line of succession would be the vice president, Speaker of the House of Representatives, President pro tempore of the Senate, Secretary of State, and so on until someone alive could be reached. Besides the institutions around Washington, D.C., the second major goal of a Russian nuclear attack would be to strike as many US missile silos as possible in order to minimize a retaliatory strike. There is almost no chance this would be totally effective, as the US has nearly as many nuclear weapons as Russia, in addition to advanced early warning systems, nuclear submarines hidden around the world, and powerful air defense systems. But Russia would certainly try to take out as many silos as possible, especially those bases with Minuteman III ICBMs, which would mean targeting some very remote parts of the US. One of these is Malmstrom Air Force Base, located deep in the state of Montana. There are around 3,400 military personnel and 1,000 civilians working at Malmstrom, many responsible for the 150 Minuteman III nuclear missiles housed at the base. If a Russian nuclear weapon were able to strike Malmstrom, it would likely kill everyone at the base, plus nearly 15,000 people in the nearby towns of Black Eagle and Great Falls. The number of injured would be nearly double, even though the area is very sparsely populated. But high casualties would not be the goal of a strike on Malmstrom, as Russia would only be trying to cripple the ability of ICBMs to be fired from the base. The effects of a nuclear strike on the local environment would be devastating. Water flowing through the Mississippi River near the impact site would instantly vaporize, while the flow from upstream would eventually pass through the irradiated area around Malmstrom. The river would carry radioactive particles downstream, potentially all the way down its length. It would take months or years for any water drawn from nearby sources to be drinkable. In the meantime, large amounts of animals could die of radiation poisoning, even those hundreds of miles away. The ecological effect of such a shock would be felt across the country, and Malmstrom is far from the only target in a potential nuclear attack by Russia. Another key base likely to be targeted by Russia is Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota. The base contains roughly another 150 Minuteman III missiles and a staff of 3,200 military personnel and 420 civilians. However, the town of Minot is also more populous, with nearly 50,000 people. There would likely be over 23,000 immediate casualties, with another 20,000 suffering from injuries and radiation sickness. Like Malmstrom, any strike on Minot AFB would also cause huge environmental damage, with radioactive fallout contaminating groundwater, soil, and air. The final ICBM silo which Russia would likely attempt to first strike on would be Francis E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming. The ICBMs there would be a harder target since they are actually spread around in silos between Nebraska, Wyoming, and Colorado. The base has roughly similar numbers of staff and missiles to Malmstrom and Minot, and casualties from a strike would exceed 25,000. Cheyenne, Wyoming would also be devastated, and anyone present would receive a high dose of radiation. In addition to the major silos, a Russian nuclear attack would also target command and control centers across the country. Many of these are similarly hidden in rural locations around the US, often in plain sight. One major target would be the North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD headquarters at Peterson Air Base in Colorado. NORAD is a joint organization made up of US and Canadian service members and civilians, responsible for aerospace protection of North America. Unfortunately, Peterson Base has over 8,700 active duty personnel, 1,300 reservists, 1,900 civilian staff, 10,000 family members, and over 20,000 veterans. The base also sits just outside the city of Colorado Springs, which has a population of nearly 500,000. A nuclear strike in this area would probably kill more than 60,000 people outright, and injure or irradiate another 200,000. Contamination of the water, air, and soil would again render much of the area uninhabitable, while winds could carry it into Kansas and other neighboring states. Another major target is Offutt Air Force Base, just outside of Omaha, Nebraska. Offutt is the headquarters of the U.S. Strategic Command, or STRATCOM, responsible for strategic nuclear deterrence, global strike, and operating the Defense Department's global information grid. STRATCOM is critical to the operation of the larger U.S. military. If a nuclear warhead struck Offutt Air Force Base, it could kill more than 40,000 and injure nearly 150,000. It would also seriously degrade the U.S. ability to coordinate a military response and potentially create confusion within the command structure of the armed forces. Similarly, the nearby city of Omaha would be largely destroyed, potentially killing hundreds of thousands. The Missouri River would also be contaminated, leading to the deaths of wildlife and a drop in biodiversity. In the event that STRATCOM was hit with a nuclear strike, its command would be transferred to one of the other 10 command and control centers around the country. The new command would oversee preparations for a retaliatory nuclear strike, which could happen almost instantly, since Russia would be hard-pressed to cripple the US nuclear triad. Yet another potential target for Russian nukes would be the VLF, or Very Low Frequency Transmitter in Cutler, Maine. This station transmits one-way communications to submarines in the US Navy's Atlantic Fleet, allowing them to carry out strikes if necessary. Cutler transmits its messages at 24 kHz and only uses 1.8 megawatts of power, a relatively low data rate. It is Cutler Base which sends launch codes to US Ohio-class nuclear submarines in the Atlantic, which form the most difficult leg of the nuclear triad for any enemy to deal with. By destroying Cutler, Russia could theoretically cut off US contact with the subs and make a retaliatory strike harder. While immediate loss of life from a strike on Cutler would be under 1,000, its position on the Atlantic coast means that ocean life and coastal ecosystems would take most of the damage. There is also Cutler's counterpart in Washington, the Jim Creek Naval Radio Station, which transmits to the Pacific Fleet. It also sits in a remote area with few potential casualties, but again, air and water contamination from radiation could reach both Seattle and Vancouver, potentially making life in both cities hazardous. The blast would also create huge forest fires in Washington, which could burn for weeks on end, creating even more hazardous air conditions. Russia would also target bases on Hawaii, which sits roughly 2,000 miles from the US mainland. On the island of Oahu is another VLF transmitter, which can relay orders to the Pacific Submarine Fleet if the Jim Creek installation is damaged or destroyed. The Lualua transmitter unfortunately also makes Hawaii a prime target, as it provides redundancy for fleet communications. A Russian ICBM strike on Oahu would also be extremely deadly, as it is the most populated Hawaiian island, with over 1 million people at any given time. Due to its isolation and contained ecology, a nuclear strike on Oahu could make almost the entire island uninhabitable. There are also very few places for people to hide from such an attack, so anyone on the island would either die quickly or be in serious trouble. Since Hawaii also plays host to multiple US naval bases such as Pearl Harbor, there is also a good chance that the state would be hit with multiple missiles, leaving no places for easy evacuation. Every one of these is a strategic military installation, but even just nuclear strikes on these positions would kill many hundreds of thousands of Americans. The effect of a nuclear attack on multiple US cities would be far, far deadlier. If Putin truly opted for nuclear war, there is no reason to think he would do it halfway, and hitting the US's major cities would also destroy their economic capacity. In a first-strike nuclear scenario, each side would try to devastate the other beyond recovery, and that means the widespread targeting of civilians. Such an attack could easily be the deadliest in human history, far exceeding the only past uses of nuclear weapons at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Outside of Washington, D.C., New York is the most obvious civilian target. It is both the financial capital of the United States and its largest city, as well as a global symbol of American power. It goes without saying that a nuclear explosion in Manhattan would be beyond devastating. The island is only 13.4 miles long, but it is one of the most densely populated areas in the entire country. An 800 kiloton nuclear warhead would instantly kill between 1.5 and 2 million people, with another 3 to 5 million seriously injured from radiation, burns, or collapsed buildings. The 5 boroughs of New York City collectively have almost 8.5 million, and every single one would have their lives upended. Even for those who avoid the initial blast or fireball, the shockwave's 500 mph winds could prove fatal. As researchers recently wrote in New York Magazine, it would demolish the flimsiest buildings and strip the walls and roofs off stronger structures, leaving only their naked and warped scaffolding. It would snap utility poles like toothpicks and rip through trees, fling people through the air, and turn brick, glass, wood, and metal into deadly projectiles. A blast in Times Square, combined with the fireball, would carve a crater 50 feet deep at the center of the explosion. The shockwave would reach a diameter of nearly 3.2 miles, shattering windows as far as Gramercy Park and the American Museum of Natural History. The city's medical infrastructure would strain or collapse under the burden, especially with many major hospitals destroyed. Similarly, evacuation from Manhattan and other boroughs would be extremely difficult due to the destroyed buildings, collapsed tunnels and bridges, and press of people trying to escape. Nuclear blasts also release a strong electromagnetic pulse, which would knock out vital systems across the city, including electronic communication, medical technology, and the power grid itself. This would make any emergency response vastly more difficult and lead to even greater casualties. Yet in the event of a real nuclear war, Russia wouldn't stop there. Los Angeles is another obvious target. As the country's second-largest city and a major source of American wealth and cultural power, LA is not as densely populated as New York City, with some 4 million inhabitants and sprawling, low-rise housing. But at this point, we probably don't need to tell you that a nuclear blast in downtown LA would also be apocalyptic. 500,000 to 700,000 could die instantly, with 1.5 million more injured. LA also has roughly 5.5 million cars and little public transportation. Because of this, major roads even well outside the blast zone would be almost impossible to use as people flee from the radioactive fallout. LA's chronic drought would also be made far worse, potentially leaving millions without safe drinking water. In the middle of the country, Chicago and its nearly 3 million residents would also likely be targeted. A nuclear blast here could kill 500,000 to 600,000 instantly and badly injure over 1 million, while a large portion of the blast would explode into Lake Michigan, with winds spreading the fallout north, south, and east. The heavy populated Great Lakes region would be at risk and probably need to be evacuated as well. To have any chance in a nuclear war, Putin would need to go all out before the West could overwhelm Russia's limited defenses. Because of the effects of wind, even a small percentage of the nuclear weapons in Russia's arsenal could spread fallout across much of the United States and make many areas completely uninhabitable. Being far away from the actual impact sites still might not be a guarantee of safety, especially in more densely populated parts of the country. Since 80% of Americans live east of the Mississippi River, any nuclear strike on the eastern seaboard would be especially deadly. Overall, estimates suggest that the total number killed, injured, or exposed to radiation in a full Russian nuclear attack could exceed 256 million. That's 3/4 of the population just in the United States. But an attack on the US would also leave Russia open to retaliation from other NATO countries, meaning that they too would almost certainly be targeted early in a nuclear conflict. This would mean major European military installations like Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany, which coordinates NATO's air and missile defense networks. Spotters at Ramstein would be among the first to know if a country like Russia actually launched nuclear ICBMs, but due to its relative geographic proximity, there will be little time for a possible evacuation. A nuclear blast over Ramstein would kill some 30,000 people, while winds could potentially carry fallout across the continent. Assuming a retaliatory strike didn't just wipe Moscow off the map, this also makes European targets riskier for Putin in the event of a nuclear attack, since at least some fallout could make it all the way back to the Kremlin. Other military targets in Europe which might be targeted include NATO's Supreme Allied Command in Belgium, as well as other US bases in Europe, like Caserma Ederle in Italy, which hosts the US's powerful 173rd Airborne Brigade. Strategically or economically important cities in Europe are also potential targets. This includes London, the most populous city in Western Europe, with over 8.8 million people. The UK also has roughly 200 nuclear weapons of its own, which also might make it a high-risk target. Similarly to New York City, a nuclear explosion over London could instantly kill over 1 million, while total casualties from the shockwave and radiation could be over 2.3 million. London is also the capital of the UK, meaning that its government would also likely perish in the blast. As with other cities, London's vital infrastructure would also be completely devastated, making any emergency response very difficult. And coastal winds coming off the Atlantic could carry the radiation north into Scotland and west into France and other parts of continental Europe. Long story short, anywhere in the world getting hit with a modern nuclear weapon would be a horrifying scenario. While this hypothetical is obviously incredibly unlikely to happen, it's also pretty obvious that if it did, there would be basically no good options. Because of the concept of mutually assured destruction, which has kept nuclear war at bay since the 1950s, governments like the US are ridiculously unprepared to deal with the consequences if it did happen. As the article in New York Magazine recently put it, more than 70 years ago, America became the first and only country to use nuclear weapons in war. Despite witnessing the immediate and enduring horror of those attacks, despite decades of technological advances in nuclear warfare, the US remains shockingly unprepared for a similar assault on its own soil. Much of the short-term response to a nuclear explosion in a city like New York would be improvised, adapted from plans meant for other kinds of disasters. Putin knows that firing even a single nuclear weapon would likely mean the end of him and possibly much of Russia, but the fact remains that nukes are out there and could theoretically be used at any time in the future. In an increasingly uncertain world, it wouldn't hurt governments around the world to step up their nuclear preparations, because the fact is, it's impossible to know the future. But what do you think? What would the targets for a Russian nuclear attack be, and just how unprepared is the world for that small possibility? Let us know what you think in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more military content and analysis.